That's LoTCenter.com. It's simple, it's quick, and it's totally worth it. Low-T Center, they're reinventing men's healthcare.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardie siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought-after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling 3 stories. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Job shaving.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stopping at the red light, girl, 'cause I wanna get you sick now. You're going at the green light, girl, 'cause I wanna be with
Welcome to it, 4th hour, as we roll along on this Wednesday hump day. Will Peterson in for Stoke. We'll be back tomorrow in time for 100 Holes of Golf with Zach By. And Mark saying that he should not have to apologize for picking the Chargers, not the Broncos, as the most likely team to knock off the Chiefs this year in the AFC West, led to this text on the RamosLaw.com text line. The difference between Evans and Mark is that Mike is the consummate homer. Mark is a realist. Banging on Mark's quote on the Chargers is cute, but getting old. Time to move on. No, I will not.
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
No. And I'm the consummate homer? Huh.
Yeah.
Trust me, there are some teams with some coaches, some players, some owners that would love to dispute that comment.
I don't know.
Ask Chris McFarland if I'm the consummate homer.
Yeah, that is true. Mike did pick the Stars as his favorite team moving forward, so I'm with you, Mike. You're right. That was a low blow. That was a low blow. But the texter is correct. I do not owe anybody an apology.
Let's get to some of the stuff that is trending this morning that we've been having some fun with. Mark, you absolutely just get very snooty at the mere possibility that any sport can be regarded as being tougher than NFL football. Well, how about tennis? Tennis, anyone? Because after hold on.
That's a good one.
Because after the epic French Open final the other day between Sinner and Alcaraz, that went 5 hours and 39 minutes. Amazing shot making, amazing conditioning. Andy Roddick, who's a pretty good tennis player in his own right, said, yeah, tennis players are the best athletes on the planet.
I think tennis players are the best athletes in the world. 5 hours and 40-something minutes on the biggest stages. You compare this to other sports. An NBA game is 48 minutes played in air conditioning where you have teammates, halftime, timeouts. To say one thing doesn't mean you're throwing shade at someone else. I'm celebrating and applauding one set of athletes. It's the most complete examination of an athlete that I can think of. You know, we used to get viewed as like, oh, you're soft like country club sport. I don't know that narrative exists. I don't know how you can watch and not say the athleticism on display is otherworldly. I think tennis players are the best athletes in the world. The more I watch it, the more I think it. Tell me why I'm wrong.
All right. I don't. You know what? Point to Andy Roddick. That is whole milk right there, Mark Schlereth.
That's not even close. Andy Roddick that dude has lost his mind. That's just, listen, 5 hours, that's a lot of time. I get it. I do get it. That's a lot. But they do switch sides, right? They do sit down and get a sip of water and switch sides and most athletic. Have you ever gone to an NBA basketball game? Have you ever watched those guys, those athletes? Come on. Let's run a combine testing between Alcaraz and Tyreek Hill. Stop with the best athletes. It's just stupid.
But
it can't be any dumber.
But it's 5.5 hours of cardio, Mark. Like, could Jamal Murray do 5.5 hours of cardio? No.
It's not 5.5 hours. It's 5.5 hours of tennis. It's not cardio.
Ooh.
Running around, sprinting all over the place, long rallies.
Sprinting all over what are you talking about sprinting? You got to 3 steps to the right, 3 steps. I've got to sprint 3 steps to the right, then 3 steps to the left. Lord have mercy. Now, so it's like the soccer people. We've got to run for 90 minutes. Really? You trot. Most of the time you're walking. I've watched a soccer game. I know.
Mark, what would you say your golf handicap is? Are you basically a 90s golfer?
Yeah, I would say that's right about where I'm at.
So you're about like an 18 handicap or so, right?
Yeah.
So pro golfers who are getting ready to play the U.S. Open, which is just being hyped up as being just an absolute, it's going to be a bloodbath over the next 4 days. Pro golfers were asked what an 18 handicap golfer would shoot at this U.S. Open at Oakmont.
Probably 100 on the front nine.
If they finish, it's got to be
110 to 120. 120.
I'm wide.
I mean, the greens are so slick and slopey, and the rough is, I mean, we can barely get out of the rough, so I think an 18 handicap wouldn't be able to get out of the rough.
150.
I'm wide.
Because they would just struggle. I mean, it's difficult out there. Like the rough, most 18 handicappers typically don't have the greatest control off the tee box. They're probably hitting this wipey cut into the right rough. Then they've got no knowledge of how to hit the angle of attack on some of these, so they're just hitting these shots and they're coming out way left, so they're going to be beaming the ball across back and forth. 150 I feel like is very, very good.
Not trying to wind people.
150. And you know what? As somebody, I try to live, I pretty consistently live in that 86 to 90 world myself. So based on what I've seen from this golf course, the way it's shaped up, yeah, I would be ecstatic if I went out there and played 18 holes and broke 140.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know about you guys, though. I don't like the U.S. Open.
Really?
I don't
Why?
like seeing, because I want to see professional golfers look like professional golfers.
No!
I don't want to see plus numbers. I want to see negative numbers. And last time it was at Oakmont. My daughter actually took me out there for Father's Day. So we went to Oakmont. That was 2016 and did the whole thing. Like we traveled around and, walked the course and watched the golfers. And I had an absolute blast. It was so much fun. But Dustin Johnson won that. That was his first major win, first major. I think he was -4. I think there was 2 guys under par and everybody else was over par. I don't like that. I don't like it.
Oh, I could not disagree more. Professional golfers are the most coddled athletes. I even struggle to call them athletes. They are so protected and coddled with these beautiful golf courses, well manicured, all that kind of stuff, perfect playing conditions. Scores routinely on the PGA Tour every week are -17, 24 under par. To have a tournament where these guys really, really struggle, I love it. I love it. What say you, Will?
Yeah, I hope the winner's in plus territory. I don't get, Mark, what's the appeal of turning on a random golf tournament and seeing Scotty at -26? It just doesn't do it for me anymore. If Scotty's at 2 over and Rory's at 3 over and Bryson's at 3 over and they're coming down the 16th, 17th, 18th, you're going to be locked in on Sunday. Basically, if you make par, you're going to win the tournament. To me, that's more entertaining than what we see week in and week out.
I think I'm definitely in the minority here, but I like seeing professional golfers look like professional. I don't like seeing them look like us. I like the fact that I can look at them and go, yeah, well, there's a reason they're professionals, and my game doesn't look like that.
Oh, I don't know. For 1 week, I like seeing them look like us. For 1 week, yeah.
I think most people like it. I don't like it.
Finally, did you take your sons when you were coaching, when they got to the 12-year-olds, did you take them to Cooperstown?
No, we never did go to Cooperstown.
Okay. So for a lot of 12-year-old teams right now in Colorado, one of the ultimate real carrots to dangle in front of these teams is the idea that, hey, you could go play in Cooperstown at one of these tournaments, and a lot of Colorado 12-year-old teams go to Cooperstown with the idea of how great this trip is going to be, and then they get out there and find that maybe it wasn't everything it was cracked up to be.
It's where every American boy's dreams go to die. You're 12 years old. You just batted 400 in Little League. You're a stud. Once your dad starts letting you lift, you're going pro for sure. You're so good, they want you on the travel team. They're sending you to Cooperstown. The rich kid just got a new Easton, and it's a big barrel. This is a tournament with over 100 teams. They have 14 of these tournaments a year. That's like 17,000 kids a year, all packed on top of each other in bunk beds in a barrack like you're about to go to Vietnam. And you basically are. First games against the Evo Shield Diamond Elite 12U National Louisville Slugger Select. Their starting pitcher's supposed to be in Williamsport, but he tested positive for growth hormone. He strikes out 17 batters in 3 innings somehow. Now he's running poles and shorts on the field in the middle of the game. Dad's working overtime and Mom just got a second job to afford the and now they're in a fight because you just lost 25-0 to a team from Boca Raton called the Bombers. Their first baseman has 3 kids, the shortstop's committed to Vanderbilt, and the leadoff batter doesn't even speak English. You start to realize that making the All-Star team in a suburb outside of Minneapolis wasn't as impressive as you thought. Mike Trout had 10 home runs in this tournament. Bryce Harper had 14. A kid from Florida hit 19 home runs in a week last year. But it's not all bad. You got a home run yourself. Sure, it was on a 200-foot fence while using a drop 10 bat with the barrel the size of Mark McGwire's forearms, but who cares? You got a bunch of pins, and according to your dad on the 12-hour ride home, you can actually make a lot of money in the trades nowadays.
Oh, so perfect. So perfect. Love it. That is, there's been a few Colorado teams that have gone to Cooperstown and have had some real success, but most of those teams, most of those kids go out and get their lunch handed to them. So there you go. There's a little sense of what Colorado baseball teams, 12-year-olds, face when they get to Cooperstown. Good stuff there. Coming up next, All Hail Kale. That's next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely, and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, and they're booking out right now. Why? Because Colorado homeowners know Infinity from Marvin windows are made in America, built for Colorado, and trusted to last. And now's the time to reserve your spot. Get started today with flexible financing at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, Colorado's trusted window company since 1973. That's right. They've been serving us since 73, over 50 years, guys. And curb appeal isn't just about looks, it's about value. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows blend classic styles with modern durability, enhancing your home's aesthetics and its resale price. And you get what you pay for. Cheap windows look good on paper, but in a few years, they crack, they warp, they fade. Infinity from Marvin are an investment, one that pays you back every single day with energy savings, durability, peace of mind, and curb appeal. Guys, go ahead and call them 303-794-0490 free estimate. That's 303-794-0490, or find them online at windowsforyourhome.com.
Country music fans, the 2025 Cheyenne Frontier Days Frontier Nights lineup is here. Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt on Friday, July 18th. Jordan Davis with Brett Young will take the Frontier Night stage on Saturday, July 19th. On Sunday, July 20th, Bailey Zimmerman with Josh Ross will take the stage. Only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDrodeo.com.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the
gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, got some breaking news, and this is good stuff. Not a huge surprise, but awesome nonetheless. Cale Makar, the Avalanche, has been named the Norris Trophy winner, given to the best defenseman in the NHL. It is the second time in his career that he has won the Norris Trophy. This was a season in which he had 30 goals, 92 points. He became only the 9th defenseman in NHL history to score at least 30 goals in a season, and the first since, the first in about 16 years since it's happened. So a tremendous year for Cale Makar. Not the greatest of series against Dallas, but he was the obvious choice to win the Norris Trophy this year. And now, guys, with two Norris Trophies, you can start to talk about at 26 years old just how high on the list of all-time Norris Trophy winners can he climb. Ray Bourque won 4, Nicholas Lidstrom won 7, Doug Harvey won 7, and the guy regarded as the greatest defenseman of them all, Bobby Orr, won 8 Norris Trophies. But, Will, that's 2 for Makar, and he ain't done winning them.
No, he could get to 4, 5, 6, 7 by the time it's all said and done for sure. And, guys, the voting results just came out. Landslide.
Yeah.
You talk about a no-brainer. There was 191 voters in this thing. Cale got 176 first-place votes. 176 of the 191 go to Cale Makar. Zach Werenski from the Blue Jackets gets 13 of them. Quinn Hughes gets 2. That's it. Those were the only 3 guys to receive first-place votes, and Makar receives well over 90% of them. There was no drama whatsoever about this Norris Trophy.
Landslide, no question about it. But, if you ask Cale Makar or you ask anybody else on the Avalanche, I'm sure they'd say, hey, man, disappointment. Not in Cale, but disappointment with the way the season ended, and disappointment like they would trade away Norris Trophies for a Stanley Cup. I just believe that. That's a good thing. I'm stating good things about the Colorado Avalanche because they're at a point where the expectation is Stanley Cup or bust, and it's been disappointing the last couple of years since they won it that they haven't been close to kind of repeating their success. So good for Cale. It's awesome. He's awesome. He's so much fun to watch. But, man, I tell you what, the Avs just continue to be great and still disappoint.
Yeah, but don't you think, and I get it, you played a position where you don't win awards. Although I think they've come out with a new award, right? The Protector, the Protector Award.
The Protector
Award.
Yeah.
Goes to the top offensive lineman every year. The Protector Award. My God, what are we doing? Anyway, but
we should just be in line for MVP instead of the quarterbacks. It's quarterback. He's an MVP. Yeah, Bo Nix had better stats than Josh Allen, but Josh Allen's our MVP. Woohoo! Wow.
God bless Bo Nix.
Stop it. Penei Sewell. That's a guy that should be an MVP.
But for Cale, I get what you're saying. I am not so sure about he would trade a Norris Trophy for another Stanley Cup. I don't. You know,
come on.
I don't know. When you have a chance, when you've already won a cup.
Come on, dog.
Come on. Listen, you can admit that these guys feel really proud of the individual awards without labeling them selfish. I mean,
but he doesn't need another Norris. He wants to stack cups. You know what he would like better? A Conn Smythe and a cup. That's what he got 3 years ago.
But I think you're talking about somebody who has a chance to go down as the greatest defenseman of all time. He knows that. He knows he's talked about that way. And when you start stacking up Norris trophies and you put yourself in a position to maybe challenge Bobby Orr as the all-time greatest defenseman, come on. That factors into your thinking. And you're allowed to think that way as a professional athlete without being labeled selfish, okay? It's not all – what I'm saying is, Will, it's not always about the team goals. You are allowed to think about your own personal accomplishments.
I think what Mark said spot on. He would trade this for a Stanley Cup all day, every day. I just don't think Cale Makar is wired that way at all. You know what's more fun? Getting to take the Stanley Cup to your hometown. And remember, he and his brother were drinking out of the 7-Eleven Slurpee machine? Was he going to take his Norris Trophy to 7-Eleven? No. The thing's going to go gather dust with all his other individual awards, his Calder and his Hobie Baker and all this and that. I think at 26, Cale Makar, to be the best defenseman ever, he wants to win 3, 4, 5 cups. That would make him the best defenseman ever. If he just gets 7 Norrises but only has 1 Stanley Cup, I don't think Cale Makar is going to look back on his NHL career as fondly as you think
Mark,
he is.
I think sometimes as professional athletes, yes, you know, your career's not complete until you win a championship or you're chasing that ring. All I'm saying is that once you do win a championship, I think sometimes athletes, they do think more about that next contract. They think about maxing out and getting that big contract or some of these individual awards. And I'm not saying that's a negative. I think it's a good thing that you should be proud of some of these individual accomplishments.
Yeah, you know, you think about it. I kind of think of my own career. I said, would I, trade away Super Bowl for the Hall of Fame? Yeah, I got 3 Super Bowls. I can give 1 away. I still have 2 left, Mike. So, yeah, but no, listen, all joking, you're not laughing, Mike. You didn't understand it. I got 3 rings. I got so many freaking rings. I traded for a Hall of Famer.
I know.
Come on.
You could, and still have 2 left.
I still have 2 left. I think ultimately the team stuff resonates so much more with players. Winning a championship together resonates so much more. And I'm not saying that winning a Norris Trophy is bad, but I just think winning as a team and having that, I mean, come on. You and I got to be downtown at the parade for both the Avs and the Nuggets. Dude, with players going by us drunk and on the fire trucks and like how much fun. Drunk Michael Malone, still the best form of Michael Malone ever, had on sideways. Is like there's something special about that winning a Norris Trophy or a Conn Smythe Trophy, that doesn't compare.
Well, then explain this one to me. Then if it's so important to these professional athletes, why do we see so many championship teams tend to get broken up? Because you have to pay these guys. And these guys have to get paid, and they want to get paid. If winning a championship is all that and is so sweet, take hometown discounts. Take a little bit less to be able to keep the team intact, to be able to win more championships. But we don't see that in sports, do we?
Sure, we see it all the time.
No, we don't. We see more.
Oh.
We see more teams broken up because guys want to get paid than we see teams stay together because guys took less.
Well, guys want to get paid. Guys, like I would tell you this: if you manage it correctly, right? How many times did we see Tom Brady renegotiate his contract? How many times we just saw, like, we see guys renegotiate their contracts all the time? But they always
get their money. They ultimately get their money. Tom Brady did not give away money. It just delayed him getting the money he was eventually going to get. Same with what's going on with Mahomes right now.
Okay, okay. So I would counter that by saying, Mike, well, how come the organizations don't care? You put it on the players. Why do the organizations, why not pay your guys? Why not pay your guys and keep your championship team together? Because once the team wins a championship, oftentimes the team is like, woohoo, we got our championship. That buys us 5 years. Let's get rid of some of these salaries so we can make more profit. Why can't you put it on the team as opposed to putting it on the players? Huh? Answer the question.
I think you stumped him. I think
No,
you
I didn't
stumped him.
No, I was thinking about what we're going to be talking about next. Okay, that's what we do here. I run the show. You run around in the show. So that is what we have going on right now. So now I am completely flustered. I don't know what we're going to talk about coming up next, but I'll come up with something next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're tired of spending your weekends maintaining your lawn instead of enjoying it, you need to check out ProGreen for a beautiful lawn that's hassle-free, saves you money in watering, and saves you hundreds and maybe thousands of hours maintaining the perfect lawn. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. When you're making an investment in artificial turf, you want something that looks and feels like real grass, and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. Plus, ProGreen Cool Turf System uses proprietary infill that will keep turf temperatures cool even on the hottest days to feel more like real grass. You can't get that just anywhere. The best part is that ProGreen Turf is 100% American-made. So whether you're switching your lawn to spend more time enjoying life, a safe area for your kids to play, doing it for your pet, or want a custom putting green like mine, ProGreen Denver's who I recommend. Call ProGreen today, 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967, or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife, Kimberly, loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Fama Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane. Okay. Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I got to give credit to this one texter who asks a very, very intriguing question. Mark, you said, yeah, I'm in a position where I could give up one of my Super Bowl rings if it meant I got into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Which one would you give up?
Woo!
See, that's what I said. Great question.
Yeah, that is a good question. And the back-to-back, I would probably give up the Washington one.
Really? Your first one?
Or maybe my third one. There's so many to choose from.
But 32 is untouchable, right?
32 is untouchable.
Yeah.
The middle one's untouchable. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and you've always told this story. Didn't after 33 you just go to bed because you were so tired? Like 32, you guys partied the night away, and 33, you're like kind of Nikola Jokic, like job's finished. We get to go home now.
Yeah, I went to the hotel and then yeah, really didn't do anything. Went to the party, had something to eat, and then went up and went to bed. Yeah, I mean it was old hat, Will. It's just like I'm so exhausted from being awesome that I'm just gonna get some rest.
Was that the Super Bowl where you literally accosted Gary Kubiak when he came on the bus by second guessing him for a play that he called?
That was Super Bowl 32.
Oh, that was 32. Okay.
Yeah, that was 32.
Yeah,
that was 32.
What was the background of that story again?
Well, we were mostly a zone team, as you well know. And, every now and again you steal a play from somebody else's playbook, right? Somebody that had success doing something. So we put the coaching staff really liked this trap pass. We didn't even run trap. Like it was not in our shorty trap. Like we had it in the playbook, but I bet you we didn't run it one time during the season. I would venture to guess in 1997 we ran the sum total of 0 traps in the course of that regular season. But they really liked this trap pass, so they put it in, and of course they put the trap in with it, right? And so we get down off a turnover. Remember the third quarter, we kick off to them, and they fumble, and we recover the fumble. And so the first play coming out of that fumble recovery was trap pass. So we run trap pass, and Elway throws a pick, I think, to Sharper, and they get the ball right back, right? So we get a turnover. It's back-to-back turnovers. So then after the game, I'm on the fourth bus, sitting on the bus, and waiting for the bus to take off, and Kubiak comes, jumps on the bus, and he's like high five and gives me a big hug. And then I said, hey, Coobs, real quick, point of order. And he goes, yeah. I go, before you run the trap pass, you ought to run the trap. And he just said, F you, stink. You got to set it up, right? It's a play action.
Only you.
You got to set it up.
Only you. In that moment. In case you missed it, Cale Makar has been named the Norris Trophy winner after an amazing season, second time in his career, and I'm catching some flack because I said that he may not even trade this Norris Trophy for another Stanley Cup. He's won one. All I'm saying is this: if you don't think that these guys don't think about individual awards and how it can affect their place among the all-time greats, then you're just being completely naive, is what I'm saying. So we'll leave it at that. Guys, the J.K. Dobbins signing for the Broncos is how much does this change things, Stink? How much does his arrival change how you feel about this running back room, the running game, the offense, what it'll mean for the team in general? I mean, how significant an addition do you think this is?
Oh, I think it's huge. And I think it gives you stability. It gives you a back that can be a 3-down bell cow type back. Now, he's got to be healthy, obviously, but it gives you some stability you didn't have, some certainty in your backfield as you're developing a young player in R.J. Harvey that you can lean on. And that your young backfield, Estime's still a young back. There's a lot of guys that are still young backs, that your young running back core can lean into the veteran for understanding. And one of the things I always say about being a veteran player and a veteran leader, Mike, is like there are a lot of things that get explained to you from a coaching perspective. Like a coach will put something in and he'll explain it a certain way. And the way that coach explains it, often there are times when it just, as a player, you're like, I understand what you're saying, but that's not how it actually works when you're in a game. Like I get what we're trying to get to, right? And sometimes it's almost lost in translation, right? And oftentimes what I learned over the course of my career and what I was able as I became a veteran player to pass on is to pull a guy aside and say, hey, man, think about it this way. Like what they're coaching, I get it, but think about it this way. Or this is how I cheat the footwork so I can get to that point, right? And I know they want you to do it this way, but that way is garbage. It doesn't work. So let me show you a way to get that done where you're not going to get chewed out on film, but it's going to work a little bit better for you. So there's just a player-to-player aspect of understanding the game that's just different than from coach to player. And I think that's what a guy like J.K. Dobbins does for that room.
Well, I think it's massive because he's only 26 years old, and guys, he's played 37 NFL games. There is a lot of gas left in that tank, and I understand it's because he's been hurt and he missed the whole 2021 season, but this guy went for over 900 yards last year in just 13 contests, 9 touchdowns. We're all excited about R.J. Harvey, but to me, J.K. Dobbins is instantly the best running back on the Denver Broncos.
Well, let me pour a little bit of cold water on all this, okay? There's no downside to adding him, okay? Because the contract is such that you're not taking a big risk. He could blow his knee out in week 4, and it's not, you're not losing that much from the investment that you put into this guy. But it seems a little bit odd to me that a guy that everybody says is a really good running back who's coming off a career year with the Chargers, and yet after a season in which we saw a renaissance for the running game and the running back in the NFL, that this guy is out there untouched for 3 months in free agency, and when he finally does sign, it's for the veteran minimum where it's incentive laden. So I think we have to tap the brakes a little bit, a little tap-a-roo when it comes to, just how much of an impact this guy's going to make, Mark.
Yeah, that you pouring cold water on it, Mike. It just is, wah. I think that a lot of that is obviously the injury history, and that's fair. The other part of that is that, a guy like J.K. is probably looking for the perfect scenario where he can play, where he maybe can still fight for a potential starting job. Like he's got that here, right? You obviously assume that Harvey's going to take that over, but like J.K. can compete, and I'm sure he's been given. I'm sure they said to him, "Hey man, this is an open competition in this running back room. We don't know what we have in Harvey. The other guys we have not been complete backs, so this is going to be an open competition. Like there's not a lot of teams that are going to give you that. So." And the other thing is when you're a veteran like him at that position, you're going to wait and you're going to bide your time to make sure you've got the right situation, which I think, he just realized that Denver was the right situation.
Well, time's running out to sign up for our second annual Denver Sports Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. We only have a few spots left, and the deadline is rapidly coming up this Friday. If you've got a child between the ages of 8 and 14 looking to learn the game of football or maybe just take their skill level to the next level, join us Saturday, June 21st, All City Stadium at Denver South High School. The Denver South coaches are going to be there, along with Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, and more. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp, with all proceeds from the camp benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. Coming up next, we put a wrap on our daily top 5. And it's been a fun one. A lot of nostalgia here as you look back on your top 5 childhood sports heroes. We'll get to the top picks next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
5-alarm brouhaha.
Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Get ready to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can start your journey to pain-free just like I did by giving them a call. That's right, same-day appointments, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got MRIs, exams, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility, and I'm telling you, they're going to educate you on exactly what's going on, why you're in pain. They'll show you the pictures, and then give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, you know, if you live with debilitating pain, it checks you out of life. You quit doing things you love to do. You quit spending time with your family, your kids, your grandkids, all those things. For me, I quit playing golf. I quit going to the gym. I couldn't sleep through the night. I tell you what, a few short visits, my guys at Spine One, I was back on the golf course, playing with my buddies, back in the weight room, lifting, back sleeping through the night. I tell you what, it changed my life. It can do it for you too. Call them, 303-367-2225. Start your journey today, 303-367-BACK. Find them online at spineone.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our erectile dysfunction treatments are shown to be effective in nearly 90% of cases. Here's one of our patients sharing his experience on our ED treatments.
The reality is I had to look in the mirror and say something has to change. Hi, this is Austin, and I've been a patient of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for well over 2 years. I noticed a change when I turned 50 that ED was affecting my personal life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has really just changed my life. They knew exactly what to do. They had solutions for me. From that point forward, I had the confidence. My self-esteem has increased, and all the other effects that were negatively affecting my personal life have really changed significantly. If you're feeling like I was feeling, please call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will help you, and they will be discreet and confidential, and I promise you, your life will change.
It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit RollerAuction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
This Father's Day, visit Summit Racing to find great gearhead gifts for Dad, or give him the perfect gift card, a Summit Racing gift card. Shop SummitRacing.com today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment.
Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an oh really right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Will Peterson in for Stoke, who's back tomorrow in time for the 100 Holes of Golf charity extravaganza with Zach By, and you can support Team Stoke by going to StokelyCares.com, or the grassroots campaign continues for Zach By, ZachByCares.com. We're going to be out at Todd Creek tomorrow morning. broadcasting live. Will be back alongside with me and Mark, of course, coming along at 8 o'clock. The big news today, congratulations to the Avs' Cale Makar, who becomes a 2-time Norris Trophy winner as the best defenseman in hockey this season. And you had a nice little stat here. The company, think about these names too, is if you're a hockey fan, think about this group that he just joined.
Yeah, Cale Makar joins Bobby Orr, Dennis Potvin, Paul Coffey, Rod Langway, and Erik Karlsson as just the 6th player in NHL history to capture multiple Norris trophies before turning 27.
And the thing about Cale, guys, is you watch the way he plays and also understand that defenseman is a position that you can play at a very high level well into your 30s, late 30s. And you're sitting here looking at a guy who's 26. I have no hesitation whatsoever in saying, look, this is a guy who could easily play for another 12 years, 10 of them probably at a very high level. And I feel very confident in saying that when it's all said and done, I think Cale Makar goes down as the greatest defenseman to ever play the game.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Knowing your
Hot Take Wednesday.
And knowing your affinity for Borky, how many does Bork have? How many Norris trophies does Bork have?
4.
4.
And I grew up. I grew up in the cradle of Bobby Orr here, who won 8. I think that when it's all said and done, there's a very good chance that Cale passes Bobby Orr as the regarded as the greatest defenseman of all time, the GOAT.
When he passes, and we assume he's going to pass Bork, is that going to be bittersweet for you? Is that going to be like hard? I know your affinity and your love, and you're just your overall.
No, because anytime.
Really?
No, because anytime I need to remember the greatness of Ray Bourque, I will look up to the rafters at Ball Arena, and I'll look at that 2001 Stanley Cup, and then I'll look over at Ray Bourque's number retired and realize that if Ray Bourque had never arrived here, there would never have been that second cup. I can't make it any more clear. No Ray Bourque, no second cup.
What if Ray Bourque played for the Dallas Stars? Then would it be hard?
I mean, they did have Joe Sakic and Patrick Waugh and Milan Hayduk and Alex Stengel.
But Will, they had taken a couple of kicks at that can again, and they were having trouble getting over that hump.
But Bourque was here the year before, too.
I know, but he got in late, okay? Then he was back for the full year, and they were a machine.
Well, maybe that's what Brock Nelson can do for the Avs. Now that he's got his full year, his new deal.
Let's hope so.
By the way, you speak of Bourque being up in the rafters. My dad and I went to a Nuggets-Lakers game, and we had typical Lakers fan in front of us, right? Just obnoxious as all can be. And he goes, why don't you guys worry about your hockey? You got Roy and Barbecue up there.
Oh, jeez.
He called him Roy and Barbecue. It would be Waugh and Bourque, sir.
Again, probably
He's an idiot and a
probably
fool.
I'm doing the air quotes here. Probably a Laker fan who only started rooting for the Lakers after LeBron got there.
Yeah, kind of like Patriot fan who didn't know the Patriots existed until after 2000.
You're absolutely right. Let's get to our daily top 5, which has been a fun one because we've heard. I mean, we've gotten so many different athletes' names that have been mentioned today because so many people come from different backgrounds, different cities. They grew up with different sports heroes. Will representing certainly the homegrown native Denver sports hero list. Mark with Alaska. I come from the more of the Boston area. So let's round off our top 5.
Yeah, so my 5 was Ray Bourque, 4 Terrell Davis, 3 Matt Holliday, 2 is John Elway. Don't need to say much there, obviously.
Whoa. Oh,
2?
Oh, okay. Keep
Breaking
going.
news.
Wow.
Keep going.
You thought he should have been 1?
Wow. Oh, I guess you're going to put Peyton?
No.
Wow.
No. Who's number
Mark,
1?
Hey, Mark Schlereth? What?
Honorable mention.
What?
Mention.
I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Honorable mention.
You just become best friends.
Oh,
Number
little
one
shaver.
on my list.
I want to give you a noogie. Come here, you little.
Number one on my list is a guy who has as many trophies as John Elway, and that would be the great number 19, Joe Sakic.
Wow.
Number one on my list.
You know what? I'm pleasantly surprised, and
That's awesome.
That's awesome because it would have been easy just to throw in the automatic Elway at number one, but you went Super Joe. I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, I know that he was not a childhood hero, but when it comes to people that I have worked with and covered in this town over the time I've been here, over 25 years, I would probably say my number one favorite athlete to cover during that time was Mark Schlereth. No,
Yes.
You want to give me a noogie? No, was
Yeah.
Joe. Was Joe. Joe
Yeah.
was awesome. Joe was. I have never come across a more humble superstar than Joe Sakic. And I mean that as genuinely as I can put it. I've never come across a legitimate superstar, and that term superstar has become a watered down term over the years. But if you think about a true superstar, never met anybody as just real as that guy.
No, he's a great dude.
Sakic is a great dude. Great guy. That's awesome.
That's a good list, Will. Good list. Mark, go ahead. Yours.
My honorable mention, being from Alaska and being a big-time Iditarod fan, was Herbie Nyakpuk, the Shish Maref Marauder. Dude was awesome. He could mush a dog sled like nobody's business.
Boy.
Herbie is my honorable mention. Number 5, and listen, I grew up in Alaska, so I used to get up every morning really early. I think the games kicked off at 7 a.m. when I was a kid. And I would watch, and it was always the Steelers. The Steelers were the first game, and then it was the Cowboys until the Seahawks came in the league in 1977, I believe. So then the Cowboys were the afternoon show. So I always watched the Steelers game, and then we went to church. So I missed the afternoon game. So the Steelers were my favorite team. So number 5, Franco Harris. He and Rocky Blyer in the backfield, unbelievable. Love Franco Harris. So I love him. Then Jack Lambert, the middle linebacker. He was the nastiest, meanest middle linebacker. Took out his teeth for games. Guy was absolutely awesome. Just dispensed justice. Then Mean Joe Green inside at number 3. That dude was as good as it gets. And that commercial, the Coke commercial where he throws the kid his jersey, one of the all-time great commercials ever. Number 2, Terry Bradshaw. Love Terry Bradshaw. Still love him to this day. Every time I see him, man, I get giddy like I was a little kid. So, Terry is one of my all-time favorites. As a matter of fact, he's the first NFL game I ever started. Terry was on the broadcast team. He and Vern Lundquist. And so I went into the production meeting and met Terry Bradshaw, one of my childhood idols, and just really cool moment for me. Terry, number 2, and my number 1 all-time sports hero, and this is going to just show you how twisted I am. I wore his number in high school to honor him. It was the center of the Pittsburgh Steelers, my favorite player all time, Mike Webster.
All right. I know the Steelers were a huge influence on you as a kid, so that's good. That's a good list. Mine is all pretty much again growing up outside Boston and in New Hampshire. Growing up, number 5, Carl Yastrzemski. Number 4, Ray Bork. Yep, you can tell how giddy I was when he got traded here. Number 4, number 3 was Kevin McHale. Number 2, Roger Clemens. Put this up on the big board of BS, lies, and other nonsense if you'd like, but I was sitting in the stands with my sister, my brother, and my dad when Roger Clemens struck out 20 Seattle Mariners in 1986. I was there.
Wow.
So number 2 was Roger Clemens, and number 1 for me, for every kid who grew up here idolizing John Elway, you will understand this. That was me with Larry Bird. Larry Bird was my John Elway, and there isn't. I mean, it's number 1, and then it's like a Secretariat gap at the Belmont before you get to the rest of my list. That's how strong Bird is at number 1. So great list, everybody. Thank you for all of your contributions. A lot of great heroes out there for a lot of you. It was fun to read them all on the Ramoslaw.com text line. Will, great job.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you tomorrow at Todd Creek, bright and early. We'll see Stoke and Zach tomorrow. Mark, we'll talk to you at 8 o'clock. Look forward to that. So we will step aside. We'll make way for Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a one-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. You, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does. Before this, did you really know what I was? Comprehend to the track force, why? Cause getting mentions on the tip of the vibe buzz. Rock and
beautiful
roll to the
people.
beat of the
Welcome
funk
to
fuzz.
it. It
Wipe
is
your feet
a
really good
Wednesday
on the rhythm
edition
rub.
of the
If you feel the
program.
urge to freak, do the
Dover and
jitterbug.
Cecil rocking
Come
with
spread
you
your
10 to
arms if you
2.
really need a
That's
hug.
what we do. We appreciate you being a part of the program. Kick it off like we always do. Little tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck out there today? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line so we can give you a shout out on the show. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. And we'll catch up at the end of a few segments on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. So a couple things for you guys to do. Tribe roll call. And, of course, we always want to know who is that Don't Be That Guy, Don't Be That Gal, that didn't hold the door for you or watch the elevator door close on your face as you were running over to it. You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, don't be that gal that makes you stop at Chili's when you're trying to make a road trip to Vegas. You don't have time to stop at Chili's, damn it.
Got miles to drive. That's exactly right.
Exactly.
Yeah. We're going to have some fun today.
Everybody's
Broncos.
fired up in this city, man.
They are.
I saw Craig this morning.
What do you say about JK?
That's the first thing. He's like, oh my God, we got JK. He's excited about Cale McCarr. Like, yeah, Denver sports fans feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, feels good. Feels real good. We do have J.K. Dobbins news. We're diving deep into that today. We also found out this morning that Cale McCarr is going to win another one, a Norris Trophy coming to Colorado with Cale's name on it. And this will be one of two now of several that he's going to win. He actually becomes the 14th player all-time to win multiple Norris Trophies and just the 7th to be named the top defenseman twice within his first 6 NHL seasons. So here's how Cale's career has lined up. Calder Trophy, Norris runner-up, Norris winner, Norris finalist, Norris winner. He is going to be a finalist or a winner of that trophy, I don't know, Cecil, 10 of the next 12 years?
Right.
Probably is what you're looking at for Cale McCarr. So congratulations to him.
Did you see how they interrupted his golf game?
No.
Yeah, so NHL on Twitter had this. A golf outing with friends turned into a surprise party.
That's sick.
To celebrate Cale McCarr's second Norris Trophy.
So he's out on the actual course and they bring out the trophy and everything?
Yeah, they bring out the trophy and everything.
Dude,
so it's
that's awesome.
You're going out there to play golf and all of a sudden, here's another trophy for your case.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Fill that thing up again. Have a great afternoon. That's awesome, man. Congratulations to Cale. Congratulations to the Avalanche for having a guy in Cale McCarr. Now, let's hope he's better in next year's playoffs than he was this one.
How many is he going to get?
I mean...
How many? Only, what is it, Erik Karlsson, 3-time winner, now with the Penguins, has earned more Norris trophies among active defensemen than McCarr. How many is he going to get?
He'll get there. I think what's it?
One
the record
one more and he's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How many when this thing is all said and done?
I mean, dude, has he even reached his prime?
No.
He's a young fella, right?
Yeah.
A young little whippersnapper, that Cale McCarr.
So if 8 is the record, what are we going for? 9, 10, going double digits?
Dude,
like how many times?
26 years old.
How many times is golf outing going to get interrupted for another trophy?
He's not getting to 9 or 10.
You don't think?
He doesn't even get to Bobby Orr.
He doesn't get to 8?
No.
Why?
Voter fatigue.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no way. He should already have. This should already probably be his 3rd.
When did voter fatigue start? Because I feel like
That's
it's kind of a new
thing.
thing because Bobby Orr. Would you ever deny Bobby Orr?
No. But
Never.
See, I feel
Ever.
like hockey is going to be the more responsible voters than the other sports.
They're not going to be the voter fatigue like we see in the NBA. We can't have Nikola Jokic 5 times in a row, even though he deserves it.
I think hockey is the one sport that actually caters to the purest of their fans.
But there's so many good young defense. You got like Quinn Hughes, Zach Werenski, Josh Morrissey, guys like that are going to get votes. And like Adam Fox already won one. He probably shouldn't have. It should have been Cale's,
Quinn Hughes is real good.
Quinn Hughes is great, and all these guys are great. That's the problem. It's like they're just going to rotate it year in, year out. Like Cale would probably have to produce like 90-point seasons every year in order to win the Norris. And that's going to be hard to do. Like, what, he had 93 points this year? Mm-hmm. That's an incredible feat. But to get to that, he's going to have to probably do it every year. And that's almost impossible.
Over under 4.5 then.
I had the number at 4.
So right under that.
I think he gets 4.
Okay, so if he's going to get 4, does he ever get an MVP? We had danced a little bit around that conversation of like Nate or Kale as actual MVP.
He'd have to certainly get over 100.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He would probably need like 105, 110 points to be in
That's a
consideration.
crazy season for a defenseman.
Well, I always ask the question, have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of Cale Makar? My answer is no. No.
I agree.
I don't think he's peaked. Now, is he close to the, maximum potential? Yeah. 90-plus seasons it's a feat. So can he be better? Could he ever get that 100-point season? I'm not saying no.
Kev?
Oh, I agree. I think, I'm with Cecil. I think he could get to 100 points. I was just a little mad at Drew because it sounds like Drew hates Cale Makar now.
You're the one that wanted to be traded here. Like, he had a bad postseason.
No.
I thought that was on the text chain. Didn't Kev say that?
Hey, just because it's on the text, it's on the text chain, he gets outed in public. It's fine.
Okay, all right. Not everything, though, right?
That's one of those you got to read correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have those text threads between friends that are like, man, I hope
get you fired.
Hope no one ever goes rogue on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all have those text threads. We can't be the only ones, right?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Everybody. Even the ladies have that.
Heck yeah.
Yeah,
Theirs
ladies
are probably worse than ours.
They have dirtier minds than we do.
No doubt about
Like, we're
that.
pigs, we're disgusting, we're men. Women, worse.
Yeah. Have you met Kevin?
Hey.
So congratulations to Cale, man. Fired up for Cale Makar. There's another question to throw at you guys. Tell us, over under 4.5 Norris trophies for the entire career of Cale Makar. What would you go? Drew's right under. I'm probably going to go right over, Drew. I think it's at 5. I don't think it gets more than 5, but I mean, we're talking about he's already got 2. Let's assume he's going to play 10 more years. Does he get 3 more in 10 years? I think that's certainly doable.
Well, here's the question I'll ask. How long is Devon Taves going to be with him? Because if he's with them for another 10 years, his chances to go over 4.5 are pretty darn good. Because you got to have a great partner to go along with you.
Yeah.
And Devon Taves is a great defensive partner.
I don't know if that goes for 10 years.
I don't think so either. Because I think Taves has got to be, 31?
Yeah, he's a little bit older for sure.
So maybe 5 more years. Can he get 3 more in the next 5 years maybe to get over that 4.5? It's possible.
Yeah. That's a great point about the Taser because he's a stud.
Yeah.
That might be the best defensive pairing in all of the
It's
NHL.
a great 1-2 combination, and I'm thinking if it's 3 in the next 5 years, can those also accompany Stanley Cups?
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done with this team getting bounced in the first or second round. Like, no. It's time to advance. It's time to get more cups. It's time to be greedy.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get your wish next year.
Yeah. There we go.
We're going to be having a parade about this time next year. Don't worry. It's all
I
good.
like that.
I'm awesome at 2 things, weddings and parades. And I'm the same guy at both. I hope I get to show you guys.
So what do you wear at the Avs parade? Because the sweater would be too hot. I mean, it's hot right now. Driving in no top on my Jeep.
Like, what am I wearing personally?
Yeah.
Well, as long as you guys are cool with it, no shirt, no socks, no shoes, and some tiny shorts.
Tiny shorts?
Let's all do that.
Tiny.
Tiny.
Like Daisy Duke short?
Yep.
Banana hammock. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's
with
right.
the Avs logo on it.
Listen, Kevin and I are both 6'4". You don't want us in tiny shorts. All right? Come on.
All right, let's do a little tribe check-in here. Jay from Topeka, out in Kansas, listening to us, head of security at Topeka Metro Transit Authority. So we appreciate that. Yeah, just tune in here. Tribe check-in from Matt up in Westminster. He's driving a concrete truck. Just have to throw this in. Don't be that guy that wears matching pink sweats with his girlfriend at the gym.
Whoa.
Just saying. He
Okay.
says. Now, what if it's like a matching red sweatsuit? Can you wear that as somebody that might do that with his lady?
Unless it's like Halloween. And I know you guys have already disagreed with me on this, but like matching with the lady, like, no.
What about like airport? We can't wear the same sweatsuit to the airport?
No. Why in the hell would you wear a sweatsuit to the airport?
You want to be comfy. It's cold on the airplane.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to wear a sweatsuit to the airport? That's the best
Well,
place to do it.
I dress comfortable for the airport.
As
I'm not trying to
the senior person on this panel, I would say I remember when you used to dress up to go to the airport. Now everyone's carrying their mangy dog that's not a service dog and their ostrich and wearing sweatpants like Drew. Like,
get off my lawn. Wait, when was the last time you saw an ostrich at the airport?
I can't remember.
Exactly, because it didn't happen.
Did you guys see that guy try to take a giraffe on the plane?
How did he have a
Wait,
giraffe?
wait,
It was a
is this
baby
real?
giraffe. He was like taking it through the tunnel to get onto the plane.
And it was his service animal?
It might have been, and he even had like a neck pillow too on the giraffe.
Was that real?
No way.
Did you
It's
just
AI.
I'll find
You
it.
got
I'll find
Kevin
it.
got spoofed.
No,
yeah, no
You
doubt.
got catfished by a giraffe.
Where would one buy a giraffe?
Giraffeonly.com.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Kev.
Where is there? Can I buy a giraffe?
I don't know. Maybe. You want me to Google it?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
There's 4 of us. We could share a giraffe this summer.
Exotic pet guy, cool or no?
Oh, weird as hell. Not cool.
Okay. Tribe, chime in, 303-713-1043. Exotic pet guy. Like Biggie had a tarantula. That's not cool for you, right?
Definitely not with the tarantula.
Okay.
I get why some people like it. I think it's really weird and creepy, honestly. All right, keep your texts coming in. Tribe roll call. Our buddy Farmer Josh is getting ready to start wheat harvest. He's checking in.
Oh, you make a bunch of money during harvest.
Says, great to hear your voices again. It's great to hear from you, Farmer Josh. We appreciate that. All right, we are off and rolling. It is going to be a big day talking about the Broncos. Now with Kale, we'll continue that conversation as well. We'll get into a little J.K. Dobbins contract conversation. Let's talk about the money he got and the incentives that are out there coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks, and catch every second of the final series in professional basketball. Who will take the championship trophy? Step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. They have light yet hearty combos put together for you starting at just $7.99, featuring savory soups, crisp salads, and a variety of sandwiches to satisfy your every craving. Enjoy your next lunch break with Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Affordable? Yeah, we got that. Stylish? Got that covered too. Quality? You can bet on it. At Furniture Row, we stock furniture that's value priced, built to last, and looks fabulous. And during summer savings, every sofa, sectional, dining group, and bed is on sale. Check out the Summit for only $299.99. And just in time for Father's Day, buy one recliner at full price, get the second one 50% off. Or score 48 months, no interest. Summer savings on now at Furniture Row.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
By the way, dude, the RamosLaw.com text line
Yeah.
is all over exotic animal guy.
Okay.
First text, exotic animal guy, straight creepy. They'll have you in the well in the basement rubbing lotion on the skin.
Put the lotion in the basket.
That's a good one. Snake guy is super weird. No, I don't want to hold your stupid python.
Wait, is he talking about a snake?
Maybe.
Okay.
But one person, JT in Denver, wild is cool. Exotic is weird. All right. So
What's the difference?
Wild is cool, but is that like a wild animal that's
Wild.
out there?
Ah.
I don't know what the difference is. What is exotic?
I have no idea. Well, I thought wild and exotic were the same thing.
JT, you're going to have to give us a breakdown on that one.
Wouldn't wild be like a pet bear? Like you have a pet bear?
That would be wild.
Yeah, it'd be wild. Right?
Yeah.
Like what's exotic? Like a pet alligator?
Yeah, or
Pet-
snakes or something
Pet
like
python,
that.
yeah.
Mhm.
Scorpions, something like
Oh,
that.
Scorpions?
Yeah.
Who has pet scorpions?
I think people in Arizona do.
Really?
Yeah.
No, they just have scorpions.
Well, yeah,
Just
but then
in
they
their
collect
house.
them, and it's like you collect them up and you put them in a cage in your house. I don't
Okay,
know.
there
I don't
you
know
go.
why you would do it, but you could do it.
Collect them all.
Yeah, I guess so.
I
Yeah.
did find the price of a giraffe.
Oh, really? What are we looking at?
$40,000 to $80,000.
Honestly, more affordable than I thought it was going to be.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you want a giraffe or a Lambo?
I mean, that's $10K from each of us, and we're proud owners of giraffes.
There's one where we could call somebody and they could you
Deliver
could
it?
ask for pricing.
Really?
Yeah.
That might be a fun bit
That
on the
might be
show.
a radio bit. Hey, we're thinking about buying a giraffe.
Yeah, well, you deliver it here in Colorado. How much lettuce do we need? All right, good stuff. Let's have a J.K. Dobbins conversation. Cease, it's done. It's actually happening. We got to break the news yesterday right here on the show. They added J.K. on a one-year deal. It's a guarantee of just north of $2 million, $2.065 million, has another $680,000 in game roster bonuses. JK's going to earn $40,000 for every game that he is on the roster. So that's them protecting themselves a little bit with his injury history.
Right.
He also has another $2.5 million incentive package based on rushing yards and total yards from scrimmage. Got this from our buddy Mike Kliss's article about J.K. Dobbins, and we'll check in with Mike tomorrow. But that's what the deal looks like. Just north of $2 million guaranteed. He's going to make $40,000 for every game that he's on the roster, and I don't know what the numbers are or the markers are as far as rushing yards and total yards from scrimmage, but there's another $2.5 million attached to that as well.
Okay, and I like the structure of this deal because, we ask after the Nick Chubb contract with his incentives, did the Broncos overpay? No. It's the damn same deal, pretty much, So you get 2.7 in a deal, you get 2.5 in incentives. Call it good. Don't make me do math. And it's the Broncos paying the appropriate price for a potential starter. Mason and I actually had a conversation on Orange and Blue Today yesterday. You can watch us on YouTube. You're watching right now. Hi, YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
And he thinks Harvey is the starter, and I don't.
Really?
I think Dobbins is the starter. I think you add J.K. Dobbins because he's your lead back and Harvey can be your pass-catching back, and they're both co-starters, all right, if we're going to get technical here. But you have a 1A and a 1B. I think Dobbins is your 1A. I think Harvey is your 1B, and it comes down to one reason for me, one reason alone, pass protection. I know J.K. Dobbins can pass protect. I do not know if R.J. Harvey can, and based on what I saw from him at the Senior Bowl, the answer right now is no. The answer right now is it needs some work. It'll take some time, and I'm fine with that. R.J. Harvey's still going to be a stud. R.J. Harvey can still take over next year when Dobbins isn't here, but for right now, Dobbins isn't an insurance policy. This isn't Nick Chubb in Houston, where hey, just, be there in case Joe Mixon gets banged up. This is a guy that can step in, get the most carries on this team. And I think if you look back to Mark Ingram and his numbers, when Alvin Kamara had 201 touches, Mark Ingram, top of my head, had like 240.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was a backfield that they gave Kamara a lot of looks as a receiver, 81 catches. I'm thinking 50-plus catches for R.J. Harvey. I'm thinking 40 catches for J.K. Dobbins.
Damn.
But he's their lead back. And maybe the Tribe disagrees with me. Maybe the Tribe thinks Harvey's going to be the guy. You can always text us at 303-713-1043 because I want to know. I was a little surprised Mason and I had that back and forth because he believes Harvey's going to be the lead back, and I believe Dobbins is.
See, I would lean with you to start the season. And I think it's something that's going to be open and different on matchups and opponents and things that Sean's going to try to do with an offensive game plan. But I would imagine like the first 4 or 5 weeks, it's definitely J.K. Dobbins. I don't see it any other way of it being J.K. Dobbins with a lot of R.J. Harvey, but J.K. is looked at as your starter while R.J. figures out and, gets his NFL legs a little bit.
Yeah.
That's a lot to put on a kid's plate. Week 1. I know it's Tennessee, and everybody feels pretty good about that.
Right.
There's still some NFL players on that other side.
And this isn't it is kind of a slam, whatever. This ain't the Big 12.
Yeah.
Sorry, they
Exactly,
play defense
dude.
in the NFL, and things are going to be different. And if I see Harvey out there, we ask, where are the weaknesses? We ask that defensively. We'll ask it offensively. Where are the weaknesses? If I see Harvey on the field and it's week 3, or hey, it's Vic Fangio every day. It's Vic Fangio in the Eagles game. I'm sending the house at R.J. Harvey. If I see him on the field to say, hey, if he doesn't get the ball and he's got to get in somebody's way, we're going to get to Bo Nix. So, that's just what you do with the rookie. It doesn't say anything about R.J. Harvey.
Agreed.
It just says something of like, where are you going to attack this team when Devon Vele and Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram and Pat Bryant and Marvin Mims and all these weapons, they're going to be on the attack for you. How do you attack back? You try to get pressure as much as you can on Bo Nix. That means attacking a rookie in pass protection.
And by the way, I'm going to scream it again all year this year, I guess. How about a set with 2 running backs in the backfield at the same time? That would be pretty cool to see.
Right.
Maybe you keep the defense guessing. One goes out in motion. You got a linebacker matchup. Well, that's where Bo's going to throw the football.
Yeah.
You keep one for pass protection so that Bo has the extra time to throw said football.
Yeah.
I would love to see that. I wanted that last year with Jaleel and Javonte as a little thunder lightning sort of situation and never got it.
Well, I know the play that's going to come back for J.K. Dobbins. I was watching cut-ups last night, and the great thing with Exos is that you can pick down and distance. You can pick a certain player to see every play.
Oh, really?
I watched almost every carry of J.K. Dobbins from last year.
Nice, dude.
Thanks to Exos. Shout out. And the counter is coming. If Sean Payton watched J.K. Dobbins, and I'm sure obviously he did, he's going to bring a lot of counter. There's a lot of counter, meaning you start one way, and the design of the play is to cut back against the grain. This isn't some sort of, where it's a zone blocking, you get a choice, bend, bang, or bounce. No, this is a distinct take one step to the right, then take the handoff and cut to the left. That's coming with Dobbins. Such sweet feet. Dobbins. Sweet feet, because there's a play against the Saints, and I'm sure it's in a highlight package somewhere, where they think he's tackled. The defensive line runs into him, and Dobbins still keeps his feet. And not like one of those touch the ground type of thing. No, he's just that low and compact that they thought they had him down. His feet are still going, and he takes off and picks up another 9 yards.
You know what J.K. Dobbins is going to be for the Denver Broncos? Everything Jaleel McLaughlin couldn't. That's who J.K. Dobbins is going to be. Probably not the top-end speed that a guy like Jaleel has, but that balance, everything you're talking about, the quick feet, we talked about that a lot last year.
Yep.
All those things that we were like, man, I wish Jaleel could do that. J.K. can. Now stay healthy and do that for the majority of the season, and the Denver Broncos are going to be sitting very, very pretty.
Well, I think yesterday's signing of J.K. Dobbins, and we can get into this further, I think it's good news for Jaleel McLaughlin. And it's obviously terrible news for Audric Estime.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Jaleel now, you get that Sharpie out, I think you could put Jaleel McLaughlin on this roster in Sharpie because Dobbins is there.
Really?
Yeah, without Dobbins, I couldn't answer that.
We're going to dive deeper into that a little later on in the show because that's interesting to me. I'm still not there with the Sharpie on Jaleel McLaughlin. I want to remind you guys, we have Post Malone Jelly Roll tickets. That thing's coming up on Sunday. That's Father's Day at Empower Field at Mile High. We have tickets the rest of the week. You have to be tuned in, listening, because anytime you hear one of their songs, you got to race to the hotline at 303-713-1043. It could come at any time, so you got to keep it locked right here if you want to get to Empower Field this Sunday on us to see Post Malone and Jelly Roll. All right, it is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. We're going to continue this Broncos conversation, catch up on the text line with some of your Don't Be That Guy texts. Sean Payton addressed the media yesterday, talked about this Broncos offense and specifically how Bo Nix looked in the red zone. What'd he say about his QB? Let's find out next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at denversports.com.
At Intermountain Health, we believe life is a circle. May yours surround you with insight, a healthy perspective, trust, and reassurance. The belief that our differences aren't that different, and compassion just when you need it most. Life is a circle. May yours help you live the healthiest life possible. Intermountain Health.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 23 best lawyers in America, 14 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're off and rolling on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. And before we talk a little bit about Bo Nix and the Red Zone, Kevin's got some numbers from the Red Zone to share with us. Will in Westminster crushing it right here on a Don't Be That Guy. This is a good text. This is an early Tribe text of the day right here.
Whoa.
Says, Tribe leaders, don't be that guy that leaves your trash cans out on the sidewalk all week and never puts them away. And then you just bring your trash bag out to the trash can.
Wait a second, what? There's people that do that?
I don't know that, Will, but that's crazy to me.
Okay, yeah, that's unsanitary, crazy. You're going to have people putting their dog poop in there?
No doubt. If you leave your barrels out all week, I'm going to seek your barrel out to put my dog poop in it. That's disrespectful.
Well, obviously, whoever is doing this doesn't live in Roxborough because the bears will get into your trash.
Yeah.
So you can't even leave your cans like behind your fence, but outside because the bears will get in that. So
And isn't anybody worried about, this is just my friends in North Glen, kids running over your trash cans with their car, right? Did you guys do that? Or I never did, of course. But.
No, we played tag with cars, but we never ran into trash cans.
You know, you could just tip a trash can over very easily with your car, and then it was hilarious, and you drive off.
Oh, okay. No. Out at Grover, we had metal barrels that we lit on fire. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Will, though. You don't want to be that guy or that gal. Is this too far? Is that worth a knock on the front door? Like, excuse me, ma'am or sir, why do you keep your trash out there the entire week? I'd really like it if you didn't do that, please. Or is that too far?
No, I don't think anything like that's too far.
Okay. Yeah, it's not like you're yelling at them. You handle it that way. Will, let us know if you need us to come over. We can take care of that for you. Or we'll head up to Westminster.
That's a bit for the show.
And handle the business. Yeah. Kevin's there filming.
We will handle your uncomfortable conversations. You want to break up with somebody? You want to call in at work?
Oh, dude.
Let us do it for you.
I'd love to dump somebody for someone. That would be awesome.
He's just not that into you.
Yeah. Sorry, you got any friends? Stuff like that.
All I know is he said never date anyone that doesn't respect his wife. So you're out. You're out.
Oh, yeah. All right. Keep them coming. 303-713-1043. Nice work, Will. That's a good don't be that guy. Bo Nix in the red zone. What is that going to look like in year number 2? Well, they've been working on it throughout OTAs and then continued that work yesterday. Here's what Sean said about Bo.
He was outstanding. And significance of the running game across the 15, you can't understate. And so all of that, we look at in the offseason, self-scout. What do we want to add? What do we want to remove? What can we do better? And so I think his performance in that area will improve as we do as a unit.
So as a unit, just personnel-wise, think about how much it's gotten better. Last year, who was Bo going to throw to in the red zone?
Right.
Cortland Sutton, right? 14
Right. That
is
was
who
it.
he's going to throw to. Now you have 14, J.K. Dobbins. Let's see what R.J. Harvey turns into. I'm going to hesitate on putting him at the top of the list right now until I get my own eyeballs on the dude. But Cortland Sutton, J.K. Dobbins, you now have a tight end in Evan Ingram. I don't have much pushback of what you said yesterday. Nate Atkins can be turned into a red zone type of tight end target just because of the big frame and the big body there. Bo's going to improve in the red zone simply because of personnel. And then add on to the fact of him having the same coach, the same play caller, understanding the offense, what Sean wants to do in the red zone a little bit more. It's a no-brainer that he's going to be better in the red zone, just how much better.
Yeah, and how much efficiency can Bo Nix have this season like he did last year?
Oh, he was phenomenal in the red zone. I looked up his numbers compared to Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and even Jaden Daniels. He had
I
a
was
better
waiting for that one.
Yeah, I had to throw that one in there. He had a better completion percentage in the red zone than Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, and Joe Burrow. He had more touchdowns in the red zone passing wise than Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, and he tied with Mahomes. Joe Burrow had 30. Bo only had 22. Bo only took 3 sacks in the red zone. Everyone else took way more. And that's kind of like, well, at least he's not coming out of that red zone area. He's staying in that field goal range and stuff like that. But, I mean, he's up there with the best of the best in red zone stats.
Yeah, and I think a quarterback is measured on 3 things, basically. Third down, how are you efficient on third down? Red zone, what's your efficiency like in the red zone? And how many times are you having a sack? How many times you getting sacked? A sack is a quarterback stat. It's not, the offensive line sucks. No, that's a quarterback stat, Russell Wilson. So if we look at Bo in terms of sacks, third down, and red zone, top of the top.
And his passer rating was better than all of them.
Wow. And that's with no weapons.
Yeah.
That's
with
no
Cortland
weapons.
Sutton. All you had to do was triple team Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. I mean, hell, they had so little weapons in the red zone last year, they had to throw Bo a ball in the red zone. That's how little options they had
You're not lying.
as scoring touchdowns in the red zone. So those numbers are great, Kevin. That should make all Broncos fans feel a little bit better about what Bo is going to turn into. We just mentioned his name, Evan Ingram. He's certainly going to be a part of those red zone threats that we talked about. And Sean Payton talked about Ingram adapting and learning on the fly, of course, that joker role.
He's doing well. He's smart. He's really works at it. I would say the one thing that's hard to grade on film are how good someone's football instincts are, and I think he's showing us each day that he's got a real good savvy for the game.
That word's been thrown around a couple times now.
Yeah.
Instincts, football instincts.
Yep.
Sean's thrown it at us a couple times. You, me, and Mace were at the UC Healthy Swings event with Cortland Sutton. Alex Singleton came out. He used that term a couple different times. That's clearly something coming from Sean, and the players are starting to understand.
Yeah, the players see it as well from Bo, so you want to continue to see more, and you would expect those efficiency numbers. Those are numbers that grow as a pro. Those aren't numbers that, as a rookie, you're able to do that, and that's not a rookie with a zillion weapons. That's a rookie with one guy. So we're expecting those numbers to continue for Bo and to grow and to have those touchdowns approach that 30 level with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's got weapons upon weapons. I'm not saying that, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins are here, but Sutton, Ingram, Vele, Mims, Bryant, Harvey, now Dobbins. Yeah. Looks pretty good.
Those 2 names that you mentioned in Cincinnati are higher on the list, but Joe doesn't have what you hope Bo has as far as the amount of options to throw the football to, which we've talked about a ton. How do you game plan against the Denver Broncos if these players hit? That's the biggest part, and no one's going to know until October.
Right.
But if those players hit, how do you stop the Denver Broncos offense?
Yeah.
Who do you focus on?
What do? You just kind of curl up in the fetal position if you're facing the Broncos offense.
Please don't be me. Please don't be me.
Right. And I think that, this season with that defense, it's a catch-22 for an opponent, and for you, it's just this self-fulfilling prophecy of defense balls out, get you the ball back, offense balls out, scores points, opponent has to go one-dimensional, defense balls out, get you the ball back. I mean, I'm not saying 35 a game, but, 24, 25, 26 points a game.
Okay.
As an average, you could see that.
Yeah, I've been around for the 16-point game, so I'm into that. I remember they couldn't get out of 16 points a game.
I know, they couldn't score 17 points a game.
So anything that starts with a 2, I'm excited about. Definitely excited about. A couple of texts. Our boy Mikey in Arvada, and he wouldn't lie to us on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Never.
Would you, Mikey? Says, you can legally own a camel as a pet in Colorado. And then he writes, can't tell me that wouldn't be a cool exotic pet. Don't camels spit all over the place? I don't know that would be that cool. Unless he's wearing a leather jacket like Joe Camel, and then that's not cool anymore either. That's about the only
Was
cool
it ever
camel.
cool?
I mean, for a minute, he was cool. A camel with a leather jacket on?
Smoking a heater?
That was cool in the 90s, dude.
I was there in the 90s. I was selling camels at 7-Eleven, and I was like, how about my Spider-Man watch? I almost got fired from 7-Eleven because I was calling a 900 number, And so my boss, even my district manager, had to come in and they had to sit me down because they thought I was calling like a sex line.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I've never done in my life.
Sure.
I'm a scoundrel, but I've never done that. So my district manager and my boss called the number. It was a Spider-Man trivia hotline.
Oh my God.
Because I was winning like Spider-Man watches, little plastic pieces of crap.
Yeah.
And so they set me down. They're like, "Hey, you're on the graveyard shift. You're not real busy, huh?" And I was like, "Why?" And they're like, "You're calling these 900 numbers from work." And so it was like $5.99 a minute or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're like, "We were going to fire you, but then we just laughed because we thought it was pathetic." It was a Spider-Man trivia line.
We're going to fire you for being a creepy little dude, and now you're just kind of a nerdy little dude.
Yeah, that's
and I mean that with all due respect.
That's when my boss told me I can't put stud on my time card anymore.
That's an outstanding story. Somebody says, don't be that guy that hits garbage cans with their car. That's Victor in Seattle. I told you, Victor was my friends doing it. I wasn't driving. I was just sitting in the car. How am I supposed to control what Aaron does with his GMC Jimmy? You know?
Okay.
And he broke his mirror, so he got what he deserved.
Yeah, take that and messing around with Aaron's Jimmy.
Jack said that he will intentionally leave dog poop in people's left out trash cans, and that's a lazy tax, as Jack calls it. And I like that.
Lazy tax.
A lazy tax. You
I
got to
like
pay
that as well.
That's a nice phrase right there, Jack.
Okay.
All right. Where are we at here? Let's go inside the internet. First hour flying by, man. We are off and rolling on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. Andrew Mason talked about one specific running back that could be in trouble with J.K. Dobbins coming to Denver. We'll tell you who that is when we go inside the internet next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner. Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Affordable? Yeah, we got that. Stylish? Got that covered too. Quality? You can bet on it. At Furniture Row, we stock furniture that's value priced, built to last, and looks fabulous. And during summer savings, every sofa, sectional, dining group, and bed is on sale. Check out the Summit for only $299.99. And just in time for Father's Day, buy one recliner at full price, get the second one 50% off. Or score 48 months no interest. Summer savings on now at Furniture Row.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, what's happening inside the Internet that has caught our attention? Couple stories to get to and start at denversports.com, where our buddy Andrew Mason wrote about the running back room, conversations that we've had, but Andrew weighed in on it. And his headline reads, Audric Estime could feel the pinch with J.K. Dobbins coming aboard. And the conversation, in written form here, is what Cecil and I have been talking about. Who's going to be this odd man out? Who's going to possibly lose your roster spot? Certainly lose touches if you do make the roster. And Cecil, you and I have talked about either Jaleel McLaughlin or Audric Estime as the two there. Well, Andrew Mason thinks that is going to be Audric Estime. He does quote and cite a quote from Sean Payton of, hey, we want more of these guys to grow, but they need more opportunity to do that. Well, again, actions or words? What are you going to believe? Because his actions tell us they don't like what they're seeing with some of those opportunities, which is why they went and signed J.K. Dobbins. So I would assume, because you think Jaleel McLaughlin's on this roster in Sharpie, that you agree. It's Estime feeling the pinch,
yeah,
as Mace put it.
It's completely Estime feeling the pinch because J.K. Dobbins is there to replace him. And once again, you saw Audric Estime taking handoffs from Sam Ehlinger yesterday.
Wow.
It's not nothing, but it's not everything either. Like, what does it mean? Sean rotates through. Well, I'll tell you this. R.J. Harvey wasn't taking handoffs from Sam Ehlinger. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. When the quarterback that's not going to make the team and can't really play is giving you the ball, that's not great. When this team went in the draft, they drafted one back, not two. They drafted a compact back, not a power back. You're the only power back. And then now they go out and sign a back with some power. I wouldn't describe J.K. Dobbins as a power back, but he certainly has power to his game. He's certainly tough to bring down because of those feet, because of that leg drive. And we always talk about R.J. Harvey's quads. J.K. Dobbins, he's a pretty good size there as well in terms of breaking tackles, pushing through piles. That's what he can do. That's what Estime was supposed to do. So I'm just saying, watch their actions, not what they say. You can say, Sean Payton said it a couple weeks ago, hey, Audric Estime is going to get the opportunities. That might have already happened.
And that's why they signed J.K. Dobbins. All right, so we both have J.K. and R.J. on the roster. Everybody should have that. That's certainly written in Sharpie. You could tattoo that thing on there. And then you said Jaleel's there too.
I think Jaleel's in Sharpie.
So how many running backs, and we don't have to bring up the Burton stuff. He's outside of it, but he's a part of the room, I guess.
Yeah.
How many running backs are the Broncos going to keep?
Well, think of the crunch that you're going to have at edge. Q Robinson continues to make plays. Like nonstop, continues to make plays. So you have to maybe carry 5 or even 6. Johnny Walker, we don't talk a lot about Johnny Walker, but the undrafted kid they got, the Shrine Bowl standout, he's been making plays as an edge. You can't sneak these guys through the practice squad. Johnny Walker was their most expensive UDFA because they knew they had to kind of pay a lot to get him because of how coveted he was around the league. So if you're keeping 5 or even 6 edge guys, your offensive line, you're going to have a numbers crunch. You've got room for 3 backs. Those are your 3 backs.
So
like it or
Estime,
not.
Blake Watson,
Practice
Tyler
squad.
Bidet.
Tyler Bidet, practice squad. Audric Estime, cut. Blake Watson, cut. Bidet, practice squad. That's it.
Okay.
And that's a cold business, man, but that's the way it goes. We can be excited about these guys. Blake Watson isn't on the field. All right? And that happened to him last year during the offseason as well. That's why he was behind in training camp.
You're right.
I love the kid. I think the kid could be a starter in this league, and that sounds crazy, but just trust me. If he's not out there on the field, bye. That's how this league works. And Audric Estime is a 5th-round pick. Nobody needs to be in their feelings about, I wish they would have given an Estime a chance. He had his chance. And as Martin Lawrence said, somebody else got your time.
All right, yeah, if they're going to keep 3, I mean, I'm a little hesitant to give that last slot to a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin, but we're going to see what that looks like. That will be one of the battles, one of the very few battles that we'll be keeping our eye on when we get out to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, in about 6 weeks from right now.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
All right, so we've made a request. Kevin sent the email, and Dick never responded. Dick from the iPad, about interviewing Dick Monfort. The Denver 7 also made the same request, Cecil, and were denied an interview with one Dick Monfort. I saw the Rockies last night, actually flipped it on for a couple of minutes. I was just doing stuff around the house, and they were winning. I'm like, oh, wow, the Rockies are going to win a game. So then I flipped away from it, and we were watching the news, I think, to end the night, and get the notification that the Rockies blew it in the 9th inning, giving up 4 runs to the Giants to hand their 4th straight loss after being swept by the Mets there. So they didn't get their interview. We didn't get our interview.
Yeah.
The team outlet has not put any sort of quote comment from Dick Monfort since this season has started.
Yeah.
Bill Schmidt's come up a couple times and said nonsense.
Nothing.
And then made himself look foolish because the team goes against what he said literally 12 hours later.
Right.
So we haven't heard anything from anybody outside of Bill Schmidt. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't really need to hear from Bill Schmidt anymore. When will Dick talk? Why hasn't Dick talked?
He's hiding. I mean, isn't that what he's doing?
Sure feels like it.
I mean, he's hiding. He's avoiding the spotlight. So Denver 7 got an email back to be declined.
Yeah.
And we did not. Kev, we didn't even get like a no
Did you hear
thanks.
anything back?
I never got anything back, and I sent 2 separate emails from 2 different addresses.
Separate accounts?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the least they could do is say no. It doesn't have to be Dick.
Yeah.
Right?
Should I email him again?
Yeah,
you might just say, hey, circling back here. Be super polite, obviously.
Do you know who I am?
Have you heard of Bo Nix?
I've had a problem with Rockies PR not replying to emails in the past. Maybe this is something that, maybe it's a me problem.
Be careful on those replies. But yes, it's always worth a circle back. Hey, just don't know if you saw this or got caught up in your inbox, really want to talk to you. Because right now, Dick Monfort's straight up hiding.
Yeah. You know what else I learned last night? Because Jake Bird's getting some love from the few Rockies fans that are still watching, and as he should be. Rockies Club Info tweeted this out. With 3 straight strikeouts in his last outing, then 5 straight tonight, pitcher Jake Bird tied the Rockies franchise record with 8 consecutive strikeouts by a reliever, ties Justin Miller. He did it back in 2015. German Marquez actually holds the franchise overall record with 9. So the next time Jake Bird steps on the mound for the Rockies, if he gets 1, he ties Marquez. If he gets 2, he sets an all-time record. I hope he does that, and then I hope he gets traded. Jake Bird's too good for you, Dick Monfort. You don't deserve Jake Bird on this roster. There aren't that many Rockies I feel that way about. In fact, this might be the only one right now. But I hope Jake Bird gets what he deserves as a hardworking big league pitcher, and that is to be on a hardworking big league club that isn't the Colorado Rockies. Trade him. Request the trade. Protest for it, Jake Bird. You're too good for this team.
Yeah, that would be appropriate based on the talent level, I'm using air quotes, that this team has. Just keep riding, just keep believing, though, right?
Yeah. You guys want to go to a game soon? It's really nice at night.
I kind of want to go.
Yeah, we're going to make
We should ask Stoke.
Oh, yeah, right. We'd literally have to kidnap him.
Where do you want to go? We could.
Yeah, we could.
He would be so mad if we pulled up in the van and we told Lana, like, we're having back by dinner.
Yeah.
And we just took him to, like, even an afternoon Rockies game.
Stoke's still pretty well in shape and, takes care of his body. The first guy running up, Kevin, is definitely getting hit.
Oh, I'm getting socked right in the face.
Yeah, but Stokey doesn't have the reach.
That's true.
You
I
have
don't have
length.
the reach up here.
Yeah. He doesn't have the reach to get you. You're too tall.
He's jumping up to try to uppercut Kevin.
And
Looks
then
like
you just
Mario.
pick him up. Yeah. You pick him up and grab him, put him in the baby Bjorn thing.
And then you grab his legs, we throw him in the van.
We could probably make it work.
Yeah.
I mean, we could kidnap Drew. We can certainly kidnap Stoke.
Exactly. Stoke, we're taking you downtown.
Yes.
Oh, he'd hate that.
That's going to be, he'd hate us forever. Hey, you want to hang out with Stoke? You can do it. Him, Philip Lindsay, coaches from Denver South High School. They're all going to be taking part in our second annual Denver Sports Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. Only got a few spots left. The deadline to sign up is this Friday, so get there and sign up today at denversports.com/camp. Looking to help some kids out between the ages of 8 and 14 that want to learn a little bit more about football or just refine skills before football season starts. Again, it's June 21st. It's at All City Stadium at Denver South High School. Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, and coaches from Denver South will all be there. Best part about it, the proceeds from the camp will benefit Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Colorado. All right, hour one done. Hour two, quarter two, coming at you, and we're going back to the Broncos. Sean Payton said something very interesting to me yesterday about Nick Bonito's snap count. Is that something we need to worry about moving forward? Let's have that conversation next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
5-alarm brouhaha.
Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. The 129th Frontier Nights lineup celebration is locked and loaded. Starting with Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt. Jordan Davis with Brett Young, Bailey Zimmerman and Josh Ross, Go VIP with a Frontier Nights Fast Pass from the Party Zone. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDRodeo.com. Don't miss the hottest nights in July, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
National Donut Day began on the World War I front lines when the Salvation Army served free, fresh donuts to soldiers. This June, we've teamed up with Lamar's Donuts, and a portion of donuts sold support the Salvation Army Veterans programs. So grab a donut, honor our legacy of care, and give back to those who served. Find a Lamar's location near you and learn more at lamarsdonutday.org. The Salvation Army, doing the most good.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can.
Can I kick it?
It's a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday, and we love that you're kicking it with us. Got folks hitting us up with their Don't Be That Guys on the RamosLaw.com text line. Always love seeing those.
Nice.
We got a guy that's, I feel personally attacked. I think I've been called out.
Uh-oh.
We're going to get to that in a second, but we were talking about us, ending dates with you, calling your boss to get you out of work and all that stuff.
Yeah, we could do that.
We got a text from Petro in the Highlands. He says, Tribe leaders, I got an uncomfortable conversation. I need y'all to take care of it for me.
We can do that.
I need to tell this lady that I'm no longer interested after meeting her. Nothing has gone well so far. Started with her using pictures from 6 years ago, dry conversations, and a couple of canceled dates. I just want out. Petro in the Highlands.
Yeah, Petro.
We can certainly help.
Can I help on this one?
Yeah, Kevin, what would you do?
You ghost her. They do it to us for no reason. You do it back.
Wow, Kevin, a little therapy.
Ghost.
I like that,
Just
Kevin.
block the number. Don't even think about it.
Little therapy session there for Kevin.
Yeah.
Ghosted!
Here's what I would say.
I didn't say it.
Okay. I would say kind of what Kevin's saying, like, especially if you're going around on these apps and you're talking to multiple people at the same time, and guess what? They are too. You don't owe them anything. Petro, you owe this lady absolutely nothing. You either ghost her, you straight up text her like, hey, I'm out, see you later, Or you have me text that, which I certainly can do.
Yeah, we would totally do that.
You don't owe her an explanation, a reason, nothing. If you ain't feeling it, get out.
Yeah.
That's it.
So,
life's too short to care about other people's feelings.
Right.
And she used pictures from 6 years ago?
Yeah, that's her fault.
What's worse, the using pictures from 6 years ago or the filters that make you look like you're
Someone
25
else.
and you're not?
I think it's a combination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if she used pictures from 6 years ago, you're out.
Yeah.
You have to just ghost her.
I mean, she doesn't even like the person she is now.
No. That means,
Right?
you know what that means.
I know what that means.
Yeah, she's
It's different now.
pushing 2 bills.
I got one of my buddies who's posting like everything. He's airing out all the laundry. He's going through a rough time with his
Okay.
lady. And he goes, yeah, I saw her Tinder profile. She's a total liar because there's no way she's fun to be around.
See, that's the good drama that's on Facebook right now.
I was like, he's airing everything. Like everything.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't know if that's a don't be that guy, but it's an
gonna-
interesting decision.
Are
yeah,
they going to
they're
get back together?
No.
Oh,
Oh, God,
okay.
no. I don't know. This
So
thing,
yeah, let it breathe, man.
let it fly, huh?
Let it out, yeah.
All right.
And then this one, like I said, I think I'm being personally attacked here. Don't be that guy that backs into every damn parking spot. Learn to park like an adult. We get it. You own a pickup truck. I'm guilty. I back into every single parking spot. I don't know that it's. I don't know that
It's
I'm trying
easier
to, like,
for
show
you
off
to
my
drive out.
pickup.
You have a big truck.
That's what I do it for.
Yeah.
Like, and also, even when I had smaller trucks, I still backed in. I don't know what my day's going to look like. I might have to run up out of here, in a hurry.
right.
Something might happen where I just got to jump in and
Maybe
go.
5 O's after you.
Yeah, right. And had I backed into that parking spot at the U-Haul joint, Kelsey wouldn't have wrecked my truck. So you know what, Texter? You owe Kelsey money. That's what we just figured out here. You owe Kelsey some money for not parking like that. All right, 303-713. Of course, we're having fun. 713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us up right there with your Don't Be That Guys or anything we're chatting about. Cecil, I heard Sean Payton say something yesterday that made me go, oh, did I miss something? Was I unaware of Nick Benito being on the field for just too many snaps in 2024? And will that change how they use their best pass rusher in 2025? Here's what Sean said about Nick Benito's snap count.
Listen, he's playing at a high level. We have to be careful of his snap count. If you went back and did any homework and you saw, man, he's at a pitch count that's borderline too high. And we got to be smart about that.
Is that weird to you? Does it feel like he played a lot of snaps? So when I heard that, I went, okay, well, how many snaps did he play? According to Pro Football Focus, he played 708 snaps.
Okay.
29th amongst NFL players at his position.
Yeah.
That doesn't, I don't know, am I crazy here? That doesn't feel like it's a lot. And I certainly didn't have a feeling watching Broncos games last year of like, man, get 15 off the field. He's dead tired.
Right, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing because that's what you don't want. I'm looking back at the Von Miller numbers. And when he was the best of the best, it was 910, 835, 932, 846, 844. So, 708 is an interesting number because while it is high, I don't think it's too high, and it ranks 29th in the league. Now, what he might be wanting is a fresher Nick Benito. Nick Benito is better at setting the edge against the run. He's really improved that part of his game because it was a liability early on. You just run right at him.
Yeah.
Not only would he try to run around you, he was just too light. He'd just push him out of the way. So that used to be the case with Nick Benito. I don't think that's the case anymore. So if you got that number, maybe at 650 is what Sean is looking for. But here's where the wave of pass rushers come in. You have Jonathan Cooper with the lunch pail on the other side. So he's not the issue. But Benito, then you have Jonah Ellis, then you have Dondrea Tillman. We need to alert the people that the players that are making the most hay, the most noise out at OTAs and mandatory minicamp, it's Dondrea Tillman.
Wow.
It's Q Robinson, and it's Johnny Walker. Those are three edge players. And Jonah Ellis is banged up from the wild card game, so he'll be out there. He'll be doing his thing. But if you think about Do they need to keep 6 edge rushers? They might need to keep 6 edge rushers because they don't want to lose any. And then that depends on, are you going to pay Benito? Or are you going to pay Zach Allen? Where's the money for Court? That's an interesting conversation we'll get to later. But, like, for me, is it just trying to find a way to get more Jonah Ellis? Is it trying to find a way to get more Dondrea Tillman? Tillman has been the guy.
Okay.
He's been the man out there at mandatory minicamp. He was still making plays yesterday. I anticipate that Dondrea Tillman's going to make plays today. So, and then you throw in the 2 rookies and Q Robinson and Johnny Walker. Hey, George, you dropped something. Oh, it's a pass rusher. It fell out of my pocket.
Yeah. 400 snaps for Jonah Ellis. So, yeah, if you want to get that closer to 550, 600, you're certainly taking away something. But I don't know. I just thought it was weird because I never have ever thought, like, man, Nick Benito needs a blow. Give him a break right now.
Right.
In fact, I'm like, get him on the field more. More Nick Benito, not less.
In the Super Bowl 50 season, Von Miller had 835 snaps.
Yep. You and Kevin were both looking at that same time. Great minds think alike. So nice work from Kevin and Cecil. Broncos country, what say you? Does it feel like Nick Benito needs to be limited, or do you want more, or just the same amount? Was was it perfect what he did with 708 snaps in 2024, where he was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year? Tribe roll call. Our buddy Pat is checking in from Hops Auto Body. I actually went and saw Pat yesterday. Loves the show. I actually have some photos of some cars he owns that I have to show you that you're going to love.
Oh, God, I'm going to want to buy them.
Yeah, you are. I promise you can't afford them after what he's done to him, dude.
Whoa.
Pat told me the coolest story I might have ever heard. Pat went to prom in a helicopter.
What?
Yeah, in a helicopter, dude.
Oh, my God.
Landed on his front yard.
Yeah.
Took him. They went and flew around the city, him and his boys.
Yeah.
And then landed at the school for prom. And he told me yesterday, he's like, I went to my 10, 20, 30-year reunion. Everybody's still talking about that helicopter. I'm like, Pat, they're never going to stop talking about that helicopter.
Yeah, that's legendary.
That is legendary stuff. So, Pat, we appreciate you, my man, for tuning in and helping me out. Always appreciate you, Pat. Thank you so much. Hit us up, 303-713-1043. Let's continue talking about these Broncos running backs. So, Sean Payton did something that Sean Payton does. He cut off a media member asking a question about running backs. I want to get into this conversation about too many options like Sean had last year. Are we looking at it again in the running back room, or will he be able to figure it out picking a couple of favorites? Let's answer it next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a 1-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Halftime of this year is rapidly approaching. Let us help you reassess your current game plan or scrap the old plan and put together a new one to ensure your loved ones are taken care of in case something unexpected happens. We never know what tomorrow might bring in this game of life, but our firm can help provide certainty that your loved ones will be okay. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So we talked about the running back room, and we didn't call it a hole, it's just a question mark on the Broncos roster.
Question answered.
Yeah, thank you, J.K. Dobbins. But is there another question to be answered now about Sean Payton and maybe just him trying to do a little bit too much? Well, he went full Sean Payton yesterday when being asked about the running backs and wanted to cut off the media member.
Talked a little about Audric for the other guys in the room, Jaleel, today.
Don't start counting. No, don't start counting. I've heard you guys counting, and it's like, don't count, because half you'll be wrong. Let's just see what they do.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking forward to see how they play, and they're going to get opportunities. I said it earlier, much earlier. I said, look, Audric's going to get opportunities. All right, we've seen Jaleel, but don't try to figure out the club right now. It's way too early. You can go ahead and try, but
I mean, yeah, at the end, we're going to try, Sean. You got the radio shows and stuff to fill in, and we're going to try.
That was, I think, Luke Evans. It was the new Denver Post guy. Luke Evans.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure.
And it was one of those like, well, welcome to the Broncos moments, because we've all been there on the opposite side of Sean. I have myself. Sean likes you. He just gets a little gritchy sometimes. Yeah. And that's what you got to just accept.
And it's okay
like
if he
George.
doesn't. Sean doesn't sign your paycheck, so
right.
If he doesn't like you or doesn't
George,
like me,
can you believe
who
they're
cares?
counting again, George? I can't believe this.
Yeah.
That's all these guys do, George. They just count all the time. You're not counting, are you, George?
Yeah.
Now, what he says at the back end of that of like, it's June, it's early, I get all that.
Right,
and
right.
he's right about that part. But we're now looking at a running back room with 5-6 different names in it, knowing that you don't know how to use all of those different names. So that's what I want to talk about with you here, Cecil. We've talked about the three guys. You go JK, RJ, Jaleel. I don't know if I want to put Jaleel there, but certainly agreeing you with on JK and then RJ, and in that order as well.
Yeah.
So let's say he does keep Jaleel McLaughlin, and then he has J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. Even the three there, I get worried that Sean Payton who will be in the same position he was a year ago. Oh, man, yeah, but this guy's skill set does this, and that's great for first and second down. This guy's skill set does this. That's great against what the Chiefs want to do defensively. This guy's skill set is this. Man, that's great for what I want Bo to do with checkdowns and mismatches with linebackers.
Right.
And then he's just lost in the sauce and goes, oh, man, what are we going to do? Running back. Then you just don't have enough from one guy because you're trying to do too much with three guys. That's my fear with what Sean Payton's going to do again this year with keeping a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin or even Audric Estime. Insert whoever that third name is that you want it to be. I know you need to have bodies because of depth, but if Sean Payton tries to get too cute and find packages for each one of these guys, it's going to hurt the running back room way more than it's going to help the running back
Well, I've got some good news for you. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Because we had someone, you'll be shocked to know, we released a J.K. Dobbins video on YouTube yesterday, and someone was like, Sean uses multiple backs. He doesn't want to. He said it. I seen it. Sean Payton has said, I want to use 2 backs. Not 3, 2 backs. And that's where J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey are. That's their 2 backs. Those are the backs that are going to be used extensively. If someone needs a breather for some situation, let's say you're inside the 10-yard line. I want to see Jaleel McLaughlin on the field to get a chance to run at that pylon. He's proven it, was it 3-4 times last year, where somehow, some way, he can beat that defender to the edge with that speed and get to the pylon. So if you're within 10 yards, yeah, give him a snap, give him a play. See if someone's falling asleep a little bit against McLaughlin and that speed. That's kind of his specialty, but that's one play. I don't think there's any packages for Jaleel McLaughlin. I don't think this thing is like, we got to figure out a way to get Jaleel in. No, he's the reserve guy. He's the guy in case RJ needs a breather or, it's a play where Dobbins isn't going to be out there, something like that. That's it. That's it. This backfield is now J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. Point blank period. There's not a third guy. There's not a desire for a third guy. There's not this yearning we got to figure out a way. No, simply put, and get as offended as you like, RJ's better at the things Jaleel can do. Dobbins can do things that Jaleel can't do. So Jaleel is the third back. Estime's likely gone. And then your backfield is Dobbins, almost first and second down, or maybe even third down, and then RJ Harvey first and second down. They're interchangeable, and then no one else really touches the ball. I think the total touch, 17 games, total touches for Jaleel McLaughlin this year will be less than 50.
Yeah, because it was 131 a year ago.
Yeah, it's going to be half that.
I hope so.
What's half that?
I hope
60,
so.
60
I hope
something?
it is,
65? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
65. All right, it's less than 65 touches.
Okay. And that I hope you're right about that.
Do you feel better now?
A little bit, but I also need to see it from Sean because that's the same dude that run it on his play sheet and didn't do that either.
Yeah, well, Jaleel's not out there to run it.
Yeah.
And again, let's say it's 3rd and 17 or whatever. Do you want to see RJ Harvey and that speed and that route running, or do you want to see Jaleel McLaughlin? I mean,
RJ Harvey.
It's RJ. Yeah,
I've told you. I don't know. At least from where I'm at now. Let me get to camp and, like I said, get my own eyeballs on it and formulate my own opinion. But as of today, June 11th, I don't need to see Jaleel McLaughlin at all. That's how I feel about it. I would be a little bit more intrigued by Audric Estime because I believe there's still some unknown. The known isn't good, but the unknown still outweighs some of that for me. We'll figure that out once we get to actual camp coming up at the end of July. I heard Sean talk about this yesterday, Cease, and I guess it doesn't really matter because he's kind of telling us that it doesn't matter, but apparently Devon Vele wasn't there yesterday.
No, all good. Look, we've had great attendance. We're very much aware each day if someone's got an event or doing something. All good.
Okay, so no, all good. An event or doing something. I heard Philip say Garrett had to miss a day because he was doing an event, a camp for kids, and that's obviously great. This is a glorified OTA. They just changed the name a little bit to make it mandatory for people to show up.
Right.
So it sounds like Vele had an event pre-scheduled. They knew about it. He knew about it. Let him know. No harm, no foul, I guess.
Yeah, it's odd that it would be during mandatory. You could do that during voluntary and nobody bats an eye. John Franklin Myers was training in Texas or whatever.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just change your calendar a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, but whatever. He's been balling out. He'll continue to ball out. Training camp, I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot about Devon Vele. So if they don't think it's an issue, I'm not going to lose a bunch of sleep over it.
I mean, couldn't you just skip field day tomorrow?
Schedule it for field day?
Yeah.
Hey, I know that we have practice scheduled, but wink, wink, nod,
Right.
nod, it's going to be field day.
I'm going to skip the ice cream cones and slushies. I'm going to go do whatever my event is. Although an ice cream cone and a slushie sounds pretty good about
It
right
does
now.
sound pretty good right now.
I wouldn't mind a little ice cream cone and a slushie.
I don't know. Do you want field day with your coworkers? We got a golf thing out here that's...
I got to be in,
It's
honest.
not really messing with my mojo, but I'm just like, I'm a creature of habit. I like shooting on the Pop-A-Shot
Yeah.
thing we've got, and we can't really do that because there's a putt-putt thing, and Richie's out there with a hockey stick, and I don't know what's going on. I walk in
Yeah.
every day, and I'm just confused. I'm like, what are we doing here? I can't even get in Amanda's office
I got to be honest. I'm
because
kind
of
of
the greens.
I'm kind of into the golf thing here, but like as far as what
That's just because you're a golf guy.
yeah, probably. As far as like would I need a field day, I would prefer if we're gonna not work. I don't want to work, right? Like if we're gonna not do the radio show,
Yeah.
I'm staying my ass at home, right? Like
But if it was like you, me, Kev, and Spivak, if we're crewing up and we're going to go to Topgolf, yes, I'm in. I want to do
instead
that.
of doing the show.
You, me, Kev, and Spivak, we're going to Sportsbook, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to go hang out and have a couple of beers. Yeah, yes, I'm in. Everyone else floating around out here, I don't
What if you won the golf thing?
I don't.
What's the prize?
I have no idea.
I'm thinking cold hard cash. Probably highly unlikely, but
I'm sure it's going to be like a gift card.
I've
or
just
something.
offered to buy that Blitz game that's out there,
Yeah.
and I've not been told yes yet.
you haven't been told no though.
Exactly.
Does it still work? He used to get used a lot back in the day.
It worked this morning. I set my computer on it and the button made
It
a
turned
noise.
on?
Mhm.
Okay.
So it still works out there.
Yeah, I think it needs to be in my garage, not in our office where nobody plays it anymore.
I say we take a couple minutes after the show and do the golf thing.
You're going to have to do a lot of convincing on me.
What if we
man.
win?
I'm not a buzzkill. I'm not a buzzkill, am I?
Oh,
I
this
just,
you sure are.
I don't mean, hey, there's a Guitar Hero, and like, I don't need to do that.
Have you tried it yet?
No.
That's
Why
it.
would
You
I?
got to try it. You got to try it.
Why? I've played putt-putt before.
Have you done it, Kevin?
I barely shot it. I mean, it was. I don't even know if it was a practice
Yeah.
shot. It was just like, okay, let's just do it because people are out here.
Sounds like you two stink at butt putt.
Oh no,
Butt putt?
oh no,
Butt putt. That's a different game.
All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a video of it a little later on too.
No, there
that's
ain't
my
no
new
butt
goal.
putt going on here.
That's my new goal is to get Cecil out there and on video while we do it. All right, let's take a bit of a Broncos break and talk a little bit about the Nuggets. You see what Bruce Brown did on Twitter this week? He's at it again. Continues to flirt with the Denver Nuggets. We're going to share some details on that. And what if there are phone calls to be made with the Denver Nuggets, some free agents, like several of their rivals are doing right now? We're going to revisit this conversation about what the heck the Nuggets are doing with their front office coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling 3 stories. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, there we go. We got Cecil rolling right now.
Hell yeah. Testament will always do that to me.
Yeah. You want to hit us up? Text us on the RamosLaw.com text line. 303-713-1043 is the number. Throw your name on the end of your text so we can give you a shout out here on the show. As we were talking some Broncos, we're going to get back to that in just a few minutes. Want to talk a little Nuggets here. In fact, at 11:45, we're learning some stuff right now. We got some new details on potential Broncos Stadium. We're learning it via Twitter, so we'll share it.
And I think you're going to like it.
I think you will too. We'll share it when we check our X in about 12 minutes from right now. In the meantime, I mentioned what Bruce Brown continues to do, Cecil, and what Bruce continues to do is just flirt with the Denver Nuggets. We talked about when he was tweeting about or putting on Instagram that David Adelman got the head coach. He was, posted a photo of himself, and in that photo, he was rocking an Avs hat. We saw him at one of the Nuggets playoff games. He's tweeting from his courtside seat. Man, I miss playoff basketball. Well, a couple days ago, he went back. I'm sure it was one of those memory things. Because I always think it's weird. Like, if you're on social media and you
don't have memories on Twitter, though.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
So he went back and scrolled and found this.
He found this.
Wow, that's a big sign there. I always think, like, if you go back and scroll and try to find, like, an old tweet to prove yourself right.
Yeah.
You've got too much time on your hands.
What's worse, doing that, finding a tweet to prove yourself right and quote tweeting yourself, or seeing someone's stories posted like 60 seconds after they've posted it? Because then you seem like a creeper, right?
Yeah. You're like, oh, crap, I was the first one. I
was the first one to like it. Damn it.
So this version of it's cool with Bruce Brown. If you're going back to prove yourself right on social media, searching for 2 years to find a post, you need a new hobby. But Bruce Brown shared an NBA tweet from June 9th, 2023. And the tweet reads, Bruce Brown, 21 points, 8 of 11 from the field, comes up big off the bench to help the Nuggets win Game 4. And then details for when Game 5 would be, which turned out to be a fun one. Cease, is he playing the game here? Just having some fun, remembering the great times that was Denver? Or is this hey, where there's smoke, there's fire? There's enough evidence here that Brucey B wants to be back in the Mile High City.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a GM, you'd be able to put these dots together. And Bruce is connecting the dots for you. There's not even any mystery, right? Bruce Brown wants to be here. Make it happen. Find a number, come together on a price, and get this guy back in a Nuggets uniform. But how can you do that when you have no GM? And that's not a philosophical question. Like, if a tree falls in the forest and no one there to hear it, doesn't make a sound. If a GM's there, but he's not there, and a free agent wants to come here, can he actually come here? Like, no, get this thing done, man. We are up against it. It's Wednesday right now. We had given them by Friday the 13th. You got to have a GM by Friday the 13th, man. Time's running out, and stuff like this is going on. There's other things that are coming to fruition, mainly with KD. Maybe that Spurs deal isn't completely done. Why aren't the Nuggets in on any of this? Why aren't they there? They don't have a GM. And I don't care about interim GM. The Broncos had a pretend owner for a while. Sorry, Joe. But, like, you had a pretend owner. Yeah. How'd that work out?
Terrible, and I'm not sorry about it.
Having a pretend GM or an interim GM, like, have a damn GM. Make some moves. Make some calls. Be in on this stuff. You have Nikola Jokic. One isn't enough. Can we get the T-shirts printed up? Can they put those out at the stadium as well? One isn't enough?
Yeah.
One is not enough. Nikola Jokic, you're never going to have this guy again. One is not enough.
Well, and you mentioned the Kevin Durant stuff. Shams has the tweet out, and that's what we said yesterday. Why have we not seen a Shams tweet that somebody's on their way to Denver to talk with Josh Kroenke? I said just to save face, Josh would be smart to just bring Bob Myers to Colorado to check a box so that people like us stop wondering where Josh is and what Josh is doing. Shams has the tweet now reporting for ESPN that the Suns and Kevin Durant's business partner, Rich Kleiman, are sorting through trade options, with interested teams mainly featuring Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, and New York. All right, maybe Denver's not a part of that. But how do we know? Who's going to make the call to figure out if Kevin's interested at all or not? This is the thing that I'm not going to give Josh Kroenke a pass, and I know you're not going to give Josh Kroenke a pass because we don't have to do that at this station. Our bosses don't tell us who to give passes to. But, man, didn't Josh Kroenke sit up there and say, oh, I heard Nikola loud and clear? Direct quote, am I right?
Right.
I heard Nikola loud and clear when he was talking about the deeper teams having the most success. That was 2 weeks ago today. And what has Josh Kroenke done in 2 weeks since then? To tell me, or show Nikola, more importantly, who cares about me, but show Nikola, more importantly, that you actually did hear him loud and clear. Because if I were Joker, and now I know Joker, and if you saw the recent video, he's over in Serbia in his tiny little basket or swim shorts playing foot ping pong or whatever he was doing.
Okay, right.
He was really good at it, too. But if I were him, I'd go, we're at 2 weeks. Babe, do I got any emails from Josh or a text from Mr. Kroenke or anything?
Yeah.
No? Okay. Yeah, I guess he didn't hear what I was saying.
Is he wired to do that, though? And
No,
that's the thing
probably
with Joker.
not.
He's not like, huh? What happened?
Probably not.
We got a GM? Right. He's riding horses. He's playing footsie, like whatever.
Let me give a little bit of pushback. The old Joker, definitely not.
Okay.
But you and I both agreed he's changing.
He's a new Joker,
He
right.
is a new Joker.
Well,
and I think he's aware of who he is. Obviously, the shoe deal, the energy drink, the suits and everything that he's been wearing, the
Right.
Joker suit. Like, he's aware of that now. I don't know that he's ever, or certainly now, the guy that's going to put pressure on his boss.
well, and here's the thing. It may not be him that's dialed in, like, where's our new GM? But there's somebody around him now that has changed the business approach.
Yes.
This is business. And by the way, this is bad business. All right? And KSE, get as offended as you like. This is bad business. To not have any sort of GM search that we know about, to not have a GM in place, to have guys like Brucey B basically make Bruce Brown the GM. Just do that. Do that, right? He'd assemble the best team.
Yeah.
He knows people.
Yo, hire Mike Singer to do it at this point. He's already there. Give Mike Singer the job.
Exactly. Just do something. What's the meme of the stick figure? It's like
do something.
Do something. Hey, Josh Kroenke, do something.
I want to know if Josh is still in Colorado.
No, God, no.
I don't think so
No,
either.
no,
but
God, no.
I can't confirm that, but I would guess no, that he is not. Something's got to be done, man. 2 weeks. Radio silence for 2 straight weeks after you told Nuggets fans that this is important to you and you understand how much you let it get away. And here you are with radio silence and 0 updates in 14 consecutive days. If we were grading Josh Kroenke as an owner, his last 2 weeks, that'd be an F on the report card. A giant F. And I'd be like, bring your father in. We need to talk. That's what we'd be doing if Josh Kroenke was getting graded here today. Garrett in Loveland's got a don't be that guy. Uh-oh, he's calling out one of our own.
Uh-oh.
Our boy Stink in the Morning. Garrett says, don't be that guy that used to play for the Broncos and goes on TV and picks the Chargers to win the AFC West. Cough, cough, Mark, Garrett says.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get too deep or personal. Stink is my boy. I know a lot about Stink. One, fantastic man. Like, off the charts as a man. But do you like choking, Stink? You're picking the Chargers. That means Stink must like choking.
That is what they do.
Take that as any way that you want. He must like choking because that's who he's backing if he's backing the Chargers on TV. I mean, there's no sizzle, there's no pop, there's no fire. It makes no sense. 0 cents. Chargers suck. Like, come on. That's what they do. They're professional chokers.
Yeah. Professional choke job.
Yeah.
That's what the Chargers do.
Kev looks at that stuff on Craigslist.
And they did beat the Broncos twice last year.
I apologize, Kev. I apologize there.
I'm just shaking my head.
He knew it was coming as you were talking. He started to shake his head.
I wait till he eats, and then he's got a mouthful of food, and he can't retort. So,
all right, we mentioned this. We're
this
learning,
is big, by the way. This is big.
Learning this on Twitter right now in real time. It looks like we might have a location for the new Broncos stadium. We'll tell you where and why we think that coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we helped Alex.
I went on a boys' trip 2 years ago, and a friend of mine who's a lot older than me was running circles around the rest of us, and I realized quickly I needed to get help. I honestly felt like I couldn't get enough sleep, and there was no amount of coffee I could drink or no amount of hours I could sleep at night to snap myself out of it. My friend referred me to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They said I did a great job for him. I noticed improvements about 2 weeks after my first appointment. I felt as if I had a new lease on life. Everything felt a little bit brighter, and I kind of knew that I was in good hands. Don't wait for tomorrow. Your life is too short to be living with low T. There's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about. This is your health. This is your life. This is your family. Get into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get tested today.
Thanks, Alex. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Father's Day sale going on now. The Tree Farm has been family owned and cared for since 1980. Visit thetreefarm.com. Now get 25% off all sizes of flowering shrubs, including lilacs, spirea, butterfly bush, and more. 3-year-old old-fashioned purple or white lilacs, now just $67.46 each. Don't miss the Tree Farm's Father's Day sale. Come
You
see.
take I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, we're going to focus on one story here on Twitter and checking our ex.
It's a big one, man.
It is a big one. Everybody's been worried, wondering what's going on. When will we get new news? New news! Well, it's coming in right now. We're going to talk about the Broncos' new stadium, and there is an article going around. Hat tip to our friends over at Gorilla Sports.
Great job, Gorilla.
That's how we're finding it, and they're finding it via @business_den on Twitter, Business Denver. And there's an article out about a LLC and multiple LLCs buying up all kinds of property. Buying up all kinds of property to, what some people are speculating, to put a new stadium. So, Cecil, we're talking about like $150 million worth of property being purchased and all kind of old abandoned warehouse, 10 generic LLCs. All were created within a few days of each other, late in 2023.
Okay.
And those 10 LLCs
Yes.
have spent $146 million since September.
It's a lot of money.
On 10 properties.
Yeah.
Here's the where
Is it one per LLC?
Might be.
Maybe.
They're going, the 10 properties are south of 13th Avenue, north of 4th Avenue, west of Navajo Street, and east of Tejon Street, according to the Business Den Review of Public Records. All of those properties near the 58-acre Burnham Yard, which the Colorado Department of Transportation bought in 2021 for $50 million. So light rail access and everything that's going to be right there. All of it already is right there. It sounds like this is where the new Broncos Stadium will be. All sales were handled on the buyer's side by someone named Leanne Fowler. She's a real estate attorney with Hogan Lovells in Denver and a former colleague of Tim Aragon. Tim Aragon is on the general counsel for the Denver Broncos. That's where the tie then comes back to the Broncos.
Okay.
None of those names that I just mentioned, nor the Broncos, have commented, although they were asked for comments on this story before it was made to the public.
Yes.
They declined. And again, we know that the Broncos are in the current location until 2030. We're halfway through 2025. It's going to take about 4.5 years to build
a stadium.
Said stadium.
Yep.
So are we looking at where it's at, timeline, and next is the announcement?
Just general vicinity. And again, this is where it could be. There's no announcement, but doing some digging and some great sleuth work. And again, shout out to our friends at Guerrilla Sports. It's kind of southish of Ball Arena.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the east side of I-25, and it's southish of Ball Arena. This is a great spot. This is a fantastic spot. Now, one, it's not out by the airport, and it's not in Lone Tree or Centennial or wherever, all the locations.
It's still in Denver.
Everyone that wanted to keep it downtown, minus Stoke, everyone that wanted to keep it in that area, it is. It's across the street, and it's a little bit south. And I believe there's a light rail stop. Spivak said that. Yeah, so there's a light rail stop right there. You're going to have a state-of-the-art stadium. If this is the spot, I mean, think of the shopping area that you'll have when the Cronkies finish their stuff around Ball Arena and, kind of moving or removing Elitch's there. And then think of how the Walton Penner Group possibly could be putting in their own, like, Broncos headquarters, Broncos, outdoor mall, basically, with all the shops and the bars and the restaurants and everything. I mean, you're just going to have this big spot on the map downtown that is like a Denver sports alley. And I think it's fantastic. Again, nothing is official. This is the site where the Broncos might be planning to build a new stadium. But this is some great sleuthing, and I think it's a location that everyone will be happy with. And when in the world is that going to be the case? Anytime we bring up the stadium, it's always like, don't put it up at the airport, and don't put it in Lone Tree, and it's got to be downtown, leave it in the same spot. It was never going to stay in the same spot. They've outgrown that spot.
I mean, this location, like, you get off the light rail, you're at the stadium.
You're right there.
Your feet land in the stadium.
You're right there. Yeah. No, this is fantastic. And then again, with the bars and the restaurants and the shops and everything, like, this is just going to be a mecca of capitalism where you're just there spending your money, having a great time. You go to one spot and you get to enjoy all the things at this place, if, again, it is where the stadium's going to go.
If you want to see some of that, Cecil, you tweeted it. I've retweeted it, but at Cecil Lammy, at Joshua Dover, if you want to see it. And it's the Guerrilla Sports quote tweet where you can kind of see the locations there that they're talking about, and then obviously highlighting the fact that this expires in 2030. I agree. I think that this is a happy medium for everybody. The biggest complaints like, oh, you're going to play outside of Denver. You're the Denver Broncos. I thought that was kind of ridiculous. But he said put it in Pueblo. 76,000 people are showing up every single Sunday.
Yeah, Buffalo's not in Buffalo.
But this is perfect as far as it's not easy to get to Empower Field right now. And you ever tried to leave Empower Field and get an Uber or a Lyft or wherever, you literally got to walk elsewhere to do it. To be right there at public transportation is such a win for Broncos fans.
Yeah, it's an absolute win, again, if this is where it's going to be. But we're going to have to get an announcement soon because there has to be some sort of groundbreaking ceremony. Greg and Kerry out there in the hard hats, right?
Yeah,
got the shovels.
big old scissors.
Exactly. There has to be something like this, and then the construction needs to start.
Like immediately.
Immediately, like this summer immediately.
So if the lease expires in 2030, would they play a season in 2030 or would they be done in 2030?
Don't make me think.
We'll have to get that.
We'll have to figure that out. But either way, it's going to be here before you know it. 2030 is going to be here before you know it.
Yeah,
Broncos probably have a Super Bowl or two by that time.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Imagine opening like Champion Center or whatever they're going to call it. Greg, give me a quarter for that. Champion Center. Broncos Champion Center. Ooh, I just like the sound of that. Greg, please give me money. Champion Center.
They win the Super Bowl and then have their first game to open the season.
Yes, Kevin.
Oh, but that's waiting until 2029 to win a Super Bowl.
Well, this is going to be like their third or fourth.
Oh, okay. Third or fourth bow.
Fourth.
Okay.
Wow, so they start this year and keep winning. Okay.
Dynasty Center.
Yes.
Denver Dynasty Center. I don't know. I think this is a great spot if, in fact, this is where it's going to be. And how in the world is this real estate even available? Because it has to be obviously worth millions and millions and hundreds of millions.
Well, that's
as
something
it has been spent.
We're learning in the Businessden article. It sounds like owners figured out, they put the breadcrumbs together and figured out who was buying this and started to jack up the prices a little bit more, knowing that it was the Broncos and Greg Pinner looking to put this stadium in this location.
That's just business. If you're the first person that sold down there and then figured it out, you're like, damn it, I could have got a little more.
Can I get a redo?
I think you got enough for down there. But, yeah, the fact that this spot was available, and if it is the Broncos swooping in to get this, I want a stadium announcement soon. Everyone has been waiting for too long. And with just time running out at Empower Field at Mile High, it's time to let Broncos country know where's the next stadium got to be, so people can get excited, and this would be an exciting spot.
Yeah. I think everybody's fired up for it. Again, let us know on the RamosLaw.com text line.
Is anyone going to push back on this? This spot?
It's 10 minutes away from the current spot. Why would anybody be upset about that? Unless you do live out near the airport, but, make the trip like you always have. I think it's a win-win. I like the idea of our sports teams kind of playing in the same area. Like I said, I wasn't going to dig my heels in if they decided to move somewhere, but I think this is smart to kind of keep it where you are, keep it in that area, that area that's going to be developed with what Ball Arena is going to look like, and now what a new Mile High Stadium is going to look like. It's going to be a very, very nice area, and I'm all for it. I want my sports teams to kind of play in the same location.
Can we invest in a sports bar that's close to that location then?
Oh, God. That would be nice.
I know they'll have their own by that time, but yeah. Oh, everyone's going to make a whole lot of money down there downtown.
So what do you think, Broncos country? You fired up for the location? You want it to be in a different spot? You mad that it's moving 10 minutes down the road? Let us know. 303-713-1043. Yeah, they spent $150 million to start the project. That's a pretty nice penny right there from Greg Pinner. We'll revisit that conversation. We'll catch up on the text line as well, but we're going to get into our lunch hour, going over some of the details on J.K. Dobbins' deal, talk about what he's going to bring to the running back room, and I want to talk some more about the Broncos defense, the questions that we might have about certain position groups there. That's coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. 5 Alarm Brouhaha. Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about. There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can.
Can I kick it?
Tribe members weighing in on the RamosLaw.com text line about the new stadium location.
They like it?
They do like it.
Who wouldn't like it?
Yeah. Fired up. Win for current season ticket holders. I grew up less than a mile from the old Mile High and would have moved if needed to, but stoked that it's going to be near the old stadium. No pushback about the location of the possible new stadium. I just don't believe there's enough space for a stadium, especially with the 8th Avenue Bridge right there, unless they knock it down. So people are fired up about it because you're not having to go very far. And some people still have some questions about that. And I'm sure they're going to figure it out. If you're just joining us, they, as in the Denver Broncos, have come up with 10 LLCs to buy $147 million worth of property. A lot of that is kind of empty, abandoned property with warehouses on it. And the report is that is exactly where the next Mile High Stadium will be going. So let us know at 303-713-1043 how you feel about that. Oh, it's a good one. Is it going to be called The House That Bo Built? Oh,
yeah.
That's a nice one right there.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, our YouTube comments. Hi, YouTube. They're saying, Paul B says, stadium only. I don't want a dome.
Don't want a dome.
I think that's mainly what people are saying. It's not going to be a retractable roof. I can't say that on full authority, but just kind of The buzz that you hear is that retractable roofs, it's just the maintenance of them. You barely open them, like you don't use them enough. So it's likely to be like Minnesota Stadium, where maybe one side, and imagine this, because we have an idea where the new location could be, you could have a side that kind of slides open, not the retractable roof. And if you haven't been to Minnesota's, I think it's still US Bank Stadium, they have a window that slides open that faces the city.
Okay.
So this could have a sliding window, like a wall that's just a big window, and it slides open right to downtown.
I like that.
Yeah. So I don't believe it will be retractable roof. I do not believe it will necessarily be a dome per se, but just study Minnesota Stadium, and that's what the Broncos could be looking at here. So there will be open air elements to it.
Yeah. And look, I wouldn't write off a stadium at all. I wouldn't write off there being a roof on this thing. You don't think Greg Pinner wants to host the Super Bowl? You don't think Greg Pinner wants to be a part of the NFL's biggest game, biggest event, the world's biggest, at least the United States' biggest sports event? He certainly wants to be a part of that.
Well, and imagine this. If you get a new stadium, you will get a Super Bowl if it's got some sort of like weather-proof capabilities, whether that's a dome, retractable roof, or the sliding window thing, which, again, I think is most likely. So kind of get ready for that. And I'm the draft guy. Like, you're going to get a draft. You couldn't have a draft earlier, and I know that they wanted picks at Red Rocks. Red Rocks holds like 12,000 people or whatever the number is. Like, the draft gets millions. There was 1 million people in Nashville at the last draft that I attended in person. 1 million. Nashville can handle it. You can't handle that at Red Rocks.
No.
So, like downtown, if this is like South Ball Arena from 14th to 4th on the east side of I-25, that's a huge area, tons of parking, tons of events. This thing about ready to make a whole lot of money for the Walton Penner Group.
I know he's got unlimited funds, but you don't invest $150 million to start a project if you don't plan on recouping that dough much sooner rather than later.
Just for a bunch of empty warehouses.
I like that they were kind of doing it on the down low. I respect that, Greg. I respect your hustle, my man. The 10 LLCs just pop up out of nowhere and like, man, they sure are buying properties at $50 million a rate.
These LLCs got some money.
What's going on there? All right, and the people are asking for the repeat of the location. So between 14th and 4th, east side of I-25. That's what we're going with. 14th and 4th, east side of I-25. Again, check out Cecil's Twitter, at Cecil Lammy. I'm at Joshua Dover. Guerrilla Sports has some good photos of it, and we've shared that on our Twitter account. All right, text line is open. Keep them coming in. It is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday, so you can hit us up with some of those as well. 303-713-1043. Cecil, let's talk about J.K. Dobbins for a second here. Will he be playing in that new stadium? We'll see about that. He'll be playing in the old one as soon as this year as RB1 is how you and I are both looking at J.K. Dobbins. J.K. got a deal done yesterday. It's $2 million guaranteed, a little north of at 2.065. He gets $40,000 for every game that he's on the roster. Can total up to another $680,000. And then to get to that $5 million number that we were talking about yesterday, because that was the early report, and it can be $5 million, but he has to hit markers incentive packages based off rushing yards and total yards from scrimmage. That can get him up to $2.5 million. We can do a little digging and find out what those incentives are. Would you guess it's as simple as over 1,000?
Yeah, I'm sure.
On the rushing side.
Yeah, on the rushing side. I'm sure there's a lot of numbers. It's probably all-purpose yards, honestly.
There's both rushing and total yards.
Yeah, rushing and total yards. You know, take his career average, boost it up a little bit more. But if it's like the incentives they gave Courtland Sutton, the Broncos want you to hit your incentives. Greg Penner's not sitting on his pile of money like, I'm not going to pay that. No, if J.K. Dobbins balls out and, oh, my God, it cost the Broncos $5 million plus. Yeah, okay, so that means he balled out. That means the Broncos are winning games. So this is a team, and Sean Payton is a coach, and he's got the green light. And even if he didn't have the green light from ownership, he'd still do it because he's Sean Payton. He will help you get your incentives. Why do you think they mess around with the Matt Henningsons and the Michael Burtons and, throwing you on to practice squad, but then making sure you get those 3 games so you get those 3 game checks and you get a vested season? That's Sean doing you a solid, right? And that's why, you're going to take a chewing. He's going to get a little gritchy. It's like working on a car with your dad when you're a kid. I'm going to say some cuss words.
Yeah.
I'm going to not be so nice, but, I love you. Now give me that damn ratchet, right?
How can you not even hold the flashlight right? Stuff like that.
So nervous holding a flashlight. So if you're Sean Payton, you're going to get guys their incentives as long as they're healthy enough to do it. And with J.K. Dobbins, Bo Lowry, King Dingaling, he's out there running the show on the health and nutrition side for this team. You should feel pretty good about J.K. Dobbins reaching those incentives.
Yes, he should. He should reach those incentives because you and I look at it as J.K.'s RB1. Will RJ turn into RB1 or maybe it's a 1A, 1B thing? Yeah, I fully believe that's going to happen. But I don't think it happens before week 5, week 6. Like, let JK take this and run with it, literally and figuratively, and let you then give RJ Harvey a little bit of a runway of like, yeah, you are a rookie running back coming from the Big 12. Again, he's not coming from the SEC or the Big 10. He's coming from the Big 12. There's going to be a time period where he needs to adjust to NFL talent, speed, and what they're doing on the defensive end. This is a perfect signing for the Broncos, and it's a perfect signing for RJ Harvey to really be developed.
I know that J.K. Dobbins is likely to miss time this year. I want him to potentially miss that in the middle of the year. Because if I have J.K. Dobbins at the beginning of the season, you can ramp up RJ Harvey. So the first 4, 5, 6 games, J.K. Dobbins, he's the man, he's the stud, whatever, a little bit banged up, has to miss a few weeks. RJ Harvey's ready. And then I want J.K. Dobbins for the postseason. This is the move that gets you to the Super Bowl. This is the type of move that gets you to the Super Bowl. Because playoff football is different football. It's about running the ball and playing great defense. Can the Broncos play great defense?
They can.
Can the Broncos now run the ball?
I'm hopeful.
With J.K. Dobbins, the
Yeah.
answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is yes. So if you've got Bo Nix being out there, one of the most efficient quarterbacks, one of the best quarterbacks when it comes to red zone efficiency, third down efficiency, and not taking sacks, you know the best way to judge quarterbacks? Your quarterback's pretty damn good at all three of those things. Now you add in a ground game. Now your defense is the best in the league. Yeah, Super Bowl 60s is theirs until it's not. And no one needs to be afraid of that anymore. Don't be afraid of the expectations. This isn't the NBA. You don't have to go get your scars. Well, they're not ready yet because what had happened is they don't have their scars. No, go win. Win the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be like Buffalo. They haven't won a damn thing. They just always talk about it. Like, you don't want to be like that. No, get there and win it. You don't want to be like the Bengals. Bengals have an incredible quarterback, incredible wide receivers. They don't play defense. Their defenders aren't happy. It's not just Trey Hendrickson, by the way. I don't know if you saw the Shamar Stewart.
Oh, no. So I saw him going off about something.
Yeah. On Hendrickson. And he's like, yeah, that guy's a little bit wrong because he has a contract. I'm 100% right because he wants the void language in his contract taken out before he signs. That's our first-round pick. Cincinnati's a flipping mess, but they got to a Super Bowl. Did they win it?
Nope.
So if you're Denver, this isn't like wait your turn. Does that ever work in life?
No.
You might be that guy waiting on that lady, and it's waiting your turn. All right. Good luck with that. I hope everything works out for you. You want to wait your turn? Oh, it's Buffalo's turn now. Well, what about Baltimore? Is it not still KC's turn? Go take it from them. Kick all their asses on the way to the Super Bowl. The Broncos have the capability to do that now with J.K. Dobbins.
Good text right here. Didn't put your name on it or else we'd give you a shout out. If JK hits his incentives, he should get another deal. I mean, at 26 years old, I don't think anybody's going to be opposed to JK signing another deal. Now, we're talking about a running back, so there's no 4 or 5 year deal. At 26, would be looking at 27. We're talking about a 2-year deal and all the guaranteed money being on that first year.
Well, and here's the thing, and they put their name on it? No?
They didn't, no.
Okay. I'm not going to disagree with that text. However, as a running back,
you could find more.
Go draft a guy. Mm-hmm. Go get another guy. Like, the injury concern is a worry. If he stays healthy this entire season, then you're going to be considering that. And it comes down to the price, comes down to the market. What's the market? His price tag had to be Nick Chubb plus because that was the market. You may have offered him last week $1.6 million, and wisely he said no. And then I wonder if Nick Chubb and J.K. Dobbins have the same agent because it's just very curious how one gets a deal with $5 million and up to $5 million in incentives, and then the other gets a deal with up to $5 million, a little bit more in incentives.
Yeah,
that's curious.
Less than 2 days later.
But once the Chubb deal happens a day later, the Chubb deal happened Monday.
Oh yeah,
Dobbins happened Tuesday. things change pretty quickly in this league, but what's changing for the Denver Broncos and needs to change for the mindset of everyone out there, you can win a Super Bowl this year. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to say it, and I don't care if Zach calls me a homer, right? I'm going to say it. Why? Because it's the reality. It's the reality of where this team is at, and it's not their turn.
Yeah.
You don't wait your turn in this league. You kick in the door waving the Bo Nix.
Yeah. Nice. Put some DMX beat under that. Sounds great. You're
That was Biggie, actually.
You're absolutely. Oh, it was. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Your arrival is like, oh damn, it's the Washington Commanders. Your arrival, like, yo, they're in the NFC Championship. They have arrived, right? Bo Nix and the Broncos can certainly do that. I want to be right. I'm like, the Broncos can win a Super Bowl. I'm so close.
Okay.
Real close.
What gets you there?
I want to see it with my eyes. I want to get to camp. I want to put my eyeballs on this roster.
Okay. Kev will have the demand on high from somebody in the office when they're done putting together the putt course out in the middle of everything. We need the schedule printed out because I'm here to tell you it's going to be the Philadelphia game or the Cincinnati game. You're going to look around week 4, week 5. You're coming over to my side. Not that you're not there. You're right there with me.
I am.
This guy's with me. We're getting in the club, doorman. We're getting in the club. We're getting in the Broncos going to the Super Bowl club. Are you coming or not?
You're right. I freaking hate this job.
I can't finish that quote.
It's one of the best movie scenes of all time. I'm close. I really am close. And
Yeah.
JK certainly starts to get me to that side.
What are they missing? If you're close, let me just push back a little bit.
Yeah, please do.
What are they missing other than they haven't done it yet?
I want to see Evan Ingram in a Bronco uniform.
Okay,
I want to
yes.
see the tight end
Right,
production do something.
right,
The room
right.
do something.
Okay.
I want to see RJ and JK. I'm confident in all these things I'm telling you I want to see. I'm confident I'm going to see what I'm looking
Okay,
for.
right.
It's just now actually doing it. Tight end production, running rec room being successful, and I got to see who Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton are after these injuries. Those are my biggest questions, and that's
Okay.
it.
Yeah, those are the questions. And if that's
You want
it,
to see some stuff from wide receivers,
Sure,
but
sure,
I
sure.
think with the development and production of Bo and the next step from those wide receivers, I feel that room's going to be good. I just don't know the answer to the questions I just asked.
I don't know why Stink chose the Chargers to win the AFC West. Now I'm curious. Like, what is it? Do they have some bad New York pizza?
Yeah.
Did he get pressured on the subway to pick them? Like,
Carton write his notes? What's going on? That guy always has bad takes.
can he write?
Fair question.
Is he literate? Like, I don't know. I'm not being personal. I just have no idea based on history. It's not the Chargers game. You're measuring stick games early on. It's always going to be the Chiefs. Okay, Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes are there. They're always going to be the Chiefs. Whatever. Travis Kelce, can't stand him. Don't care about his girlfriend. I don't care about any of that. But it's the Bengals game and it's the Eagles game. So
And that's back to back. That's 4 and 5, right?
Let's say about October. Come November, we'll have a better idea if they can make that Super Bowl run.
Okay.
But it's not playoffs. Greg Penner said it. But we can't call it a success if we get to the playoffs and lose again.
That's not taking the next step.
No, you don't. That's not what they're here for. The reason why, and people still clown me about it, which is whatever. I've got broad shoulders. I really don't care. John Elway likes me. Peyton Manning likes me. I don't care. But when I get clowned about, you're the guy that said dynasty when Walton Penner. Yeah, because Walton Penner are here for dynasty. And knowing Greg a little bit and studying him, wishing I could be his.
Anything? You need an assistant?
You need
a
anything,
driver?
Greg?
What do you need, Greg?
You need some coffee? I could get you Starbucks.
Yeah.
But, just Greg Penner's not here to be like, okay. Kerry Walton Penner's not here to just like, hey, it's an interesting hobby. And it was said by some who terrible at their jobs, by the way, with microphones that were like, oh, this is just a hobby for Walmart. This is just a side thing. Greg Penner's there every day.
Do you know what they have done in the short time they've been the owners of the Broncos? You don't think these guys are all in? They gave Russell Wilson all that money, right? Like they thought that quarterback that's a Super Bowl champion, gone to Super Bowls, was going to come in here and be that guy. They threw all the money at it. And then they went, ooh, we totally screwed up. And then they threw more money at him to get him out of here. They hired Sean Payton. They traded to get Sean Payton, then hired Sean Payton, and made him, the second, third most highest paid coach in the entire NFL? Then they drafted Bo Nix, trusting in Sean Payton. They were right on that. Then they're starting to spend money around Bo Nix to build a roster around a young quarterback.
Yeah.
I haven't even talked about the multiple millions of dollars that they've put into the literal field itself, changing the way they get players from city to city. Dude, this is in 4 or 5 years. Those are the things he's done in 4 or 5 years. There are NFL owners, the Spanos, the group in Cincinnati, that haven't done those sort of things in the last 25 years.
Yeah, ever.
And Greg has done that in the first 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And all I know is that guy kicks ass, double life Gonzo. All I know is Walmart makes $1 zillion. The Broncos are going to be a championship franchise, and they will be a dynasty in the Walton Penner Group.
Yeah.
Because that's the way those guys roll. That's the way they operate. By the way, that's TRE on YouTube. Says Bo Chapman Nix on a fire truck at the parade is going to feed families.
That's our boy Oregon Trey. That's our boy Oregon Trey right there.
All right.
Nice.
Way to go, Oregon Trey. Checking us out on YouTube.
Kevin's
I
going
get
lose
to be
his
on the
damn
fire
mind.
truck, though.
You're
I
gonna
get
be
to
up there
be up
with
there.
him?
Yeah, I'll hold the trophy for him.
You don't be like drunk Tom Brady on that boat throwing the trophy around.
I won't throw the trophy. I'll just hold it like a baby.
Yeah.
Just
Hold
rock it
it,
back and forth.
caress it, cuddle it, all those things.
Is he talking about Bo or the trophy?
A little bit of both. Why not a little bit of both?
Oh, God, if there's a Broncos parade, I am not going to be sober on the air. Like, sorry. I know I'll get fired for it, but
what
like...
were you doing on the 15 parade? Where were you?
Where was I? Well, I was here, but I think I might have been on air.
Okay.
While the parade was going
Yeah.
on.
I was working for Woody at the time, actually, and we got to watch it. Woody had the dopest office of all time at the Denver Post building, like right above Civic Center Park. You were there, Kev, and you could look right down on. Dude, it was freaking sweet. I had a great time. Woody had a great time too.
I'm sure.
Just get ready to party with Dover and Cecil and Kistner.
It's coming. By the way, a few of you guys are weighing on the text line. Jay, you signed it Jay like that. 10th and Osage is so ghetto. You think it's going to remain that? Or you think that the Greg Group, Walter Penner Group, is going to get that thing up and rolling and up to par? It's going to be beautiful by the time. The first time you as a Broncos fan step foot onto the new stadium, it's going to be 10 times what the old Mile High property looks like.
Right. It's the same as when Coors Field was put there and be like, downtown, it's a ghetto. Like, no. Like, yeah, that's going to get an upgrade. That's going to get a huge facelift downtown, if in fact that's where the new stadium's going to be. So hopefully there's an announcement sometime this summer. Hopefully when Greg talks before training camp, either at the media barbecue or what have you, like, hopefully we get some more information because this is out there.
I mean, dude, we're 6 weeks away from the media barbecue when Greg traditionally talks.
Yeah.
Now that this is public, there's no way he waits until then. He's too smart. He knows he wants to be in front of these sort of things. He'll talk before the media barbecue.
So look at the ownership that you have in the Mile High City. You have Dick Monfort hiding, not answering Kev's emails. You have Josh Kroenke apologizing for not being there enough, and you have Greg Penner boots on the ground.
By the way,
every day.
Real quick on the Josh Kroenke. Hey, I'm not here enough, and then disappears for 14 more days. I do not understand his thinking on this.
Yeah.
But yeah, then you're right. And then you got Greg Penner, who this is a 2 years ago, Cecil. We're learning about it today, but 2 years ago, Greg Penner decided to start making LLCs and purchasing properties at $50 million a clip, basically. And now it's coming out on June 11th, 2025. He is ahead of all this.
Real G's moving silence.
He's playing chess. Those guys are playing checkers. That's what that is.
He's a real G because his name's Greg.
That's right. I'm just going to start calling him Greg Group from now on because I want to be in it.
Maybe that was one of the name of the LLCs.
Greg Group, just GG.
The GG Group.
I would love to know the names because they were all made up.
I would love to know the names as well, right? You want to be creative with your
also,
LLC.
Shout out to the lawyer, too, who just kept this on a down low for 2 years.
Yeah.
And still won't make a comment. They know where their bread is buttered.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a nice play right there.
Yeah.
Speaking of ownership and the Kroenkes, well, they have a player in Cale Makar that has now won his second Norris Trophy. Cale got it done. He became the first Avalanche to double dip with the Norris Award. Congratulations are in order to Cale, the Colorado Avalanche, Jared Bednar, and everyone involved. Here's what Cale's 6 NHL seasons have looked like. In 2019-20, he won the Calder. In 2021, he was the runner-up for the Norris. In 21-22, he was the Norris winner. In 23 and 24, he was a finalist, and then now here he is winning it for the second time. So he's either been the finalist, the winner, or second place in his entire NHL career, and you and I both believe that's not going anywhere. He is going to be in the conversation basically the rest of his career, and I believe he's in line to win at least 3 more of these things.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you saw Avs had tweeted about it. We wrote about it at denversports.com about his teammates sending nice and funny messages, including Devontae's, who says, I'm sure you'd have 3 or 4 more if I wasn't anchoring you down. That's from Devontae's, and those two best defensive duo in the NHL. By the way, this is a landslide decision. 176 of 191 first place votes. 176.
Whoa.
Don't make me do math. 15 people didn't have first place votes
I'm
for
going
him.
to believe you on that one.
Okay, right on.
100 and dude, that's incredible.
176 of 191.
Damn. Yep, he's the real deal.
I want to talk to those 15 people.
Yeah, who the hell are you guys?
What are you doing?
There were 2 people that had him in third place.
What?
Are you kidding me?
I'm not even joking.
Remove their votes right now.
Well, and I don't think we could see their names. Sometimes, like, we could see MVP voting in the NBA of the idiots who don't vote for Nikola Jokic. So these 2 guys must be the same guys who voted for SGA. They probably voted.
Votes.
They voted for Embiid as well a couple years ago. And one of them is probably the idiot who didn't vote for Peyton Manning in 2013 when he had the greatest record or greatest season ever.
I personally believe the MVP voting should be switched every year. It should be every single year. New year, new group. These old fuddy-duddies, they just get in there and sit in, and they get on this little power trip sitting on their throne thinking that they have, this gift to give to people. And it's like, no, you watch the same crap we watch.
Yeah.
And a lot of those guys have been sitting in that position so long, they don't even go to the games anymore. They're watching at their damn house just like fans are.
Yeah.
So what makes them any different than a fan at their house?
Covering a team does not make you special.
No, not at all. They should change that. The NFL is the worst. The NFL needs to fire everybody in that room and start completely over. But I'd be up for every sport starting over every single year with votes and stuff. People are just ridiculous about that. All right, let's get back to hearing a little bit more from Sean Payton. Do want to continue getting your reaction and text to the new stadium news that is out there. Broncos are buying up some properties. Looking like this thing will be in a new location by 2030 or 2031. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. That's where you can hit us up. We're going to hear from Sean Payton on Evan Ingram. What's Sean say about his new Joker? Find out coming up next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a 1-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about something personal, right? We're friends, we're bros, we're all in the tribe together. So if I want to talk to you about your sex life, it's not weird. Well, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, guess what you're not doing? Yeah, having sex. And it's important. It matters to you. It matters to your partner. And at some point, the lack of, it could cost you your entire relationship. And that's not fair to you or your partner. So what are you supposed to do? Well, you're supposed to start a conversation at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call them today. You ready to write this number down? 720-440-7900. There are 5 locations to serve you in Colorado. I promise, wherever you are right now, there's one within 20 minutes of you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So if you're dealing with ED, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. You could be having sex as soon as the next day after your appointment. Imagine that. You call today, set up an appointment for tomorrow, you're having sex on Friday. That's a game changer, fellas. Schedule your first appointment. It's only going to cost you $99. Includes some blood work, T and PSA levels, and if medically advised, you're going to get a test dose there in the office. And if that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. I just told you. It works in 90% of men. What are you waiting for at this point? Get with my team at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com today.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything. Gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to hear a little bit from Coach Sean Payton on Evan Ingram and his new tight end, the Joker role. Will he be that? Still love seeing your guys' texts as we broke the news that there are some reports out there that the Denver Broncos have found their location for a new stadium, and we broke that down. We'll certainly get back to it and love to hear from you guys on it. I know it's something the Broncos fans care a ton about. One quick text before we hear from Sean Payton is from our boy JR up in Thornton.
Okay.
Says, gentlemen, love the show. Appreciate you for that, JR. Pinner has absolutely proven it with his wallet. He is all in. This is not a sideshow or a hobby for him. This is a group that wants nothing other than to win and be the greatest franchise in the NFL. JR, that is very well said, and I love the fact that you didn't narrow it down to Denver, the greatest franchise in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Greg Pinner wants.
Well, if we look at the historic tradition and traditional franchises in the NFL, the Broncos are one of them. It's been tough times. It's been rough times. I've often said y'all are spoiled in Broncos country. because they're regularly and consistently one of the best franchises under Mr. Bolin. Then the trust came in to make sure that the trust stayed in place and things fell apart. Now they're back, and Greg Penner understands not only what the Broncos were under Mr. Bolin, he understands what he wants them to be under his watch, and the Walton Penner Group is there to do that. So I think we have championship expectations for the Denver Nuggets, best player on the planet. I think we have championship expectations for the Colorado Avalanche. Is Pete DeBoer's hired anywhere? DeBoer's hired anywhere? Like, oh, okay, and get out of the damn second round. All right, Avs. And yes, we have championship expectations for the Denver Broncos. At least you should. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid. Chargers don't scare me. Yeah, they didn't beat the Chargers last year. That's last year. That was Bo and nobody. Bo and Sutton, okay? Two-man show.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got 6, 7, 8 weapons on offense. How are you going to stop that?
We're getting some Broncos fans fired up. You remember our boy Tegan in Australia?
Mm-hmm.
Tegan texts in, always appreciate you listening. Says, guys, you're getting me excited. If there was a Broncos parade, I'd seriously fly back to the United States just to be there, even though my wife would kill me. Well, Tegan, you could say, like, well, Josh and Cease invited me personally. I'm going to come hang out.
Right. Well, we could call her.
Oh, that's
right?
it.
We are here for you. You want us to call your boss and tell him off? I mean, call in sick. You want us to call your girl and say, like, you're moving on? Like, what do you want? You want us to call your wife and say, hey, lady, Miss Lady, Miss Australian Lady.
Yep.
Your fella's got to go to Denver. Sorry.
Hey, Miss Australian Lady, sorry. We need Tegan out here for a parade. We got a radio thing that he needs to be a part of.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be a huge part of it. We'll send pictures and videos.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. But he's on his way.
But then I would be embarrassing because I'd ask, like, are kangaroos really mean?
Yeah, I'd ask a lot of dumb
Are they
questions.
mean?
I already asked him a bunch of dumb questions. I was texting him about spiders and snakes. We did a whole thing on the text line.
It's kind of what you do, right?
Shout out to you, Tegan. We appreciate you tuning in from way down there in Sydney, Australia. That makes us worldwide, Cecil. Thank you for that, Tegan.
That's right.
All right, let's hear from Sean here. What has he seen out of Evan Ingram, the new toy, the new Joker? Here's Sean on Tuesday.
He's doing well. He's smart. He's really works at it. I would say the one thing that's hard to grade on film are how good someone's football instincts are, and I think he's showing us each day that he's got a real good savvy for the game.
Showing us each day he's got a real good savvy of the game, the understanding of the game. He said, Evan himself, last week, hey, I got to earn these type of things. Sounded like some coach speak, right? Talking with Sean. Evan Ingram is going to be a guy that comes in here and has this Joker title. I've already tempered expectations based off things that you have told me, Cecil. But I think there can be moments, especially that red zone that we talked about earlier with Evan Ingram, and now the multiple option that Bo has that's not just number 14. Even if Evan Ingram doesn't have these, steal the term, Star Wars numbers at the end of the year where it's like, damn, that's a tight end with close to 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns. Let's say he has 4 or 5 of those touchdowns, but all of them come in the red zone. I mean, dude, that is a huge, huge signing and role, I guess, for a guy like Evan Ingram. Wouldn't feel like that Joker because I feel like that's just been built up too high at this point.
Right.
But man, if all of his or most of his production, touchdown-wise, came in the red zone, that's icing on the cake for second-year quarterback Bo Nix.
Well, I often talk about the declaration of influence. Even if Evan Ingram is a decoy on some plays, okay, the defense is going to have to react to him. If Evan Ingram is on the field, you can't sleep at the tight end position. If you're tasked with covering Adam Troutman, you're like, okay, I got this. You're some slow linebacker out there. You're like, okay, I got him, guys. You see me cover Adam. I shut Adam Troutman down, everybody. If Evan Ingram's out there, you are personally wetting yourself if you are a slow linebacker because he's going to scorch you. He's going to school you, and it's going to be there. But even if it's as a decoy and he's just shifting the focus of the defense, and now the middle of the field is wide open, and you've got Pat Bryant on a drag route, you got Marvin Mims on a slant route, all of a sudden it's house call with those two guys. Bryant because of the run after the catch ability, and then Mims because that blinding speed, blazing speed. Can't wait to see what Marvin Mims can do this year, taking yet another step as a wide receiver, not just as a Pro Bowl return man.
Speaking of red zone stuff, it's something that Sean did talk about yesterday as well, this time in regard to his quarterback and how Bo looked in the red zone.
he was outstanding. And the significance of the running game across the 15, you can't understate. And so all of that, you know, we look at in the offseason, self-scout. What do we want to add? What do we want to remove? What can we do better? And so I think his performance in that area will improve as we do as a unit.
All right, I will say there's a couple of things there. Now, Sean's good at playing the game, and he's saying the right things here. It's also June, so you don't want to, live and breathe by every single word he's saying. But he said a lot of this last year. He said, I think our running game inside the 15 is going to make a difference, talking about the red zone. I hope that's the case. We talked about JK and RJ's roles with this team. But I can't ignore things that happened last year because there's real evidence there. And I can't ignore when the running game wasn't right. You were there. I sat next to you. Sean coming up in the post-game stuff and being like, hey, I got to be better. The same things he just said.
Yeah.
So I got to self-evaluate. How many times are we going to give Sean that pass of like, all right, you got to self-evaluate and figure out you need to run the football more? It's time to just run the football more.
Well,
now, is Sean going to do that? I'm having a hard time just giving him like, oh, yeah, he'll do it this time.
Okay, I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little mean, but I promise you it's not.
That's all right if it is.
Look at who he had to work with. It comes down to trust, right? If I'm looking at my play sheet and I have run the ball on it, and then I think, oh, wait a second, I got Jalil can't break a tackle. I got Javonte 3 yards ago. I'm not thinking of those guys. I'm not thinking of them at all. I'm looking at what I think is going to work and be the most dangerous. When you're RJ Harvey, your middle name is dangerous. Might as well be RD Harvey, right? Real dangerous Harvey.
Nice.
That's the man right there. So that's going to be top of your list, top of your mind, the front of your mind. If you're Sean Payton, was Javonte Williams at the front of your mind?
I hope not.
No, God, no. Because you can't trust him. You can trust him in pass pro, yeah. But you trust him to get 3 yards? Who gives a damn? Now you got J.K. Dobbins. He will be undeniable. Sean will be thinking of, oh, wait, did they get a load of this? Again, go back to Alvin Kamara's rookie season. 201 touches. And top of my head, Kev, we might as well just get the real number. But top of my head, Mark Ingram that year had 240 touches. Hey, he's got running backs now he can trust. So whereas last year, and I get what you're saying, right? Can Sean?
He kept saying the same thing every week.
Exactly, but he kept thinking of who he's got. Now he can't help but think of who he's got. And knowing Sean Payton, he's going to want to prove himself right.
Yeah.
I told you guys everyone missed out on J.K. Dobbins.
You're 100% right about that.
Yeah, so he's going to want to hit you over the head with the ground game.
Yeah.
What year did you want?
2017.
2017.
Yeah, Kamara's rookie year.
Oh, Kamara's rookie year.
Yeah, but Mark Ingram had 240 touches, I believe.
230.
230, okay.
So that's quite a big number. Mm-hmm. All right, I hope that is it.
So 431 touches from the running backs.
Just when he keeps saying that, I go back. We did it last year, man. On Mondays, we're here like, why is he not running the football? We figured out like they're not even going to get 20 touches. One running back get 20 touches because of who Sean is. Now, maybe that does change. Maybe the mold's broken because he trusts his running back room now, and he hasn't had that luxury here in Denver.
By the way, that was 230 carries for Ingram. If you throw in receptions, he had 58 receptions.
So we're talking about
288 touches.
Damn.
201 touches, math, 489.
Between two players.
His running backs had 500 touches. Sean's fine. The talent last year wasn't good enough. And if that offends you, get as offended as you like. But that's the point-blank honest truth for what happened last year. Sean Payton looked at his damn play sheet and knew he couldn't trust Javonte. Jalil can't break a tackle. When he had Ingram and Kamara, they had 500 touches combined.
I hope Sean's in that same mindset. Prove us wrong. Hey, Sean, shut me up, please. I'd love to see you utilize the running backs as soon as this year.
Oh, they're just going to talk about you counting. No. You guys are counting. I know you're counting.
No.
I'm just trying to get some J's, my man. I'm trying to watch some winning football and get some J's. Is that too much to ask, Mr. Payton?
Parade day is J Day.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, parade. Broncos parade with Jordans.
It's coming.
What if Sean was on top of a fire truck, like throwing out boxes of Jordans?
You get a pair. Dude. I'm throwing some elbows.
I didn't.
I'm getting multiple pairs.
I'd catch like a size 8. It's like, oh, well, that fits half my foot.
You give it to your niece or nephew. That's what you do.
That's true.
Yeah, wait for them.
And I'd get like Carolina blue ones. Like,
oh, those are nice. I own those.
Those are nice.
I'll give these away for $20.
I had to buy them in size 11, so they're a little tight when I wear them, but
it's fine.
Yeah.
I got a gift pair of True Blue 3s for Christmas one year, and they were like 10 and a half, I think. And I was like,
dude.
I'm going to wear them anyway.
I'm going to wear my Carolinas tomorrow just for you, Kevin.
Yeah,
let's both do that. Let's both do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll wear my Duke jersey.
All right.
With no shirt underneath.
Let's continue to talk about these Broncos. I saw this graphic yesterday on Fox Sports I wanted to chat about. The teams in the NFL that's gone multiple years without a playoff win. Wait till you see how long it's been for the Dolphins. And of the list, I want to know if anybody not named the Broncos has a chance to end this streak. That's coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan youth football camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely, and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900, that's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's talk about playoff droughts and who's got the longest. I couldn't believe the number for the Dolphins. I'm like, all right. I mean, they've flirted with the playoffs, been a playoff team, just can't win a playoff game. In fact, it's been 24 years since the Dolphins have won a playoff game. It's the longest streak in the entire NFL. The Raiders right behind them at 22 years. Suck it, Raiders fans. The Bears at 14, the Jets also at 14, and then you get a group of 9 years without a playoff win. That's where the Broncos fall. Obviously, it was the Super Bowl 50 run. The last time they won a playoff game. The Panthers haven't won a playoff game since then either. Beat the Panthers in that Super Bowl. The Broncos dominated Cameron Newton in that game. Arizona has also gone 9 years without a playoff win, and the Steelers are last on the list at number 8. Well, the Dolphins probably aren't going to the playoffs. The Raiders certainly aren't going to the playoffs. I doubt the Bears are going to the playoffs. I know the Jets aren't going to the playoffs. I know the Panthers aren't going to the playoffs. I know the Cardinals aren't going to the playoffs. I just eliminated 6 teams. So, Cecil, between the Broncos and the Steelers, who's got a better chance to end said drought? 9 years for the Broncos, 8 years for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, and with the Pittsburgh Steelers, it's like, okay, you have Aaron Rodgers. How's that going to work out?
Hopefully terribly.
Better be a lot of Caleb Johnson as their running back, the rookie rusher, coming in to lead the way on the ground, and they're always going to have a swarming defense. But the Broncos' defense is better. Broncos' defense is better, their quarterback's better, and that's not outlandish. It's Bo's second year. It's Rodgers' millionth year. Rodgers isn't the same player that he used to be. So, yeah, it's the Denver Broncos here for sure. And why is Browns misspelled? Why do the Dolphins get so much attention and love? Right? I mean, it had a Stokely moment there.
We're watching
Colin
Cowherd and the graphic. When will we see Shedeur Sanders start at QB for the Browns?
For the Browns.
BRWONS on Fox Sports.
Shedeur shot. Okay, yeah. I don't know why the Dolphins always get so much love and attention nationally. I appreciate Mike McDaniel, known him since he was a teenager, and he was a ball boy for Mike Shanahan. But, yeah, I mean...
He's out this year.
I believe he might get fired during the year, you know, and Zach Wilson might start half the year for that team. So, yeah, Dolphins...
I kind of think, like, secretly we should sort of be rooting for not for the Dolphins, for Zach Wilson to get in and look good.
Right.
Because then this place, Denver, gets looked at like San Francisco. And Sean can he can have his little garage project every single offseason of like, hey, I'm going to put this thing in the garage. I'm going to cover it up. I'm going to work on it from time to time.
Right.
And then I'm going to sell it for double what I bought it. And it's not even a completed project yet. I want that to happen for Sean Payton.
Are you going to get a garage project now that you got a garage in your new house?
I got plenty of projects right now. Let me get through those and see where I'm at.
Okay, one day,
yeah.
you will have a garage project. Mm-hmm. Can I convince you to buy a broken down motorcycle?
Are you going to help me fix it?
Yes, but then you can tell your lady, like, hey, well, it doesn't run. Babe, I'm not riding this thing.
Yes.
But you just go out there, you tinker on it, you look at it. Mm-hmm. I was looking at my dirt bike this morning, like, I should tinker on that thing.
That's probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah, because even if you just look at it, that's almost like working on it.
Mm-hmm. Then once we get it running, I'm like, I'm just going to go cruise around the neighborhood.
Yeah, we're just driving around the block. We got to test out the carburetors, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gone for 4 hours.
With no license plate. Who does that? Nobody does that.
Great idea right there.
Hey, they can't charge you toll if you don't have a plate.
All right, so yeah, it's the Broncos.
Totally don't do that, anybody.
Don't do that for sure. It's the Broncos that are going to end this streak. The Broncos are winning a playoff game this year. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, did you see his press conferences, his reasoning as to why it took some time?
I don't want to see anything of Aaron Rodgers ever.
Well, apparently he got married. That was why he wanted to take some time. Got married, had personal stuff going on. Also said it was either the Steelers or nobody, which I thought was very interesting. I'm like, are you sure that wasn't the other way around? Was it just you were going to go to the Steelers or nobody else wanted you? And to hear a lot of people knocking on the door for one Aaron Rodgers, and then he said he's going to twist the arm of his wide receivers to come to an off-season camp, but they'll have to go to his estate in Malibu, is what he said.
His estate in Malibu.
Mhm.
All right.
Who's hated more from like national football fans? The Dallas Cowboys or the Pittsburgh Steelers just this year because of Aaron Rodgers? The Steelers are usually loved. Almost
right.
America's team over the Dallas Cowboys.
Right, yeah.
All that's out the window now that their quarterback is Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I'm just thinking, one, I'm happy for Aaron to get married, and I'm assuming the lady must be the best wife of all time. Because what wife lets you take off for 3 days and you come back and you're like, honey, I was in a cave.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was no light, and I was in a cave, and I was on ayahuasca. She's like, what? Where were you? Where were you? It's been 3 days. Where have you been? Where have you been? Where's those 12 losers that won't get a job? Like, huh? No, those are my friends. They're not losers. They're my wide receivers. They're losers. No. She must be a hell of a lady.
She's a
lady?
saint.
It's a lady. Okay, lady.
As far as we know.
Okay.
He didn't specify. He just said, I'm wearing.
I got married.
He said, yeah, that is a wedding ring that you're seeing.
Aaron Rodgers.
He just needs it, man.
He's an attention. Whatever. Kev, I didn't say it. You don't have to press the dump button. I didn't say the.
No, I was just agreeing with you behind
okay.
the scenes.
Okay.
I just
There you
kind
go.
of half rolled my eyes. Like, yeah.
I don't need to hear about Aaron Rodgers. Just go play football, dude. Please shut up. Like, yeah, please, Aaron Rodgers, please shut up.
I know we never root for someone to get hurt, and I don't want to do
No.
that.
That's
dude,
bad
don't
juju.
you do that, 'cause
That's
then
bad juju.
I'm not doing it.
Don't say it. Don't even say
'Cause
it.
then-
Don't say
I'm
it.
not
Don't
saying
complete
it.
that thought.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if they're 0-16, 17, I wouldn't mind that at all.
I would just say it's doubtful the Steelers make the playoffs.
Ooh, and my dad's a huge Steelers fan. I'm going to text him so much mean stuff about Aaron Rodgers this whole season. I can't wait for that. Remember in 94 when Harbaugh completed that pass, Pops, and you're rubbing it in my face? The tables have turned. Now you have to deal with Aaron Rodgers.
Tables have turned, Charlie Murphy.
And the Colts have Anthony Richardson.
No, he's hurt.
Oh, he's hurt already. Of course he is.
Yeah, he's hurt. You'll be shocked to know Anthony Richardson is hurt.
That's crazy.
It's Daniel Jones.
Can't wait for that. Daniel Jones. Somebody stabbed me in the face with a rake. All right.
Mike on YouTube says he married Devontae Adams.
Oh, my gosh. Mike, that's a good one.
Way to
That's
go,
a good
Mike.
one on YouTube.
Good job, Mike.
Let's go into quarter 4, getting back to Sean Payton. Sean Payton was asked a question about this defense, asked if it could be the best defense he's ever had, and had a very interesting response. Am I digging too deep if I think there was a hidden message in there to Vance Joseph?
Message?
You judge for yourself when you hear his answer coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com, and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does.
All right, here we go. Hour 4, quarter 4.
Was?
Hanging out with you guys for another hour before Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay come in here. They're the drive, and they're going to get you home. Speaking of ZB, before we dive deep into Sean Payton's press conference from Tuesday and give you the quote he's talked about with the best defense of his career, and is there a little message to VJ in there? I got to tell you what Zach Bai's going to be doing tomorrow. It's already here, man. 100 holes of golf for kids on June 12th up at Todd Creek between Brandon Stokely and Zach Bai. They're going head-to-head. Turned a little fun event into a friendly competition to see who can raise more money for great causes. Both Zach and Stoke are trying to raise $10,000 for their respective charities. Stoke's playing for a precious child, supports kids in need by providing them with everything they need from diapers to clothing and sports scholarships, as well as mentorships to help them succeed in the workforce. Great outlet. Zach playing for Recruiting Classroom, also a great outlet. They help kids play sports from the age of curiosity all the way to college. All children and adolescents, regardless of zip code or ability, should have access to high-quality sports activities that allow them to develop as human beings, and that's the mission for Recruiting Classroom. So what we're asking you guys to do is choose sides. Pick a player and an outlet to support, or perhaps you got a couple extra, support both. You want to support Stokely? Go to StokelyCares.com. That helps Stoke and Precious Child. You want to support Zach? Head to ZachBuyCares.com to help Recruiting Classroom and our boy ZB. It's ZACHBYE Cares. That's ZachBuyCares.com to support Zach, StokelyCares.com to support Stoke. Every dollar is going to go to kids here in Colorado, and it doesn't matter if it's $1 or 1,000 of them. All donations help and are appreciated.
Now spell Stokely.
I mean, that one's easy, right? Should be. Stokley.
Okay, good.
There we go.
Well, some people, because he's Stoke, Stoke, some people might try to go Stokely. No. It's Ley. StokelyCares.com.
StokelyCares.com. Go there and support the guys. Like I said, if you got the extra, that's great. If you don't, we certainly understand. But if you do got the extra and can support both, your money is going to great places.
Yeah.
I do also want to give a Don't Be That Guy. Can I do that real quick?
Yeah, Don't Be That Guy Wednesday.
It is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. We always love our Don't Be That Guys. Now, I've been seeing this a lot lately, and I don't know if it's because I clicked on one and now it's just in my algorithm.
Yes.
But dude, I did not realize how many fake Broncos pages were on Facebook.
What do you mean?
So this week alone, I've seen 2 different Facebook, the Bronco fan page or whatever, Broncos
Bronco
fan pages.
Yeah.
With 2 stories that are 100% false.
The Greg Penner story?
The Greg Penner
that
story.
we can't talk about? Yeah.
Can't talk about it. And then there was another one that Bo Nix left a $900 tip on a waitress's thing. And then that same photo is going around with just different athletes' name on it.
Okay.
Now, it'd be great if it's a fake story and it makes you look good, all good. But the Greg Penner one didn't, and it was actually really stupid. I actually commented on that. I'm like, if you believe this, man, you're the lowest common denominator.
I'm sorry.
here.
Yeah, if you believe this, well.
So don't be that guy that
Here's your sign.
Starts one of those pages.
Yeah.
Or are one of the, not kidding, 251 comments I saw on the post that is so clearly fake. Here's a quick reference, all right? A quick little guide that you can use to reference. You see one of those things on Facebook or social media? Go to google.com. Type in the same headline. You don't have to type anything.
You've just asked people to do too much work.
Paste, and I promise you it won't show up on any other outlet that's not that fake Facebook page.
Yeah. Well, I apologize. Exactly 0% of people are going to do that. Here's the thing. And I heard Gary Vee talk about this. I watch a lot of Gary Vee, which maybe says a lot about me, but I want the Jets to flip and win. He said that 80% of AI can fool you now, because these are sometimes AI-driven articles or websites, and there's AI influencers now. So you think you're a big deal because you're an influencer on TikTok? Guess who's taking your job? AI.
All right.
And he says in 6 months, 100% of AI you will not be able to tell. Kev's following those girls, the ladies, on Instagram or whatever. They're fake.
Yeah.
Even when they're not messaging me back?
Oh, my God, Kev.
I couldn't help it.
You're such a good sport.
It's too easy.
But, yeah, so, all this, fake stuff, just get ready for it to keep happening. Just be smart before you comment on some Facebook post because you totally agree with that or you totally disagree with that. It's called somebody's making money on you for clicks. So don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Good. All right, good. I literally have seen it 2-3 different times this week alone, and I'm like, what are we doing, people? Sean Payton, he hopefully knows what he's doing. Is off to a good start here with Bo Nix. I guess not under Bo Nix. But I want to talk about the other side of this with the defensive side. Now, Cecil, I haven't told you the thing that makes me believe this, that there's a hidden message in here to Vance Joseph.
Okay.
We'll see if we come up with the same part of the clip. So, asked yesterday by a media member down at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, hey, Sean, could this be the best defense you've ever had?
Man, we'll see. We'll see. We're sitting here in June and talking about the best, and we have a chance to be a real good defense, and time will tell. Lucky enough, I've been a part of some really good defenses, but we just got to keep improving and really all of this is in preparation for training camp.
All right, so the beginning is what stands out to me.
Yeah.
So he's gathering his thoughts, but the way it starts,
we'll see.
Right there. How is Vance
We
Joseph?
should save that as a drop.
Yeah, can we do that, Kevin?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
right in the middle of his forehead is a photo of Vance Joseph, and also Jim Leonard kind of standing behind him, like poking his head, of like, "Be careful what you say, Sean."
Over here.
We'll see. Is very interesting to me. To me, again, my interpretation, and all of us are going to be different.
Yeah.
That's Sean being like, "Well, it should be. We'll see how good VJ is.
We'll see,
Mm-hmm.
right? We'll see." And he's right. I mean, I think it was in poo-poo mode yesterday. So it was like going after Luka, about like, "Oh, you're counting. Nobody counting out there, these running backs." And then the defense like, yeah, we'll see. Ask him if your offense would be number one in the league. He'd be like, "Oh, let me tell you something about New Orleans," right?
Yeah.
That's what he'd do. "George, did I tell you about New Orleans?" Remember the New Orleans story, George?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And now if we get that new drop, we'd be like, "Hey, Sean, can I get a pair of Jordans from you, please?"
We'll see.
He said we'll see. Didn't say no.
That's not a no.
Sean Payton didn't say no to my Jordan request.
Yeah. If Cecil's going to get a pair, I mean, that means I get a pair, right?
We'll see.
I can live with the will sees, right?
Yeah, it's the no.
Yeah, it's
the
no.
no
I
that
got a
gets
hard
me.
time.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it should be one of his best defense. I heard the morning show talking about it, and Mike saying that he had three of the top 10 defenses 3 times of his 15 years. That's not great, right? If you look at it at 1 every 5 years, you probably want it to be a little bit better than that. And they talked about it kind of being on the back end of Drew Brees' career. That's when the defense started to get a little bit better, just because you had to do a little bit more heavy lifting. But, man, this defense, you have Nick Bonito, you have Jonathan Cooper, you have Tillman and Ellis as backup reserve guys that could probably start in a handful of teams across the league. You have Patrick Surtain, the reigning defensive player of the year. In the last 2 years, you've completely reset your safety room with Brandon Jones and Hufanga there. Plus, Riley Moss being another year into this. Oh, and by the way, you might have drafted the best cornerback in all of the 2025 draft with Shade Barron. It's what you've been saying, man. I'm not going to forget it. We wondered if Vance Joseph needed everything to be the best defense in the NFL. Well, you got it now, so you better be the best defense in the NFL.
Yeah, no excuses. No excuses. Just wins. And if the defense balls out like they can, suffocating wins. And if the defense balls out like they can, the key to the Broncos' Super Bowl win, as Super Bowl 60 is theirs until it's not, is Vance Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talk about Bo Nix and sophomore slump and what's Bo going to do, and that's cool. But playoff football is about playing great defense. And if VJ's defense is great like they can be, number one in the league like they can be, it's going to be really tough to beat this team. Really tough.
Hey, did you miss the big news of the day? If you did, we've got you covered. It sounds like we've got ourselves a location when it comes to a new stadium for the Denver Broncos. Where is it? Will you like it? We'll share the details coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. 5 Alarm Brouhaha. Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about. There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now is an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Every single day this week. It'll continue Thursday and Friday. We have tickets for you to go see Jelly Roll and Post Malone. They're going to be at Empower Field at Mile High. and it's going to be this Sunday on Father's Day, June 15th. You hear Posty right now. That means it's a race to the hotline. Caller number, let's go 4 again, at 303-713-1043 is going to win that pair of tickets. A nice little fun Sunday for you. Let us hook you up and take care of you. Post Malone, Jelly Roll, on the line right now. 303-713-1043. Race to that hotline, and good luck. Don't forget, if you don't get them today, you have Thursday and Friday to continue to try and win those tickets. All you got to do is be tuned in right here with Dover and Cecil. All right, Cease. We got the news today that the Broncos have likely started this process, and really, we're going back 2 years. They likely started the process of the new stadium back in 2023. You know, as we talked about this earlier and now going to revisit it, I keep thinking about how many press conferences has Damani Leach had talking about this?
Right, yeah.
Knowing what was in the works and just that poker face staying clean, Damani. Nice work with what he has done. But if you're just joining us again, there's a story out from Business Denver that Guerrilla Sports found, and that's the way we're highlighting it, thanks to our friends over at Guerrilla, that in 2023, the Walton Penner Group started LLCs. In fact, 10 different LLCs. And now, since 2023 to June 11th, 2025, they've bought up properties to the tune of $147 million worth of property on the east side of I-25 between 14th and 4th. You're thinking like that 10th and Osage stop right now? That's the area that you should be picturing in your head. And if you can't picture it, go to Cecil's timeline, at Cecil Lammey on Twitter, and you'll see some photos of it right there. Sounds like this is, they've already made the purchases here. It sounds like all we are is a Denver Bronco announcement away from actually making this 100% official.
Yeah, actually making it what this team is going to do and what they're going to be is the Denver Broncos still in downtown Denver. And I think a lot of people out there are going to be excited about that. And you think of everything that comes with a new NFL stadium. And this is a perhaps destination. We don't have anything official. So we're just going to say, like, this is where it could be. This is what's been bought up. Read the Denver Business, article, and then check out the tweet from Guerrilla Sports. And you look at, okay, sounds like this is the spot. Sounds like this is where the Broncos are buying up property for something big. You don't spend $150 million just to buy empty warehouses.
No, you don't.
You spend that money to get your spot, to get ready for parking, to get ready for shops, restaurants, bars, and a stadium. Likely with a roof, likely with one of the sliding glass wall to one side of the building, and that side is likely to be the side that faces downtown. Now, maybe it faces the mountains as well, or maybe you could get both in somehow, some way, depending on the positioning of your stadium, that you could open up the window and you could see downtown on the right and you could see the mountains a little bit on the left.
That'd be cool.
But get ready for something like Minnesota's stadium that they have. I believe it's still US Bank Stadium, where it's not a retractable roof, but it's a sliding wall that opens up, so you get the open air feel, you get that stadium feel, but you also can close it when the weather's bad and still have your concerts. You can have a draft, and you can have a Super Bowl in Denver. And mark my words, a Super Bowl in Denver is coming. If they get this stadium and build it the right way, if it's an open air stadium, then no, it's not coming. But if they build it the right way, where it's got a roof and then that slides open on one side, I could feel pretty confident that a Super Bowl would be coming to Denver.
Okay. A tweet from Mike Kliss that's just coming out here within the last couple of minutes here. He's quote tweeting that Business Den article that we're talking about. Their Twitter handle is @business_den, D-E-N. And Mike writes on the quote tweet, "Would not be surprised if true, as it's common for teams exploring a new stadium to look into purchasing land as part of preparing for all scenarios to keep options open. Team has also said it's exploring Lone Tree, Aurora, and current site for future stadium plans." So I'm sure Mike has done his due diligence, sent a text or two to figure out if he can get a true answer, and then is sharing that. But look, I understand what Mike's doing here. We obviously respect the hell out of Mike Kliss. You don't spend $147 million to keep options open.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, this will be the spot. This will be the place to be.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps not even just Broncos Sundays. Like, this could be with shops and restaurants and a revamped, it's not low dough, it would be lower dough.
Lower dough.
Low dough, right?
Yeah.
Like low dough. Yeah.
I mean, it technically wouldn't even, that's not downtown. Is it?
Not really.
That's like Denver.
Is
but
the
it's
stadium really downtown? I mean, it's
No.
across I-25.
The stadium's more, is it Highlands over there now?
I don't know what it is.
North Denver.
But either way, like, yeah, this is going to be an event center. This is going to be everything. This is going to be shopping. This is going to be restaurants. It's going to be a place where you want to go hang out and you want to go even if the Broncos aren't playing. And you've got your imagine you're a big concerts, right? We've got Post Malone Jelly Roll coming up. That's at Empower Field at Mile High, correct? Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So guess what? If you had this new stadium and it had all the shops and all the restaurants and all the bars, now you're going down there for the concert and dinner.
Yeah.
And drinks afterward and whatever. So it's like, yeah, it's just smart. It's the best way to do business. And that's what Greg Penner does.
Interesting text from Antonio on the RamosLaw.com text line. What up, Antonio?
What's up?
Appreciate you tuning in, being a part of the tribe. Says, hey, boys, I work construction, and my girlfriend, you mean your lady, works for Turner Construction, and showed me the budget on the stadium, but didn't tell me the location. Budget started at $2.8 billion. My company was just awarded the interior package of the new training center. Thought I'd pass that info on to you boys. Love the show, Antonio. We love you. Thanks for sharing the info right there. So
nice.
I mean, yeah, that number doesn't surprise me at all. It's Greg Penner. There will be no corners cut and no, there's no shortcuts with that dude. He's not trying to save a buck on a stadium and get over on the public of the Denver community.
They could have kept Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit the same.
Mm-hmm.
Nice field house. They spent a lot of money. I remember when that tower was put up. That is no longer there, by the way. They took that down. But it's like they could have just came in, left everything the same. Oh, now you win something. Okay, now we'll invest. No. They're getting ahead of this by investing in the team now before they've won a Super Bowl so that they are Super Bowl ready. That's all Greg Penner is doing. It's what he's doing with the roster. It's what he's doing with the decisions like getting J.K. Dobbins. It's what he's doing with Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. It's what he's going to be doing with whatever the stadium is going to be named by that time. Like, he's preparing as if he's a champion right now, and I think that's a good sign in football and in life.
Heck yeah, it is.
You can't want something and then not behave in that manner. Again, better choices, better results. Greg Penner makes the best choices so he can get the best results.
Mm-hmm. A couple of our texters, JM wrote this one. It's just Soto. Southern downtown.
Soto.
Oh, that's not bad, right?
Soto.
I like that.
Little Soto.
Uh-huh.
Gotta get down to Soto. Watch the Broncos kick the crap out of the Raiders.
Are you hanging out at Soto this week? Yeah, man. I'll see you down in Soto.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the way that sounds.
Also, only $2 billion for a stadium?
Well, that's the start.
That's
the
the start. Okay, I was a little worried because
Yeah.
that means our stadium's going to look like crap if it's only worth $2 billion.
What are you going to get with $2.8 billion?
I
Come
know.
on.
Like SoFi, I just looked up, it was like $6 billion. So
Oh, really?
I want to be closer to that number.
Okay.
I mean, it's not my money, but
Well, that'd make it 7 then if it's not your money.
yeah, let's make it 10.
Exactly. They will spare no expense. That's how the Penner Group does it. So we're fired up again. How do you feel about it, Broncos country? Those of you in the tribe, looking like the new stadium location has been pinned down. Now, what does the timeline look like? That's something that we're going to have to wait and hear from the Denver Broncos. You want to hit us up on the text line? The number's 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Let's get back to Sean Payton and some things he said to the media yesterday, talking a little bit about this defense and what it will look like and how Riley Moss fits in his second year as a full-time starter opposite of PS2. That's next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a one-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that. And often, we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing. I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach Bai here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the Ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We've been talking a ton about the Broncos offense, right? That's what everybody wants to talk about. Touchdowns are awesome. Bo Nix is great.
Bo Nix.
Always love talking about Bo Nix.
Bo's a great dude.
Of course he's a great dude. We want to talk about him.
That's
but
right.
What about the defensive side of things? What about Riley Moss? It's year 3 for Riley, right? But year 2 as a full-time player and not just special teams. And we know what happened when he went down last year, came back, wasn't himself, and it led to the defense in the final 4 weeks of the regular season not looking like the way they looked in the first 14 or so weeks of said regular season. Well, Sean Payton talked about Riley Moss yesterday, says, of course he's got a challenge. He's playing opposite of PS2.
When you're opposite of Patrick, you're getting a lot of traffic, and he rose to the occasion. He's someone who's extremely smart. So studying splits, all the things that allow you to have a chance to be a pretty good corner. And I say this, if you're covering everything, you're not covering anything. Tight split, -2, +2, runway, in eliminating routes that can't be run. But he's having a good off season.
Having a good offseason. He's got some work to do, of course. I think Sean would say that about literally every single player on the roster that's out there at mandatory minicamp today and maybe tomorrow. But Cecil, who do you think makes a bigger impact on the Broncos in 2025? Riley Moss or Jahdae Barron?
Yeah, it's Riley Moss. I mean, it
Really?
should be.
Okay.
We better hope it's Riley Moss, or else he's missing more time. Like, he's got to stay healthy and play up to his potential. That's how you get paid in this league. That's how you become, like, maybe someone's number one corner. Maybe the Broncos, maybe you price yourself out of the Broncos range. They can't afford everybody. Even with Greg Penner, even with the richest ownership group in all of football, you can't keep everybody. So if you're Riley Moss, you want to price yourself out of their range or to maximize what you get from them. That's what you want to do. So if you're Moss, make that impact and take advantage, because where do you pick on? If Alex Singleton is back to full strength and if Dre Greenlaw is healthy, I'm not picking on the inside linebackers as I used to. You would go at him with the tight ends all the time or running back out of the backfield. If Singleton and Greenlaw are healthy, you're not going to be able to do that with as much success.
Agreed.
You're not going to be able to run the ball now because of the addition of Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. Okay, that's eliminated. You can't just James Cook it up like the Bills did last year. You're not going to throw it Pat Surtain. Okay, that means Riley Moss, you're getting the target. You're getting the target. Make teams pay for trying to pick on you and then make them pay again. That's why Riley Moss, the most impactful player in that secondary, not named Pat Surtain.
So you think right now that's Riley's job to lose?
No, it's Riley's job.
Really?
I just think it's Riley's job.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Jahdae Barron is whatever they want him to be.
See, and
right now he's the third corner.
See, that's why I might lean, again, I'm going to reserve the right to change my mind once I get my eyes on these guys. But, you pick Barron where you pick him at number 20. Surprised not just the Denver world, but the NFL world making that pick. Probably the surprise is that he was sitting there at number 20.
Right.
And Denver was able to make the selection. But I actually am going to go with Barron because of what you just said. I think Barron is going to be on the field all over the place. And as of right now, I'm going to bank on Riley Moss missing a game, too. Hopefully it doesn't get to a full month because it's the NFL, and he showed me last year he has a hard time just staying healthy. But it's not a fault of his. It's the sport that he plays. I just think, all right, you put Barron at corner. He's going to get plenty of reps there. You're going to put Barron on the inside at that corner spot. He's going to get plenty of reps there, too. It's not like McMillan was this star player this last year. I think his best year was 2 years ago, and he wasn't the same form of himself last year. And then, by the way, not rooting for this by any means, but Brandon Jones, Hufanga also dealing with an injury.
Right.
Guess who can play safety too? Jahdae Barron can. I just think the opportunities to find himself on the field, it's literally 3 times that of one Riley Moss, who can do one thing. And he does it pretty well.
Yeah.
But Barron can do 3 things. And again, haven't seen it with my own eyes at the NFL level, but he can do those 3 things very well too.
Do you think Riley Moss will show Jahdae Barron the incomplete thing? No, this is how you do it. You kind of drop low, you swinging your hips. You drop low and you do the incomplete.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully he doesn't do it as well. You just replace one guy with the other.
Yeah.
PS2 talked about Barron as well and just the asset that is PS2 and how much that's going to help the young fella.
When you're around a talented player like that and someone who's as good a person as Pat is, it's great for the room. And then, look, he's got others around him that are exceptionally smart. And he, too, I said this last week, one of his gifts is his football IQ and his flexibility, inside or outside. And so I think that's another strong piece to a group that's hard to find. It's hard to find corners. And those are premium positions.
So it's Sean kind of echoing what I was just talking about there, just the flexibility, how many different spots you can have on him. And look, PS2 being on the roster is not just a benefit to Jahdae Barron. Riley Moss benefits, Barron benefits, Jones benefits, Hufanga benefits. Everybody on that defense from starter to depth piece benefits because that's how good Patrick Surtain is.
Yeah, and Pat Surtain's going to make that sort of impact where you're just going to have to be careful or he's going to make you pay. And it's the rush and cover. Not the 80s spy movie, rush and cover. That's what it is. You're going to have the pass rush. We talked about maybe 6 pass rushers on the roster, and that's edge players. 6 edge players on the 53. Don't think it happens, but it's going to be tough to just keep 4 and then have a couple guys sniped off the back end of your roster. You're going to have to keep 5. Q Robinson's going to have to be there. Outstanding player. Johnny Walker's going to have to be there, making plays all day. And Zach Allen, we need to make sure the public knows this. Since, in the last 7 years, there have been 2 players to have 40 quarterback hits in one season. 2 players. One name is who?
We're going to say Zach Allen.
Yes, and the other is
the other one.
Who?
It's
at the defensive line position.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I forgot the Rams defensive line.
Aaron Donald.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
That's it.
Your list is 2 players.
And Zach Allen's on it.
40 quarterback hits. Last 7 years. That's it. So Zach Allen helping with that pass rush as well. That's how this team can be special, as Stoke would say.
That's a very impressive number. Anytime you're on a 2-man list, and then anytime you're on a list with Aaron Donald, you're pretty good. And if the 2-man list is you and Aaron Donald, I'd say you're damn good. So, yeah, it's a tip of the hat for one Zach Allen. All right, I do want to continue hearing from Sean Payton. You mentioned it, Cease, so let's hear from him how they are going to be better because they have young pass rushers that they can split up reps with. We'll hear from Sean Payton and his comments on their young depth on the defensive line coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's 2nd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our erectile dysfunction treatments are shown to be effective in nearly 90% of cases. Here's one of our patients sharing his experience on our ED treatments.
The reality is I had to look in the mirror and say something has to change. Hi, this is Austin, and I've been a patient of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for well over 2 years. I noticed a change when I turned 50 that ED was affecting my personal life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has really just changed my life. They knew exactly what to do. They had solutions for me. From that point forward, I had the confidence. My self-esteem has increased, and all the other effects that were negatively affecting my personal life have really changed significantly. If you're feeling like I was feeling, please call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will help you, and they will be discreet and confidential, and I promise you, your life will change.
It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You boys ever met a real country girl? Talking true blue, out in the woods, down home, country. She's a hot little number in her pickup truck. Daddy Sweet Money done jacked it up. She's a party all-nighter from South Carolina. A bad mama jammer from down in Alabama. She's a raging Cajun.
I just wanted that part. We got Kev's choice.
Nice.
Cecil, how do you feel about this one?
That's what I was waiting for.
There you go.
I like it. I might play this in the Jeep today.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we'll do it later, but I was at a stoplight and somebody caught me singing in my car because I was singing Non-Point, Another Mistake, which is a great song, by the way. And I look over and somebody had their window down there like staring at me singing. And I'm like, I'm just going to sing louder.
Yeah.
I have a Jeep with no top
Start
on it.
dancing a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, lean into it.
Exactly. I'll take my shirt off.
Yeah, there you
Spin
go.
around my head like a helicopter.
Oh, you can work on your tan while you're driving.
I know.
It's a nice setup there.
Mm-hmm.
What if we all get in your Jeep and take our shirts off? Is that weird?
If Kelsey won't let you have a motorcycle, which is fine, I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, you choose a hobby where you make a mistake and you die.
That's a tough one, yeah.
She could let you get a Jeep, right? Get an old TJ like me. It's the last good Jeeps. Apologies to all Jeeps out there. But that's the last good Jeep was the TJ 97 to 2006. You can work on it. There's not a bunch of sensors all over the place. And those inline sixes run forever.
Okay.
And we could go beat the hell out of it. Take it up the left-hand canyon.
I like it up there.
Yes.
But I thought you only had to be left-handed to go up there. So Josh could go, but you can't.
I can, yeah.
I can't. Well, I could ride shotgun.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
With
But
his
either
shirt
way,
off.
if we both had Jeeps, it would be a thing, dude.
Crewing up.
It would be a thing, yeah. Mm-hmm. Go four-wheeling.
My first car was a Jeep. 1988 Jeep Cherokee. Not even Grand, just the Cherokee.
Yeah.
Primer gray.
Yeah, XJs.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things will last forever.
Mm-hmm. Found a little surprise in the glove box. I was like, oh, that's what I call a come-up. And my mom was like, that's going in the trash.
Why does it smell like a skunk in here? Oh, that's why.
All right, we're having some fun here. It is our final segment of the day. Zach By and Philip Lindsay are coming in here at 2. The guys are going to get you home. Sean Payton is addressing the media right now, so they'll be able to bring you some of that. We'll certainly get through some of it tomorrow. Was asked about J.K. Dobbins and said, hey, we're in the business of adding good football players. And that's exactly what we did in adding J.K. Dobbins. He also said, I'm looking at Will Peterson's Twitter account, at PetersonWill, and talking about practice tomorrow. Quote from Sean, there's no sugar days. That went away in 2011. Tomorrow is a salt day. No sugar. End quote. What does that mean?
They're practicing.
But didn't he give them a sugar day last year?
Yeah.
So he's lying there.
Well, did he not see what he needed to see?
Oh, a year ago?
No. This year.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he clearly didn't like what he's seen out of the running backs in 2 weeks because he went and got another one.
He also cut out a complete week of OTAs. And half the league did, so it's not just Sean. But half the league, I believe it is 16 teams that said we don't need that extra week of OTAs. So because of that, then that means they're practicing tomorrow.
Well, and he also said next year we will have that extra week. He didn't want the guys to get 4 weeks off, so he's giving them that extra week to make. It's like 5.5 weeks is what they're going to get. But standard is usually like 6 weeks what they get for their full-on summer break. All right. Do you believe him? So just because he said it out loud in front of a microphone and Will Peterson's tweeting about it, does that make it 100% true? Or are we going to get to work tomorrow and go, man, Sean did a little field day. He got us all.
Yeah, he got us.
Because this could also be the players. Like, he doesn't want to tell the players that they're getting the day off tomorrow, and then someone goes out and cuts loose this evening.
Right. Yeah. Maybe they show up tomorrow and he's like, just kidding.
Yeah. Got you guys. There's a dunk tank over there and all that. I don't know that he'd do the dunk tank.
I hope not.
What would you do if you were a head coach? If you're Sean Payton, what do you do tomorrow?
You work.
I think I work too.
You work. You're millionaires that play a kid's game.
Mm-hmm.
You work.
And you're about to have a 5-week vacation?
Yeah.
You work.
You're millionaires that play a kid's game. You're working.
I'm not upset or, going to scream if they do a field day, but if I were in charge, we're working.
Yeah, and I guess it is Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. Don't be that guy. I'm totally not talking about James Marilat, who loses your mind when there's a field day.
Yeah.
Who has the calories to burn over this is why they won't win the Super Bowl because they had a dunk tank. I wouldn't do that. It's not my choice. Again, football players, you're millionaires, you play a kid's game. Get your ass to work. For me, I'd make it a lighter day. Maybe shorts and no helmet, and just run out there, run some plays, glorified walkthrough.
Yeah.
Maybe get a sweat in, right? Just get these guys going a little bit and then call it off, man. And it is a shorter practice tomorrow anyway.
Oh, it is?
It's a really short practice.
Okay.
Yeah, Kev, the schedule, it's I think it's in like an hour. Yeah. So media availability will be sooner in our show. Always has to happen to our show.
Mm-hmm.
I did put the word in at the Healthy Swings event with Tyler. I was like, "Can you tell Sean?" And he's like, "I wasn't gonna."
I'm on the radio now from 10 to 2.
Yeah.
What can you do to help me out?
Can you start practice at 2:15? I could be there at 2:15. I'd do that during the regular season to go to the locker room.
Yeah, hopefully Tyler comes through for us. It was cool that day. Don't ruin the rep, Tyler. Be cool, man. Be cool.
Yeah, but then you're going to ask Sean, and he's going to be like, no,
Yeah, he's gonna be
no.
like, shut up.
Right.
No.
He's got a tea time at 4 o'clock, Cecil. You
Right.
think he's going to wait for us?
No, not at all.
That cigar ain't going to smoke itself, my man. He's got to get out there.
He is sounding a little bit better, which is good because it's painful when he doesn't sound good. It's painful.
Don't you just want to be like, hey, man, clear your throat, dog, you know?
I just want to take some tea to him.
Yeah.
You know?
Try this. I mentioned a couple of things that we didn't get to yet that Sean said. Again, this is yesterday, but you and I talked about earlier in the show, like Nick Bonitto snap count. Is that a worry? We looked at Vaughn's snap count numbers versus Nick snap count numbers from a year ago. We also talked about Jonathan Cooper being on the other side, Jonah Ellis and Dondre Tillman being in this mix. What are their roles? Well, Sean, he knows it. It's a luxury to have younger pass rushers to keep your top dogs fresh.
We're in a young developmental league, and so to have young guys that we have a vision for is extremely important because it's hard for guys to stay healthy, you know, with a long season. So your depth, you're creating all of that.
I keep on wanting to ask you about Jonathan Cooper of like, is it Tillman or is it Ellis that takes Cooper's spot? I just think that that's going to happen. But with the money that's already there for Jonathan Cooper, does he ever fall back as to a role player and not the starting piece? Or can you have to have him on the field because he is a true run stopper
Don't
too?
count the last year of his deal because the last year of a deal, I think the roster bonus is like $50 million, so he's never going to get that. But up for the next 4 years or whatever the number is, this is top of my head. Jonathan Cooper's number is like $14 million a year. He's not going anywhere. He's your starter. He's your starter for 4 more years.
Well, what if Ellis or Tillman like jump off the screen?
Then you don't pay Bonitto.
Wow.
I mean, that's how you do it. You've already paid Cooper. It's a very friendly deal. For a guy that's going to get you 10 sacks, he's going to be strong against the run. He's a lunch pail guy. He's a leader in that locker room. Like, there's nothing wrong with Jonathan Cooper. Just because he's not, a 15, 17, 20 sack guy. Like, no, he's going to get you 10 sacks. He's never going to be weak against the run. He's your guy. He's one of your edges.
Okay.
And he's already signed. And that deal, I mean, it's a smoking deal for the Broncos. Absolutely smoking deal. Because he could push for that $20 million mark, but he didn't. And his average deal is like $14 million a year, which is for a pass rusher that'll get you 10 sacks. That's a really, really good bargain for the Denver Broncos. Same with Zach Allen. Like, Zach Allen, Nick Bonitto, JFM, Malcolm Roach, Cortland Sutton. Of those 5 players, Zach Allen made $7 million last year. 40 quarterback hits. He made $7 million.
Damn.
So if you pay Zach Allen, it's partly because you're paying him for past performance because he didn't get, it's $7 million, and you and I would love that.
Yeah. I'd be dog cussing some names up in here. It'd be fun, dude.
It'd be pretty awesome.
It'd be pretty fun.
Yes.
That's for sure. All right, yeah. So I just thought it was interesting to hear about that with those young guys. And I always, and I got to stop doing this, I overlook Jonathan Cooper's run-stopping ability because he's an end. And I'm going, oh, give me sacks, give me sacks, give me sacks.
Yeah.
But that's literally half of his job. And he's really good at that half of his job.
Right. And he's stronger at stuffing the run or keeping contain, keeping the play inside of him, and then you force it back towards your linebackers and your help. He's better at it than Nick Bonitto is. Bonitto may be a better rusher. He has more pass rush moves, but Coop's never going to let up. He's relentless. So, yeah, he's here. He's a starter, and no one's really going to replace him.
All right. We're going to get back to some Broncos conversation once Zach and Phil jump in here, see what they saw today down at mini camp for the Broncos, day 2 of 3, and it sounds like they are going to practice tomorrow. Cecil, we do get game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight. It's only been 48 days since game 2.
Right.
I haven't asked you this yet. Are you upset about the way the floor looks or doesn't look? I've seen so many complaints about the floor. Oh, there's no Finals logo, or the Finals logo sucks on it. I don't know. I didn't notice at all until somebody said something on Twitter that there wasn't an NBA Finals logo on the floor.
If you're watching basketball and getting offended by what's not or on the floor, I don't think you're a basketball fan. I think you're like an interior decorator who's like, why is that color of that logo that way? You're not a basketball fan. I didn't even notice, dude.
I saw it on Twitter 1,000 times, and I'm like, oh, I guess it does look a little different. Kev, you noticed?
I'm going to have to back these people up because
You're not a basketball fan then?
I'm a basketball fan. When I went to the NBA Finals for the Nuggets, we went to Game 1, and we were so excited to go in and see the finals all over the court, and it wasn't there. It was underneath the basket on those pads.
Oh, the stanchion or whatever that's
yeah,
called?
but it's not on the court, and you're like, well, why? So what they do is they do that stupid coding and stuff
It's for
on the
television.
screen. Yeah, but I'm like, you guys can't put a sticker on the court? Like, I remember when the Celtics and Lakers had the giant one
Yeah.
across the middle of the court. It's like going to the Super Bowl and not having Super Bowl on the field. You know, It's kind of like, yeah.
That's weird because I was like standing on the floor the whole entire time during the finals, and I didn't notice once.
Well, if you would have got off the court.
As the confetti was falling, I was just standing there.
Yeah. I actually told Merlat that because he was going to Game 2, and he goes, there's no logo on the court. So he was kind of disgruntled with it, too.
The way you described it, because I was with Cecil first, I'm like, what the hell? Why are you complaining about that? But then you describing it as like going as a fan and it being your home hardwood, I actually do understand it from that perspective.
I mean, it's like if you're at Coors Field, you're going to spray paint World Series on Coors Field, and that's not going to happen until 2100 at this rate. But to see AFC Championship at Mile High, that to me, that's like one of those cool things.
You know what? I think Kevin just convinced me. I think they do need to have that.
You turncoat. You just changed in a matter of 2
You
minutes.
did a really good job because I'm thinking of
Thank
like
you.
the hometown fans. Like tonight in Indy. Don't you think the Pacers fan been waiting for how long to get the finals back? OKC's never had it, and then you don't have that? I think Kevin's actually right on this one. We're wrong, Cease. We're wrong.
It's like you go to the Indy 500, there's no bricks.
Yeah, I'm with Kevin. Fully changed my mind here.
No, 0%. 0%. I don't care. All right, what's on the floor? Who scored? Is Tyrese going to play? He was limping after Game 2.
He's not on the injury report.
It's been 84 years, and there's no sizzle to this series.
None at
I'm
all.
sorry. I'm sorry. This is just – we went the whole day, and, we got more important things to talk about, like Cale McCarr and the potential new location for the Broncos Stadium and the official signing of J.K. Dobbins. By the way, Dobbins, since he came into the league, number 3 in explosive play rate at the running back position.
Do you know what his average is?
5-something?
For his career. It was 4.6 last year.
Yeah.
Look, he's only gone under 4 1 year when he dealt with multiple injuries. I know that's the story of his career. but
Right.
Only one time has he had an average under 4.
Yeah, but if he's healthy, his explosive play rate is number 3 in the NFL at the running back position.
Also, hey, Damari Mathis, give him your number or find a new team, huh? Is this a conversation?
I don't think
you saw they wore the same number today?
Oh, they both
Yeah,
rock
there's
27?
double numbers out there during this time of year anyway. So
okay. So it's not a
if you're
big thing
Damari
then.
Mathis, you're like, oh, that's different.
Yeah. Well, hey, you're Damari Mathis, and he's J.K. Dobbins. Someone's going to win that battle, and it's not Damari Mathis.
Yeah, Damari, looking for a roster spot. So with all the stuff we've had to talk about, we've just brought up the NBA Finals. There's zero sizzle to this series. It's just, I don't care.
If
yeah.
the Pacers don't win tonight, you're right. It's done in 5.
Yeah, OKC in 5, and who cares, right?
If they win tonight, I'm right.
And I don't
it's
care
OKC
about the
in
floor.
6.
The floor, that's a terrible conversation.
Yeah, it's weird.
The floor. Why is the floor that way? I don't care.
But Kevin had a good explanation for hometown fans.
Yeah, hometown fans, you'll
It
be
matters.
fine. You're at the
It
NBA
matters.
Finals. You'll be fine. These guys were at Broncos OTAs. So what did you see from J.K. Dobbins?
Unfortunately, not much. J.K. was there, physically present, wasn't participating in drills, was working on the side field.
Is it Dulcich Memorial Field still, Zach?
Working on Dulcich Memorial Field.
My God.
And
it's a great name.
so, yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm like shocked, his first day at the facility. He doesn't know exactly what they're doing. You could see him stand behind the play, behind the quarterback with his helmet on. Maybe he was getting the plays in his helmet, not sure. But he was like intently watching when they were doing team periods just to understand, it looked like.
The flow of the game and the plays.
Yeah, the plays.
Yeah.
Real quick, KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We just read the quote. I don't know if you guys got to stay. I know you got to haul butt back here, but Sounds like Sean's got a full plan to practice tomorrow.
So I don't know if it's a full plan. I'll believe that when I see it because they went longer than they were supposed to today. And when you go longer, you're taking away from the next day's allotment because the NFLPA has this stuff down to the minute.
Yep.
So I think they're dipping into tomorrow's stash, if you will, and did it today. And then you'll have I don't know, a walkthrough or something tomorrow.
Or maybe it's just a half day where you're out there. You're going to spend a lot more time in the meeting rooms. Maybe you do one team period, a 7-on-7 period, and a lot of special teams. Because when you're out there, you're watching these practices, you're seeing a lot of players get a lot of reps and not a lot of the starters. Now, the starters are playing, but you can tell it's a feel of it's OTA still. I'm just here. I'm here so I don't get fined. That's kind of the feeling you get with some of these vets. Someone like John Franklin Myers and even someone like Hufanga, where it's like I'm out there at times, but I'm just there to get through these practices. So Zach's right. It may just be a shorter practice, and then you move on.
It's only supposed to go for an hour tomorrow,
Yeah.
10:30 to 11:30.
Oh, is that on the schedule?
It's on the official schedule. I'm looking right now. So today it was supposed to be 11:15 to 1:20.
Okay, they did
and
not.
tomorrow 10:30 to 11:30.
So that's going to be a lot of field work then. A lot of field work, a lot of special teams, getting everybody prepared of hey, guys, this is the last day before you guys kind of have your spring break or summer break. When you come back, everybody's battling for a spot. That's kind of what you're getting out of it.
And I'll say this, and I don't know how you guys feel, and maybe you've even talked about it. I like the fact that they're getting in their work. I do. We spoke about this yesterday. I wasn't going to die on the field day hill this year because you actually were a 10-win team. You actually were a playoff team. In the past, I thought that it was not from a football, utilitarian football standpoint, you're going to lose a game in September because you didn't practice the extra day in June.
Right.
But it's the message that you send when you're a 5, 6, 7-win team that, hey, we don't need to work. We're axing this day. We're going to eat ice cream instead. I didn't like that in the past. This time around the sun, I'd be okay if they did it because they actually have some merit to do it. But at the same time, the Broncos have not arrived yet. And I do like from a messaging standpoint, you were 1-8 against teams with a winning record. You did, make it to the playoffs and lost 31-7. And so if Sean's going to be, asked about the defense, be like, hey, hold on a second. Don't tell me how good we're going to be. Let's find out. Well, let's find out. Let's get some more work in, even if it is a walkthrough.
And I liked what he said about the running backs, where he's like, no, you guys are counting. Don't count.
Yeah.
So that's for training camp. Basically, and Mason and I argued about this yesterday, not argued, but on Orange and Blue today, and it was like, he thinks RJ Harvey's the one, and I'm like, no, Dobbins is the one, Harvey's the 1B.
Yeah.
Whatever. I think they both have, and we looked up the numbers. The combined total was 489 touches between Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara. It was 201 touches for Kamara, and then whatever the math is for Ingram, 243, whatever, 250.
Was that in Mark's? I'm putting you on the spot. Was that
2017.
Okay, so it was towards the end of his year.
It was middle point of his career. So in that point, kind of similar spot where J.K. Dobbins is, and J.K. would have to stay healthy. But I'm like, this isn't going to be a remember to run it. I went off earlier because I was like, this isn't. The reason why he had run it is because he would think and go, Javonte Williams, no, next. Now you have J.K. Dobbins, you have R.J. Harvey. My God, running it, and 500 touches for Kamara and Ingram. That's, if healthy, that's about what the number should be, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll say this in addition to what you just said, and really based off what you just said. The third running back on this team, I believe, is going to get not a lot of work. Whether it's Jaleel, and right now I would handicap it as Jaleel. Right now,
yeah.
I would. But I would say I would not shock me if Jaleel's getting 3 to 5 carries a game.
Well, you don't necessarily want your third string running back getting carries. He's predominantly supposed to be out there for special team work. Well, that is it.
That's when we were debating about it because I said the talent is different. It is a different running back room. But Sean, he said it week after week. I got to self-evaluate. It starts with the coaching staff. Remember how many times we heard that when the question was, hey, how come you didn't commit to running the football? I got to self-evaluate. I got to start with running the football. That's where we got into conversation of like, hey, I'm still not fully on board of trusting Sean to be a guy that takes the training wheels off the running back room. And then that was Cecil's point of like Javonte and Jaleel versus JK and RJ are completely different conversations.
Totally. I think it's going to be a bit of a Royal Rumble of a summer for that room. You know, who can emerge for the 1A running back and for the third running back. It's we're gonna have multiple different battles and dynamics within the same room, and I can't remember here in Denver the last time that
a battle for the running backs.
Really, it might have been honestly like you and Melvin when we were like, well, who's gonna be the? I think
1B,
going into 2020, I think it was.
Yeah. I've heard you guys talk a lot about Royce. Royce was supposed to be the guy, and you took his job.
Yeah,
and we all like Royce. Royce is a good dude.
He was set up to have success.
And David Williams was there for a little bit.
Yep.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Hey, the story's about old Dave. Old Dave.
But even Devontae Booker, at once upon a time was.
He
was
said
the
he
plan.
wasn't going to carry C.J. Anderson's pads. When Devontae Booker was a rookie, it's like, dude, you're gonna carry those pads.
Yeah.
Even Bo Nix carried pad last year.
He did.
Who was upset about that? That was Will. That was upset
Will,
for Bo.
yes.
Bo having to carry some sweaty pads.
Instead of make him buy dinner or
Wait,
something like that.
Will was upset about that?
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Big time
Oh
upset.
yeah.
Oh, he was
yeah.
upset.
And
Bo should have to do that.
And he's just wait. Young William has something new against Jarrett Stidham today.
He does.
He does.
He found some.
He does.
Yeah, he just looks at the show like, what pisses me off about him today? Okay, the way he's throwing the ball.
He's got something against Stidham. He didn't like how he was like kind of like flexing on Bo. And I will say this, I know we're being funny, but like Stidham, and I had this in my notes yesterday. Stidham's personality is really interesting. If he was good enough to be a starter in the NFL, he would be one of the most fun quarterbacks in the league to cover.
Big
From a
personality.
personality standpoint, he is just like. He's super charismatic, super confident. You remember him last year in training camp when he thought he had like the leg up when he was organizing the throwing camp. He was remember he would like throw his towel when someone
like a
was
flag.
offside.
Oh, that's right.
He would bark to the other quarterbacks when they're doing the drills to throw it through the net. He's just and then Bo on the other hand is like super serious. Very tightly wound in a way that Stidham isn't. And it's just like...
But you know what's funny is it seems like Bo's opening up a little bit more with Jarrett Stidham at least, and they hang out.
Oh, yeah,
I believe
yeah.
their wives hang
Yes,
out.
yes.
So they're comfortable. So Bo chirps back at Jarrett Stidham now where
I
it's
like
like, hey,
that.
I'm not that little rookie. And it's fun.
Yeah.
Like, you're having fun. But you're right. With Jarrett Stidham is... The thing I love about Jarrett Stidham is he's still the same guy.
Yeah.
Even the same guy last
great point.
year.
Yes.
He's
That is a
great
still
point.
doing the same things he was last year, and he knows he's a backup.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, just to share, because we're probably not going to talk too much about Stidham today, but in the final team period, he had a 40-yard pass on a freaking rope for a touchdown. It's like, I really didn't like the Jarrett Stidham re-signing to bringing him back at the number. I just, there's not enough in his career to draw from that would like provide an explanation why the Broncos have given him so much money. Is what I'm trying to say. But I'm like,
Backup life. You want to be a backup quarterback.
yeah.
You want to get paid.
And I think he's on the Chase Daniel path. I mean, this guy's made a bunch of money. He's played 4 NFL games.
What a great life. The
4.
Chase Daniels life, that's the greatest life of all time.
It is,
The
and I
life
think
you
he's
want.
aware of it. I think he's confident enough to believe that he's a starter, as he told us when he didn't get the job, if you remember. That's who he is, though. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is who this guy is.
That means Stidham's going to have a great podcast when he's done playing.
And that's the Chase Daniel plan, isn't it? That's the
Yes, it
Chase
is.
Daniel plan with Diana Rossini.
Yep.
It wouldn't shock me at all if Stidham goes into coaching or is some sort of TV host, radio host, podcast host.
But what it tells me is Stidham became a Sean Payton guy.
Yes.
And I said it yesterday.
Well said.
I just
Been a
want
Sean Payton guy.
I just want someone to look at me the way that Sean Payton looks at Adam Troutman. Because when you're Sean's guy, I mean, Adam Troutman's going to be the tight end coach someday. And Jarrett Stidham's going to be a coach. If he wants to be, Sean Payton will hook you up.
Adam Troutman followed Sean.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was with the
Oh, yeah.
Saints and then came to Denver.
Dude,
like,
they
yeah,
gave
that's
up
his guy.
half of their draft to get Troutman when he came out of Dayton. He had 19 touchdowns his final year in college.
He had 19 touchdowns his final
dude was
years
a freak.
at Dayton.
A freak. He was at the Senior Bowl. He's a freak.
Has he had 9 since then?
No.
Wait, you said 9 or 19?
It was 19.
I was taking 10 off.
Or 14. It might have been 14.
I was
it
gonna
was
say
in the
19s.
teens. It was,
Okay.
it was in the teens, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wow. Well,
and it was Dayton, non-scholarship, Division III.
Sure. Well, I'll say this: when they went into the first team period, it was Adam Troutman with the ones. It was not Evan Ingram. So there is again, and we'll talk about it, but there, Ingram does one thing really, really well. He doesn't even do the individual work with the tight ends.
Yeah, he
does it
sticks
all with the wide
yep,
receivers.
Sticks with the receivers. Fast feet. Fast feet eat.
And I'll tell you this summer when you're out at training camp, you're going to have to look at this offense, I believe, through a particular lens. And we'll talk about why coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekends so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here
here on a hump day.
Hump day?
A Wednesday, June 11th. Fresh off of Broncos mandatory minicamp as we race our way over from practice to here at the studio.
Look at you, man. Looking all nice, washed up, Zach, smelling good.
Dude, I was in the shower for 90 total seconds. Like I pulled in our parking lot. I picked up a cheesesteak on the way.
Oh, you got to pick up your food.
And so
Jack's going to pick the food up.
I order in advance for pickup, right? It's there waiting for me.
Yep.
Pick it up. I'm in there for less than 30 seconds. I'm back on the road.
Coffee? Where's the coffee?
No coffee. I try to drink one a day, and I brought it to camp with me.
Okay, I was going to say, we can get some later on. I need a coffee.
I might actually
All right, let's do
join you on that.
Let's do it.
And then I pulled in the parking lot at 1:52 and somehow got to take a shower, meet you here for 2 o'clock. We have so much to get through, man. I'm excited about today's show. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm great. It's a hump day. It's Wednesday. We got to watch football, and it's nice out there. Watered my flowers before I left. Of course, I had to make sure I update you on that. Roses are looking phenomenal. The rose bush.
The rose bush.
Rose bush.
There you go.
Fruits and vegetables starting to appear.
Okay.
They're starting to appear. They're starting to seeds are starting to grow. So everything is good in the Lindsay household.
I love it, man. I love it.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Fired up that we get to relay a lot of our observations here over the last 2 hours here since 11:15. We're out there. Hot day, man. Hot day. I mean, it's in the 90s. About 40 minutes into practice, there's nowhere to hide from a shade standpoint. So you're just out there and
you're burning up.
You're burning up. It's
Imagine
90.
how they're feeling. Those players out there with their helmet on, they don't have pads. It's hot. And that's why sometimes you need some music. That's something I noticed. Like the first thing you're going to say is, Phil, what did you notice today? I noticed that there wasn't a lot of music being played out there. You like that. I know you're old school.
I do like
that.
But
as a player, during OTAs at least, camp I can understand, but OTAs, put some music on.
They'll let them play it during camp, during the warm-up stuff. But when it's time to get your work in, it's time to get your work in.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know anyone. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know anyone because there is people who can do work with music blasting in their ears. Everyone's a little bit different. There's music blasting near my ears. That's not how I would want to focus and get work in.
We argued on the field today or yesterday. Like
me and you?
Yes, about this.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sitting here saying, dude, okay, what are you expecting when you're on the road and it gets loud?
No, I understand, but that's so long from now. This is like the install. This is like OTAs.
I understand what you're saying. Like everybody get familiar with the voices. Have it being quiet so that you can focus and you can hear yourself think. I get you.
Honestly, running back might be the easiest position, so maybe you don't have to think a lot. So it's just blare the music.
Don't disrespect us.
Give me the ball. Hit the hole.
You still have footwork. You have to be patient. Slow through, fast too. You got to be able to do it.
There we go. So going into the last break, I said we might have to this summer, and I'm being serious. But there's going to be a middle ground here with the topic that we're about to broach here. Is that this summer, when we're watching this Broncos offense, you may need to watch it through a certain lens. Because, guys, this defense is so real. And defense typically starts faster in the summer anyway, historically. But this defense can make this Broncos offense, which was basically the best Broncos offense in 10 years, look like they are swimming.
But that's great. Because now when the Denver Broncos have the number 1 or the top 5 defense and your offense is able to look good some days and start to be consistent, that's when you know your offense is getting better. That's when you know this is about competing right now.
Sure.
You want to play against the best. You don't want your defense to be bad and the offense just dominating them. You're not getting better like that.
Nope.
You want your defense to force Bo Nix to play better in practice. Because now for Bo, it's like if I'm playing against a top 5 defense, maybe number 1 at some point, and I'm able to do the things against them, then when we play against Baltimore, when we play against the Bills, it's going to be a lot easier because we have some of the top dogs that I'm going against every single day when we go good on good. That's what they call it, good on good, when you go ones versus ones. And you want to do that a lot throughout OTAs and even through camp. You want to do the good on good to get better. It's all about getting better and so that you got that first game ahead of you and you're ready to play.
Well, the historical good on good quote might be this summer good on best.
So
like good on best.
No,
like,
for
this
sure.
might be the best defense in pro football.
So you're saying this? What's the reasoning for it when you're out there, you're watching it, like that's catching your eye? It's like, you know what, this is no joke.
The guys up front, man. It's the guys up front. And let me just piggyback on your point because, of course, you're correct. Like, and you'll hear coaches say this, man, we want practice to be so hard the games feel easy. This defense, if you're having success against this defense, there might be games this year where the success does come within the scope of NFL football, come rather easy because you're used to going up against a dog at every level.
And especially if another defense has the same scheme as the defense you've been playing against during practice.
I like that.
That's what you're looking for. It's like, okay, is this the same scheme? But our team has better players. We should be able to go out there and run our offense because this is what we're used to being around. This is what we're used to seeing, Bo. We're used to seeing certain blitzes. So this is all about competing. This is all about getting better. And this is going to make Bo even better than where he was last year.
Yeah. I mean, that's I think, my single biggest takeaway today.
I will say this, though. You're saying defensive line, and I agree. We had a situation where Zach Allen got to Bo Nix, and then he let out a scream.
Yeah, he was letting him know about it. He did that twice today. Zach Allen did that twice.
He said, "Damn, I'm good."
Yeah. He said, "Well, I wrote it down
Did you
here.
get it?
I wrote it down here in my notes. Hold on." He said, "GD, I'm so effing good." GD, I'm so screaming it out loud.
Yeah,
like he's like and he wants to get paid. He wants
to get paid.
He had another sequence where he is in Bo Nix's face, like 0.7 after the ball is snapped, and he did a full-blown celebration. He looked over at the players and coaches and did the like a hip
hump.
Yeah, like a hump.
Like I'm humping the air. Go ahead and say it.
Hip thrust type of like it used to be like shwing on the from the Wayne's World. Like, and he said something and I didn't catch it all, but Bank was in it.
Ooh. Show me the money.
He said something, and it's, again, there's a lot going on, and it's noisy and stuff, but he said something when he was doing that dance, and Bank was in the, like...
It's noisy, Zach, but it's not noisy enough, so I don't want that excuse from you. From now on, I want you listening to everything that's going on.
Dude, I cut
no
my
music
ears.
is on.
I cut my ears and try to get everything I can.
I will say this, because somebody out there saying, well, what about our offensive line? Like, they're supposed to be this really good offensive line this year. They're not in pads. It's harder for the offensive lineman to block the defensive lineman without pads on.
1,000%.
You're going to hold a little bit, but it's just you could be a lot more aggressive and physical with the first hit, and then you can use the offensive lineman have long arms. You can get those long arms extended, and then it makes it harder for the defensive lineman to get to the quarterback. I'm just going to have to put that out there.
1,000%. And I'm glad that you did because I left out that context. But
you like to leave those out.
It's
big nasties up front offensively. They matter too, Zach.
Well, no, of course they do. It's one of the best in the league. But like, again, so actually when we say good on good, and I say with this Broncos defense, it might be good on best because the Broncos defense has a chance to be the best in the NFL. But when it comes to the guys up front and just that individual battle, it might be best on best.
That's what you want.
It might be.
That's what you want. You want to get the work in every day. It's all about work. You're going to get more out of practicing than a game. Truly, by game time, it's like, hey, it is what it is. It's whatever you have in the tank, you leave it out there. But during practice, you're getting better. You're trying new things. And during OTAs, you think outside the box. Try something that you're uncomfortable doing. Get better at the little things. Get better at your weaknesses so that when you get into these real-life games, there are no weaknesses.
Right.
That's the goal.
Well, off and rolling here on a Wednesday, fresh off of mandatory minicamp. At the top of the hour, we will flesh out all of our observations. There are quite a bit. You are not going to want to miss it. Put an alarm in your phone if you need to. If you're stepping out of the car, take us with you on the app. We're streaming live. You don't have to be listening to the radio. It's 2025. So you're not going to want to miss that. But also, we need to talk about the news that just came out within the last couple hours of the Broncos potentially putting shovels in the ground for a new stadium. We'll go over what we've learned coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
5 Alarm Brouhaha.
Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about erectile dysfunction. Now, I know it's nobody's favorite topic, but you also don't want to ignore it and act like it's not happening. Because, guys, the impact that it can have on your self-esteem or even your willingness to get intimate, all right? And maybe your partner will blame themselves. Don't let any of that stuff happen, guys. ED is a medical condition, all right? And like other medical conditions, most of them, it's treatable. I'm talking about success rates well over 90%, all right? They're not new. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. So schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit is just $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, check this out. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. There's no downside. All right, stop living with ED. They have an expert staff, 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how many things change, 5 years, there's one thing that's going to stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, fun day to be here. Fresh off mandatory minicamp. Got a bunch of thoughts we will sift through here very shortly. We will also hear for the first time J.K. Dobbins speaking to the media. Looking forward to, seeing who this person is and what they're all about. We only know what we know. You see him on Sundays, you see his stats, but you don't really know these guys until you have a chance to truly get to know him.
For sure, and I remember when J.K. First got to the league and a couple interviews that he had and how he sound when he was young. I'm interested to see how he sounds now, just being in the league, being more like seasoned. You're a vet now. How do you approach things? How are you thinking of this rotation? How are you thinking of this season, knowing that you're not this young kid anymore and that you've played a lot of football and you've had some success?
Well, we'll hear from him in due time. We'll hear from Sean Payton as well. Go through our thoughts here very shortly. We just talked about some of them, really, this Broncos defense and examining it. But also, we've been talking about this story with the Broncos Stadium project for years. I mean, for years. This goes, honestly, back to when you were playing for the Broncos still. And it was like, that's how long we've been talking about this. And it's developing. And it's evolving. And we got some news today, and I'm going to read from denversports.com here because we haven't had again, we were just sequencing from practice right into here.
Like just literally just not too long ago was announced with the information we're getting ready to give you.
Yes. And this is a story by our own Trent Finnegan, one of our newer writers at denversports.com, doing a great job. He says reports indicate that the Broncos could potentially be moving to a different spot in Denver if they were to build a new stadium under the Walton Penner Group. There have been a series of multiple real estate transactions linked to the Broncos near Burnham Yard, located a bit southeast of the current stadium off I-25 and 6th Avenue. All right? And it sounds like the Broncos have begun buying land near Burnham Yard, a state-owned former rail yard in central Denver, and it's considered a possible stadium site. And there have been 10 transactions totaling $150 million linked to one attorney. All right, so this guy, Business Denver on Twitter, his name is Thomas Goonley. I hope I'm saying that name right. Please, no offense if I'm not. He was the first to report this development. And here we go. He says the 58-acre Burnham Yard is a mile southeast of Mile High. CDOT bought the site for $50 million in 2021. There's been no public disclosure of even discussions between the team and CDOT about this former rail yard, but the team dropping $150 million shows confidence that a deal will be reached. Very interesting.
$150 million. Man. So you know what? All the fans out there should be happy. They should be excited if this is the case. Why? Because it's not out of Denver.
Well, it just depends who you asked on that.
Yeah, no, you're right. There's some people that were happy, some people that were like, hey, we want to move on.
Yeah.
I was on, all right, I'm talking for myself now. I'm happy.
There you go.
If this is the case, I'm happy because now it's not leaving the heart of Denver.
Yes.
We're the Denver damn Broncos.
Yep. And that is a super reasonable take. And again, it just depends who you are. Some people don't. Some people think that downtown Denver has turned into a dump. They don't like going down there, right? And
there's some people out there we know.
Totally. So it just depends who you are. But there's been a huge contingent of this community that shares that exact outlook right there. The Broncos' current lease for Empower at Mile High expires in 2031.
So that's for 5 years.
Correct.
5 years.
And we had talked about this. It takes about 5 years to build a stadium. And that's why I believed this whole time that we were going to find out before the ball kicked off in September what was next with this project, because you're on a time crunch for a project of this size.
And now we're getting some news. We're getting some news. And for those people that are like, well, downtown Denver is a dump right now, this is why you want someone like Greg Penner to place the stadium right there, because now he's going to push everything out. He's going to probably buy more because he's going to want more opportunities to make more money. So he might buy more property around it. And that's what you're looking for,
Very
just
possible.
to clean it. Another one we talked about is, isn't the Nuggets thinking of Hilton as well?
Yes.
So it's going to be cleaned up when you have these owners that are willing to put the money into downtown Denver to build these beautiful facilities, these beautiful stadiums, and the courts and everything.
If it has a positive impact on the community and the way that you're describing, that's a huge win.
What I'm hoping for. That's exactly what I'm hoping for in my mind.
Sure. I'll read a little bit more from our article on DenverSports.com on this topic. If these purchases are the first domino in getting a new stadium site, that would result in the team not renewing the current lease and going with a different option. We know the Broncos played in the original Mile High from 1960 to 2000, and they moved to Invesco Field. That's what it was when you were growing up.
Yeah.
Because I remember you as a rookie still referring to, and now at that time it was Sports Authority, and you were calling it Invesco, and it had gone through so many changes. You know, who can blame you? But yeah, man, you know, we had heard these rumors that, you know, potentially Lone Tree moving out towards the airport. Greg Penner said earlier this year making the stadium or a dome, or at least incorporating a retractable roof, is a possibility.
Let's do the retractable roof.
That is what I'm talking about.
That's what I need.
Let's go. So yeah, I mean, and again, we've had these discussions for years that if you do it the way that Greg Penner would do it, and the ownership group would do it,
first class,
this is going to be one of the best stadiums in the entire nation, if not world, and it will then attract nation and world events to Denver, Colorado.
And it's still in the heart of Denver, if this is the case.
Yeah. And you love that.
I love it.
That's great, man.
Look at you.
That's great. Hey.
You didn't care. You're like, hey, whether, you know, no matter what, like, it's going to be fun. And the thing that you're going off of, and I know what you're talking about because I was there with you, is when we went to Boston.
Yes.
And we were with was it Gillette?
Yes.
Gillette Stadium,
yes.
and how that was put together.
Yeah, it's Patriot Place. It's its own community. It's its own.
So I understand.
Yeah, that was my thing. It was less about where the stadium was actually going to be. It was more about, I want it big. I want it first class. I want it to represent the era that we're living in. And I thought it would be more conducive to put it in the suburbs to do it that way. But if they're going to do it that way and keep it in downtown Denver, I think that's a win-win.
It's a win-win, baby.
So here we go, man.
We're in business.
Wow. Here we go. This is, I think, the first of a handful of dominoes that we're going to be following fall here over the next handful of months until those shovels go into the ground. Wow. Can't believe we're actually here. Can't believe we're here. Okay. We're going to get to Broncos here in 20 minutes at the top of the hour. Okay. We are going to go through all of our thoughts from mandatory minicamp. But in the meantime, another day passes and the Nuggets general manager vacancy remains eerily quiet. And we have a couple questions on that front. We'll ask them next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a one-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff racing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we helped Alex.
I went on a boys' trip 2 years ago, and a friend of mine who's a lot older than me was running circles around the rest of us, and I realized quickly I needed to get help. I honestly felt like I couldn't get enough sleep, and there was no amount of coffee I could drink or no amount of hours I could sleep at night to snap myself out of it. My friend referred me to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They said I did a great job for him. I noticed improvements about 2 weeks after my first appointment. I felt as if I had a new lease on life. Everything felt a little bit brighter, and I kind of knew that I was in good hands. Don't wait for tomorrow. Your life is too short to be living with low T. There's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about. This is your health. This is your life. This is your family. Get into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get tested today.
Thanks, Alex. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekends so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, real quick before we spend a couple minutes on the vacant general manager job for the Denver Nuggets, as we are now exactly 2 weeks out from the NBA draft. Still no GM. Talk about that here in just a couple minutes. Just for a certain type of person and a house cleaning, technically We were just talking about the new potential stadium site that you can read about on denversports.com. Technically not in downtown Denver. Like if you live in Denver, in the city proper, you'd be like, hey, that's not downtown. So it'd be more, I guess, considered, I think I referred to it as central Denver.
Yeah, look, I've been here my whole life, Zach. And to me, and somebody can say you're wrong, it's downtown Denver to me. You talk about the stadium being downtown, that's what I'm talking about.
That's how I view it as well.
If somebody's saying that, my guessing is they just got here and somebody is trying to tell them, well, this is what we want. This is how we say things here in Colorado now. No.
I don't know. I don't know. I refer to it as like when I take my son to Mile High, we drive downtown.
Downtown.
Is it technically okay? So it's all good. It's all good.
We're going downtown.
All right. The other team that plays downtown, our view of downtown at Ball Arena, is the Denver Nuggets. Okay, and we are 14 days away from the NBA draft, and it is like stunningly quiet.
Very quiet, like crickets. You can hear them. I can hear them right now.
And it's starting to get to a point where it's like, what's going on here? We have heard nothing by way of interviews. We have heard nothing by way of a search. We have heard nothing by way of the Denver Nuggets potentially using a firm as Josh Kroenke.
We're looking for a leak, like something.
The NBA is king of leaks. King of leaks.
Something.
And it's all quiet. And I thought the young man who I don't know personally, Bennett Durando from Denver Post, I liked his piece this morning where he wrote like this piece on what we're hearing, what we know, and what we don't know. And he said, quote, "It's been characterized by one source as a goal to have a hire in place by the NBA draft," which I almost have to laugh. Like, yeah.
I think everybody knows that one.
That would be nice
to
have a GM for the draft. And obviously he's just relaying what he's heard. He said it's been characterized by one source as a goal to have a hire in place by the NBA draft, but the calendar will not necessarily dictate the timeline either.
Huh?
And I'm like, wait a second.
Something ain't right.
If the Denver Nuggets don't hire a general manager, and I don't care who it is, I don't care if Ben Tenzer's younger brother that we've never heard of before, if they don't hire a general manager.
Please don't be that. Please don't be Ben Tenzer's little brother.
If the draft comes and the Nuggets don't, and I refuse to believe that this could happen, but when I hear this quote, the calendar will not necessarily dictate the timeline either, Phil, if the draft comes and a general manager is not in place, the Nuggets will look silly league-wide, and they'll look silly to me sitting right here.
Oh, not only to us looking silly, but Jokic is like, I'm not showing up. I'm like, what is going on? You don't have a person in the driver's seat, but you want me to be in the back of the car. What is this? So I know somebody on the text line is going to say, well, Josh Kroenke. Josh is going to be the general manager.
No, that can't be the plan. That can't be the plan. There's no way. You need to be dedicated and focused on this project. And Josh he's got way too many hands in businesses.
Sure.
And right now he's present, but long term.
If we don't have a general manager, which I'm like, that's hard to believe. I believe we're going to have one here soon.
Yes.
But if we don't, and you're saying Josh Kroenke, like, he has a lot going on, who's gonna be making the decisions? David Adelman?
I mean, Ben Tenzer is the interim general manager, so I mean that would be a scary thought.
At that point, you might as well just go ahead and label Ben Tenzer as the legit general manager.
Correct. I refuse to believe it, but that quote scared me. The calendar won't necessarily dictate the timeline either, because it's already been a really long time, guys. It's been a really long time. As it was, I'll just read the quote here from this Denver Post piece that I liked from Bennett Durando. Multiple of these league sources expressed confusion about the lack of known interviewees and questioned the drawn-out nature of the search, noting that Denver fired Booth during the regular season, not after the playoffs. Lines of communication from agents and other teams to the Nuggets are relatively unclear as things stand. Quote, it's worth mentioning that when up-and-coming front office executives interview for top jobs, their agents usually leak it. Being desirable is good publicity for anyone trying to climb a career ladder, end quote. And I loved those two sentences because this is how it especially works in the NBA, but even in the NFL. So when this is relevant, because when Josh Kroenke says we are looking into hiring a firm to gather the youngest, brightest minds in the NBA, that's a route to go. But if they are going that route, we would have heard it by now. We would have heard it leaked.
Some interviews, something.
No, right. If you're going the big fish route, it would be contrary to who KSE has been historically. So I don't think that's happening. We haven't heard anything on that front. And if you're going the Ben Tenzer route, then why is it taking so long? Why hasn't he been named yet?
Because we talked about it yesterday or the day before yesterday. He wants everybody to believe, and Josh Kroenke wants everybody to believe that he's doing extensive work on the new general manager, that he's sitting there doing his homework on like who it should be. In reality, it may just be Ben Tenzer, and he's just waiting until a date. He's like, by this date, June 11th? By June 12th, June 13th, we're going to announce Ben Tenzer as a general manager. Like, it's just a way to just say, we're doing our work. We're at least pretending like we're doing our work, and everybody should believe us.
Yeah, but eventually, when you're asked at the press conference, what was your process like? Who else interviewed for this position? Like, this will eventually come out. So, like, if
this is messy, I feel like it's strange. It's weird.
It's strange.
I'm not saying messy. It's weird. It's weird. Like, this is Jokic's prime. We have a chance to do something special still in Jokic's prime. There's a lot of work to be done. You have to get a contract done with Christian Brown at some point if you decide to keep him. What are we doing with Jamal or MPJ? What are we doing with these two? Are they staying on the team? Are we trading one? You need somebody. You need a general manager that has this vision that can work right now.
And the draft is transaction like mania. So 14 days from now, 14 nights from now, like big stuff is going to be happening in the NBA. Big stuff. Is it Kevin Durant on the move? Is it which it will be. He will be traded here very shortly. Is it Giannis on the move? Like business is about to pick up around here, and the guy that would be doing business on behalf of the Denver Nuggets hasn't been hired yet. And I'm going to read another quote here from this Post article. Quote, "It's possible that the Nuggets have simply done an outstanding job of staying tight-lipped and demanding their candidates do the same, though there isn't any advantage to that, really. The Kroenkes aren't competing against other ownership groups to hire a head of basketball operations right now, and the optics are weird at the moment." So, when you have other league sources saying they are expressing confusion about the lack of known interviewees and question the drawn-out nature of the search, like people within the business don't know what the Denver Nuggets are doing, it's just strange. It's just strange. So
I'm concerned a little bit, man. We need a general manager. We need a plan. We need a vision. Jokic needs a vision. The Nuggets need a vision. The fans, we need to see this vision and be excited.
All right. I'll read you the final line that I liked here from this article. "Hiring a coach before a general manager was unorthodox, but Adelman and Tenzer already worked together in an organization that insists Malone and Booth were the problem. This seems like the most likely possibility. The only hiccup, why wait so long to make it official if minds are already made up?" End quote. But that goes to you're trying to portray a search. But if you're not doing a search, eventually it will reveal itself that you didn't do a search, regardless of the timeline that you tried to manufacture, if that is, in fact, what they're doing right now. So, all right, different times. We'll wait on this news here from the Denver Nuggets that you would think would come before the draft. We'll see. Okay, today was day 2 of mandatory minicamp, and we will tell you what you need to know from Broncos practice coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely, and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. You, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now is an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WisteraCU.com.
Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you on a hump day. Man, a fun day to come in here and do this job. All right, we're out there at mandatory minicamp. A lot of observations. It was a good day. It was a fun day. I thought it was a practice that was better than yesterday's from an energy standpoint.
It was a crisp practice today where everybody was moving around. Everybody, more communication.
Definitely more communication.
You know, it was a lot more energy. A lot more energy. And I know Sean talked about the energy yesterday. And there was, but not like today. Like today, it was like, all right, we know that we have to come to work. We know that we probably got cussed out during meetings. Because my thing is, and I'm speculating, after watching film, Sean said, hey, guys, it could have been better than this.
Sure.
If we want to win the division, if we want to win a playoff game, then every single time we step foot on that football field, it needs to be crisp. Well, today was the day where everything was kind of like, it was nice. Everybody was moving. Everybody was on point. Drills looked faster. The tempo was faster, and it was 2-minute drill. So there was a lot of good things that came out of practice today that we got to watch.
Yep. J.K. Dobbins, we saw him for the first time in orange and blue. He was not really participating in much of anything. He was working off to the side on Greg Dulcich's Memorial Field.
Conditioning.
Getting his work in.
50-yard sprints. Remember those days.
You know what? I think it's totally reasonable to take this a little bit slow. Why throw him right in there? He doesn't know your plays. You don't know how he's been working out. Like, get a litmus test on where he's at physically and mentally.
I was a little I was like, okay, I understand the conditioning. You definitely do that. But, like, individual drills, that's something that he's been doing this whole time. Because that's what if you're not with a team, your workouts are going to be sprint work and doing some individual work. Why not get some individual time in with your teammates right there? And I know that every team is going to be different. Maybe Sean said we don't want you to touch the football field at all. We're not in the business of getting you hurt right away. If you're going to get hurt, it's going to be after the playoffs, after the Super Bowl.
Sure.
So no big deal. No big deal. He was on the other side of the field doing the wind sprints.
Yep. Here is Sean Payton when asked about J.K. Dobbins and some roles with the running backs.
Look, I said it before. Right? I said, and it was a week ago, another good football player. Another good football player. And we're interested in those guys. And so we'll see how it unfolds. No set roles yet. We feel like we know who the player is well.
We feel like we know who the player is. No set roles yet. Do you believe, Sean, when he says that there are no set roles, or in the back of his mind, does he intend on having J.K. be the starter, or are we going to have an authentic battle in training camp?
It's not an authentic battle when you have a running back like J.K. Dobbins. Tell me, who else on that roster has ran for more yards than J.K. Dobbins?
No one.
So why would someone like Sean say, well, J.K., you're going to be in a battle with 4 other running backs? That's not why J.K. signed here. Now, maybe it was like, hey, we have a vision for you and R.J. Harvey, but you're signing here because we're going to let you carry the damn ball, that you're going to touch the rock, that you're going to be on that football field blocking, that you're going to be on that football field catching passes. We need a running back like you. That's why we're signing you right now, because the running backs that we have on this roster, they're not proven running backs, and we can't count on them. So although Sean is being nice and saying things so that other running backs that are watching the interviews are like, okay, we have a chance, in the back of Sean's mind, the offensive coordinator's mind, he's saying this young man is going to play a lot. This veteran is going to play a lot, and he's going to be my starting running back until R.J. Harvey gets up to speed.
That's mostly how I see it as well.
He's a vet.
I think there is, and we've been talking about this periodically here since we got the Dobbins news 8 days ago. I think it's going to be Dobbins and RJ and an evaluation to see, who the starter is. Whoever isn't is going to just be 1B. They're both going to split carries. And really, the leftover is for one guy. It's a battle. Training camp is a battle between Estime, Jaleel, Tyler Bidet, and Blake Watson for one position.
Unless they go 4 running backs, and I don't see that happening because you have a fullback on the roster. Last year, what did you go into the year with? 3 running backs.
Right.
You're probably going to go into this year with 3 running backs.
Correct.
Who is that going to be? Now that for that number 3 spot, Zach, that's going to be an organic battle. You're going to have Estime. You're going to have Jaleel. You're going to have Bidet. And even Blake Watson. Now, I have a bone to pick with Mr. Watson. When you're out there and you're the odd man out truly because you're undrafted and you didn't do anything last year and you're not running to the back of the end zone, that's an issue. That's a big-time issue. And I'll never forget, Zach, during OTAs, after OTAs were done, it was Coach Curtis Mockins, and he had a little meeting with all of us, and he sits me down and says, Phil, you're going to be special. You're going to make this team. But if your ass doesn't run full speed every play that you get going to the end zone, and when Elway's sitting right there, the general manager sitting right there, and you don't run past him and air just falls into his face, you won't be on this team. Every play matters for you. You can't take days off. After I had that talk with Coach Mod, I ran past the end zone every play that I got, every run play that I got, every pass play that I got, because everything matters. They go back and they talk about it.
Sure.
So for Mr. Watson, you're on an uphill battle. You have to do everything right if you want to make this team.
And when it's this tight of who's going to make the team, like
One spot left.
little stuff breaks ties, And I notice Jaleel does that every time. Jaleel sprints to the back of the end zone every time.
Who does the right thing more consistent? Jaleel does. Audric Esime, every now and then he will. But even then, he's trotting. That's not going to cut it. They want to see you go full speed. You got to be hungry for this. Your job is on the line.
Right.
Your job is on the line.
Your life is on the line.
Your life is on the line.
As an NFL player. Yeah, interesting observation. Here's a little bit more from Sean Payton talking about J.K. Dobbins and his locker room experience.
Look, we'll handle all that. In other words, we're interested in what he can do on the field. One thing about the NFL locker room, it hadn't changed, and it never will. All right? Come on in. If you can help us win, we want you here. And if you can't, all right, we probably want you to leave. And I'm talking from a player's perspective.
So here we go. I want to ask you, because you're uniquely qualified to answer 2 questions I have. One, so this is it's not even an unusual experience. Someone joining the team when the plane is taking off and someone's boarding while it's taking off. What is it like being the new guy in a room that is already, now it's still June, but to a certain degree,
sure.
it's these guys have been working together. You joined Houston.
I joined Miami.
Miami in the middle. That was in the middle of the season.
Middle of the season. I fly to Miami that night. I land at 11:30, 12. I'm in the facility at 12:30. I'm watching plays. We play on Sunday. I'm
what
starting.
day is it?
It's I want to say Tuesday.
Okay.
So I'm playing, and the first thing you get to the locker room, and a bunch of the running backs know, like, okay, like I know who you are. Obviously, they're bringing somebody in because we're not doing well, but like we're in this together. We all know that this can happen to all of us. So
did a running back get cut out of the equation when you came in?
Yeah, there was a running back that did. I don't remember his name because they brought in me and Duke Johnson.
Yeah.
So Duke Johnson was there before I was, and then I came the next week. So they were getting rid of just running backs left and right. And I want to say maybe one got hurt.
This is 2021?
2021.
Okay.
And they're nice, right? Your running backs is like, hey, man, like, how you doing? Like, if you need help. I was always the one that's like, hey, if you need help, I'm your guy. Like, I'm not afraid of competition. But also, I'm not going to leave you hanging. I'm not going to give you wrong information. But I knew that I'm a vet and that they want me to play, and the running backs in that room are not going to be happy with me. So I can't worry or I can't rely on them to get me up to par. I have to do it myself. I have to talk to the running backs coach. I have to get with an assistant so that I can get the plays down. That's what something like J.K. Dobbins is going to have to do, because J.K. Dobbins is older than all the running backs in there.
Correct.
So his best bet is to get with the running back coach, get with the running back assistant coach, and get the plays down. Because what is he going to do? Ask R.J. Harvey about this play?
Right.
Say, man, you haven't touched the field yet. Maybe Jalil's one that says, hey, man, I'll help you out. But you're in a battle. Rookie year, Zach, it was me, Royce, Devontae, and a couple other running backs. One of those other running backs, it was Royce and I, and we asked a question about a play. We wanted to know if it was a swing route or a flat. And I remember the running back telling Royce, I don't know. I don't remember that play. I don't remember if it's a swing or a flat. So I'm like, okay. He gets that same play the next time that he's in, and he runs the play right.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there looking like, oh, this is how it's going to be, because everybody's job's on the line. You can't rely on anybody else but yourself. That's what it taught me.
So do you think that these running backs are welcoming to J.K. Dobbins, like from a human standpoint?
Yeah, I believe that they're like, hey, like as a human, like you're not doing anything wrong. When Melvin Gordon got the contract, I could be upset, but it's not on you. I'm upset with the front office, not you. You're doing what I would have done.
Right.
So, like, you understand that, like, at the end of the day, we're in this together. That it's not just about us, because we're not the ones making the decisions.
Yep.
It's a competition.
Yep.
But also, like, we can become good friends. Like I am great friends with Royce. And it's because of just building and going through tough times together that it's like, yeah, we're in the same position, but we still have love for each other.
Yep.
You can still have that.
The difference between a situation like yours with Melvin arriving and this situation is you had done stuff. You had just ran for 1,000 yards in back-to-back years. These guys don't have equity to not be welcoming, is how I would say it. It's like you don't like.
They have no choice.
Yeah, what leg are you standing on to be resistant to J.K. Dobbins? He's here. This is life.
But J.K.'s not going to ask for permission.
Right.
He's not going to ask.
Nor should he. Should he.
For them, it's like, hey, like, where's the bathroom at? Where's the bathroom? That's all I need to know, man. Where's the bathroom at? I'll find the rest. I'll figure out. I'll get with Sean. I'll get with the running back coach. I'll get with somebody to get the plays down. I don't need you guys to do that for me, nor should you guys. You guys have to worry about yourselves, because someone like R.J. Harvey, you're flooded right now.
Right.
You're flooded. You still have to learn the pass protections.
Here was J.K. Dobbins on why he chose to sign with the Denver Broncos.
I felt like it was the best fit for me. The defense is really good, like super good. Quarterback's amazing. I like the RB room. O-line is amazing as well. So it was a no-brainer. And Coach Sean Payton and all the other coaches on staff too. So I know I'll get coached well here. And I also heard that it's a good fan base. So that's why I'm here.
He checked all the boxes.
He's amazing.
I like the RB room. Quarterback's amazing. Of course, Sean Payton. The rest of the coaches, an amazing fan base.
The food, phenomenal.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to get 5 meals a day.
But, you know, he's obviously trying to put his best foot forward, and good for him, right? Good for him. He's
Does
here.
that sound like a guy that had more options?
You want to know what? I really wanted to ask him that, but
I know.
The practice ended a little bit later. Then Sean Payton stepped up there, and it's like, if I'm going to pick up lunch, like, I need to leave right now. I wanted to ask him. Hopefully I do get a chance to ask him and why he chose Denver over potentially another situation. Like, who are other suitors, and what made Denver the decision?
The same question we're going to ask Josh Kroenke when he decides.
Yes.
Josh, who else? You know, what were the other suitors like?
Yes.
Give us names.
Yes. Who else did you interview? Okay. So and tell me this. I asked you about the. Well, I guess you kind of talked about it a little bit, because my initial question to you was, what's it like being the new guy, entering a situation that is already underway, like J.K. entered this situation that's already been underway, but also what's it like welcoming a new running back? You talked a little bit about it with Melvin, but
for sure, like, you're welcoming somebody in, and it's weird because you're welcoming him in knowing that, like, this guy may try to take my spot.
Correct.
So you have to be very careful of what you do and what you say. In the case with me and Melvin Gordon, it was like, hey, we're getting ready to battle. If you need something, I'm here. But if not, leave me alone, because we're getting ready to go to war, and it's going to be who's going to be the better running back by the end of camp. And that can't. Sometimes that's not a healthy way of thinking because you guys got to be on the same page, and both of us were going to be on the team at least to start the season.
Sure.
But it can be tough knowing that's like if you're that guy like Peyton Watson or maybe it's Jaleel, maybe it's Audric Esime, it's like you brought him in, one of us is out of here.
Correct. Like it's not even you're not competing with him for the job. He just took someone else's spot. So now the jobs that you're fighting for just got sliced down by a guy.
I said it a couple days ago, Zach. Now you're not like you have one more day of OTAs, and some players are going to go on vacation for a week, get away from the game, and get ready to hit the training hard.
Yeah.
If you're Jaleel, if you're Audric Esime, if you're Blake Watson, you start training that next day.
Sure.
You start training that next day because it's going to be who can outlast the other. Who can outlast the next guy in front of him?
Yep.
That's what it's all about now.
And when Sean Payton walks back in the facility a month from now, he needs to hear, hey, just a heads up, Jaleel never left. Like type of deal.
Yes.
Like Jaleel never left here. Audric didn't leave. He's been here every day working his butt off.
That's what he needs to hear. He needs to hear Audric Esime. Sean, I believe, drafted Audric Esime. And if Audric Esime didn't leave, now it's like, okay, he is serious. We know Jaleel's not going to leave.
Yeah.
That's just the way he's been. But Audric Esime, this is your job that you may end up losing.
Yeah. I'd feel if I was Estime and I know Jaleel is staying and he's going to be at that facility every day working his butt off, I would feel uncomfortable leaving. And I don't care who's going to miss me in the offseason. Yeah. Like
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. So what else out there from minicamp? Separate from J.K. Dobbins, Sean Payton was in teacher mode today. He was much more hands-on, much more vocal. Sean has been dealing with this raspy voice for weeks now, and he's also dealing with something else, and I don't think this has been reported. And I think I mentioned it yesterday. Sean had a leg sleeve on, and he's got a limp. And I heard a baby whisper from someone that I respect and trust that Sean had knee surgery this offseason. So you could see it.
Yeah, you can see it.
You could see it.
He's getting up there.
He is.
He's not a young buck anymore.
He's not. But Sean Payton is a fantastic teacher. He just is. But he's also a coach. So he's out there teaching the wide receivers. And I'm not going to say exactly what he was telling the wide receivers because we're not supposed to do that. But I could just tell you that at the end, what he was saying to them, he said, and I don't want to say it again. Like he was getting pissed out there today. Spicy Sean is he's Sean. He's just Sean. But when he's teaching and you're able to hear what he says, he is a master teacher.
I said this last year, Zach, that that's awesome that Sean's taking the time to stop practice, bring everybody together, not just the offense, but the defense too, and walk through and talk through the plays of this is what needs to happen. This is what I'm thinking. This is what you guys should be thinking. Get on the same page. If you don't have the music blasting like they don't have the music blasting, communicate, talk, ask questions. It's OTAs. Make the mistakes so that when camp comes rolling around, I'm not having to answer the same question twice. I'm not having to sit here and teach you guys what I just taught you guys right now. Now when we get to camp, it's full go. Everybody knows what they're doing, and now you can just really compete. That's what this is all about, competing for a spot. Sean's doing a great job of breaking down what he really wants done, and it shows on Sundays. It showed a lot on Sundays where you had Bo in 2-minute drill, was able to pick Kansas City apart, was able to pick a couple teams apart because you're on the same page, same mindset.
What else from practice today? It was more Courtland Sutton. More Courtland Sutton. If they're practicing and he's practicing, he has been showing out. There's not days where you don't notice Courtland Sutton. There's days that you don't notice some guys. There's entire days where it's I've been asked, hey, what did you think of Jahdae Barron? And it's I don't really have it. I don't really have a take on that.
I'm with you with that. It's man, where is he at? And when he's out there, he's not making the plays just yet. But it's young. It's OTA.
Yes.
But Court, you feel his presence.
You do.
He's a captain. He's been there for a long time. We know that. But he's making plays, and it's Bo Nix and Courtland Sutton every single day we've been out there. They've connected on either a deep ball or a touchdown. You're talking about that connection with the touchdown in the red zone.
Correct.
Earlier was 7-on-7.
It was 7-on-7, back of the end zone, left dragging right. We saw that a lot, just these drag routes with Courtland Sutton, pulling these defensive players across the field. And he did it again today, and again it's 7-on-7, but it's the consistency of Sutton. We joke around with the one-a-day Vele, who, by the way, was not out there again.
He wasn't.
So at this point, I go, I hope everything's okay with his family and stuff, because you're a 7th round pick who played 1 year of professional football. Like, that guy needs to be here. You miss one day, it's like, okay, whatever. You miss the second day of mandatory minicamp, it's like, I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, you're young. You should be out there. But they know. Sean knows.
They know.
And he's going to be just fine. But just for his family's sake, if it is something like that, I do hope he's okay, man.
Yep.
Or somebody else.
Because everyone's there.
Yes.
Everyone's
there.
there.
Oh, everybody is there.
Hufanga was not participating yesterday. He was there, but not participating in anything team. He was out there competing defensively today, so that was good to see. It wasn't back-to-back days with his injury history. Like, okay, why is he not practicing back-to-back days? He was out there. To the Sutton stuff, though, we are hearing maybe a little bit of a soft whisper.
Yeah, a little whisper.
That the contract negotiations between the Broncos and Sutton, they may not be full speed ahead anymore, if that's the way I could say it.
No, for sure. And if that's the case, our eyes should be glued to Court even tomorrow, because they are going to practice tomorrow. Are you out there tomorrow? Because it seems like Court's in good spirits. Even today, it's like he's running around, he's joking.
Here's
having fun connecting.
Yes, here's my little clue.
Okay.
Here's my little clue, because in doing this, as long as I've been doing this, okay, just a little bit.
What did you notice out there today, man?
It's not what I noticed during practice. It's what I noticed after practice.
Okay.
OTA 1 comes and goes.
Yep.
OTA 2 comes and goes. The first 2 days of mandatory minicamp comes and goes. And the Broncos Public Relations Department has not made Courtland Sutton available to the media. And that is relevant in these type of – Courtland Sutton's a captain. You rolled out Bo, you rolled out Hufanga,
you rolled out J.K. Dobbins today.
J.K. Dobbins, Garrett Bowles, DJ Jones, but you haven't heard from Sutton? You know, that I'm telling you, that matters.
So they're trying to keep Sutton away from the
microphone.
Media.
He had his event. He had his event last weekend at Coors Field. Sutton did not talk at his own event. Sutton did not talk at his own event. So I'm just saying,
things may be a little shaky right now in the relationship.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I'm speculating.
Yes.
I just know what I know from a PR standpoint. There's no reason why Courtland Sutton has not been made available to the media. He's the most established offensive player along with Bowles. He's a team captain.
Are they playing head games with my man?
I don't know.
Hey, we're like, let's work through it. Let's work through it. And then when you kind of get what you want out of him, and that's being present at OTAs with Bo Nix, is it like, hey, well, this is not going to work right now. And now it's like, all right, you're saying that because OTAs is pretty much done.
Right.
You got out of what you needed to from Court. Now you have 4 weeks to try to come up with something. And if not, camp comes rolling around, you have to show up to that or you're going to be fine.
Correct. And I have no doubts.
That would be dirty if they did something like that.
I have no doubts that, like, I don't think Courtland Sutton's like going to be holding out from training camp.
He might punt the ball a couple times during training camp.
Do a little Brandon Marshall.
Yes. I won't blame him.
I mean, look, it's just something to keep an eye on. That PR thing, though, that's real. That's real. The fact that the team captain and most established offensive player.
Oh, they're playing chess right now.
They're like, we're not really like excited to throw him in front of a microphone right now because we've seen Courtland this time last year be pissed. And he went into agent mode. And I remember like,
but he has to talk tomorrow. You can't go and say, hey, you can't tell that man you're not going to talk because he's going to do it anyway then.
Well, what I thought was interesting was that he chose not to talk at his own event last week at Coors Field. So maybe he's like, you want to know what?
He's so mad that he's like, let me watch what I say right now. Let me be careful with my words.
Mama told me if I don't have anything good to say, don't say it. So, it's interesting. It's an interesting little subplot that I have my eyes on because if he doesn't
don't mess with Court now.
If he doesn't talk tomorrow, that will pretty much confirm to me that what I've already heard whispered is like it's not like
if he doesn't talk tomorrow and things are kind of shaky and we're speculating, we might start getting tweets again.
Maybe
Will Smith coming back out.
Maybe we get a goodbye to Broncos country. On Instagram
it's been a long
again.
One, y'all.
We'll see, man. We'll see. That is just something to keep an eye on. We have plenty more thoughts that we didn't get to from today's practice. We'll continue to do that here throughout the afternoon. The Athletic anonymously polled Major League Baseball players on different organizations, and the results for us here locally are pretty glaring. We'll pass that along. Also, a sentence about a sport's biggest event that I never, ever, ever thought I'd be saying, but we'll say it anyway, coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here, and I am here to tell you what you need to do with your time this summer if you're a golfer. Hit up Aurora's 5 courses that you need to play. Guys, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. Talking Spring Hill, an executive course that you'll still use every club in the bag. Aurora Hills, the original Aurora course. Meadow Hills, former country club and a tree-lined favorite. You got Saddle Rock, which is just incredible. Less than 2 miles from my house. I play it all the time. Then you got Murphy Creek, which is a Prairie Links layout that I enjoy as well. So get out to Aurora, all right? Hit up those courses. All right, and again, Saddle Rock, you want views of the mountains that are stunning? Saddle Rock is the place to be. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. It's a great time. Guys, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
The power of we believes in you. It advocates for you. It completes your circle. It makes sure you have the strongest circle possible. And with Intermountain Health in yours, you'll always have the care you need to live the healthiest life possible. That's the power of we. Intermountain Health.
Get to the #1 sports bar, Twin Peaks, and catch every second of the final series in professional basketball. Who will take the championship trophy? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
When the game is on the line, you need someone you can trust and rely on. And when you've been seriously injured, you can trust Berg Simpson. The experienced and nationally recognized lawyers at Berg Simpson are ready to fight aggressively for your best possible outcome. We know that legal victories are not given. They are earned through hard work, determination, and commitment to excellence.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor. Stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Ah, now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
It's Avalanche Harley's Sign and Ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% annual percentage rate on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and ride away on your new Harley from Avalanche Harley. Save thousands on interest at Avalanche Harley Davidson. Under credit on income 24 Lowrider ST, Lowrider S, or Road Blade 3 miles. See dealer for details.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at denversports.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WisteraCU.com.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on The Drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it! 1! All righty. So, hit the pause button from Broncos here briefly because, man, this is, well, expected, really. The Athletic anonymously polled Major League Baseball players right before the season started on different organizations, and the results for us here locally are pretty glaring. They asked the question, which manager, aside from your own, would you not want to play for? Bud Black tied for the most votes. Obviously, Bud was fired after this. Someone said, quote, honestly, whoever was the Rockies manager was who I was going to say, end quote. So it's like to that voter, it's not even specifically about Bud.
Well, what's wrong with Bud, man? Poor Bud. Bud's been put in a bad situation.
Agreed. And hopefully he's on a beach somewhere sipping on a Mai Tai and not paying attention to the Rockies. In this poll anonymously done by The Athletic, which organization has bad reputations amongst players? Rockies actually were not last. It went to the White Sox and the Athletics and then the Rockies.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm wondering when they do this before next season, considering how this season's going, if the Rockies will lead the charge.
Well, it's going to either be the White Sox or the Rockies.
Yeah.
It's going to either be one of those. So,
when it came to who has a good reputation amongst players, you could vote for more than one team. They did not receive a single vote amongst the 126 players who responded about having a good reputation. There was someone who said, quote, they're not trying to win, end quote. Someone else said, I've heard player development isn't very good. They're stuck in the past, and they don't do a lot for their guys, end quote. And someone else said, I never understand what they're doing as an organization, end quote.
See, this is bad. How are you supposed to bring in any free agent that wants to sign with you? Like, hey, like come to the Colorado Rockies. Here's some money for you. You're going to have players that are like, hey, I like the money, but I'm still not willing to sign here because I don't want to be with a bad organization. Because that's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Lionel Bieniemy, I struggle with his name. Bieniemy, Lionel
Bienvenu.
Yeah.
Bienvenu.
He was on like a quest. Apologize, Lionel. He was on like a quest to interview Dick Monfort, and Monfort has declined the interview request. So this is what it is, guys.
What are you gonna do, Dick?
This just is what it is. But now the players within the sport are speaking loudly. Even the former players. We talked about this yesterday. They're getting crushed by all their former players.
Like this is not even. It's not funny. It's humiliating. Like it's horrible. It's a horrible feeling to be a guy that has to go out there and play for the Colorado Rockies. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And now you have your owner that's not willing to say anything. I know he's upset, but what are you going to do about it?
And now there's bad news coming with Chris Bryant here. More bad news, I guess you could say.
What's going on with Chris?
Thomas Harding, MLB.com says DH Chris Bryant played catch yesterday and today and did dry swings and light running today. He said the last part is the hardest. Chris Bryant said, quote, I'm just being completely honest. When I do run, I am sore. And not just sore, but hurting. Dude, this is
bad.
It was already one of the worst signings in the history of Denver sports, in the history of Major League Baseball. It hurts. It literally hurts him to run, man. Wow.
You can't make it up.
You can't make it up. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, so I can't believe the sentence is true. Drew, do we know the latest Stanley Cup ratings?
We do. We have games 2 and 3.
All right.
Okay, what were games 2 and 3?
Well, do you want to compare? Because remember Friday we were discussing whether or not Game 3 of the Women's College World Series, which was the championship game, would outdraw the Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. So that one ended up with a 2.4 million viewers. Do you guys want to play the guessing game, or do you want me to just tell you?
Let's play the guessing game.
So this is Game 2?
Game 2 Friday night against the Women's College World Series.
I'll go 2.8 for the Stanley Cup.
Okay, Phil?
I'm going to go 2.3.
It was 2.5. Beat it by 500,000. What is that?
Wow. So
100,000?
So the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, there you go.
The Stanley Cup Game 2 beat women's softball by 100,000 total viewers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Down 30% year over year, but it's actually up 2% from Game 2 in 2023 on TNT, which was also Florida against Vegas.
So why did it take so long to get the numbers?
Because they're not good.
You think
would
that's
be my guess. I mean, honestly, all these other numbers keep trickling out.
Yeah.
And they haven't been good.
All right, so game 1 was what again?
Game 1,
Stanley
I believe, was 2.3.
Right, yes. Okay. So check this out. Guys, this is the sentence that I never, ever, 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 ever thought I would be uttering. There has been regular season WNBA games that have drawn a higher rating than the Stanley Cup Finals.
Wow. You can't make it up. What? But is it because the finals are on TNT? Like, is that a big reason?
That's not a good enough reason. That's not a good enough. It's a Stanley Cup final. It's TNT. It's not on Versus.
You know somebody's going to come up with an excuse.
I think it's a reason.
All right.
I don't think it's the reason.
No,
but I do think it's part of the reason.
Yeah, I think it's part of it. Like if it was on NBC, you
Right.
draw more of an audience.
Yeah.
But it's the Stanley Cup Finals against a regular season WNBA game.
But it's also just, it's not, for non-hardcore hockey fans, it's not a sexy matchup.
Well,
Florida against
what needs to
Edmonton is
happen
not
then,
sexy.
Drew? Like, tell me, what's the sexy matchup that's going to get?
It's the face of the sport, and
I
Connor
know,
McDavid.
I know. It's just
It's
but
a
Canadian
Hart Trophy
team.
winner,
I
Leon
know.
Draisaitl.
Yeah, like what more?
It's the team that just won the cup last year in Florida. And I know it's not the best matchup. I know that. It's definitely not. The best matchup would be what? The Rangers against Toronto?
Probably not even the Rangers. You probably want Chicago-Toronto. Chicago-Toronto would be a massive matchup.
Sure.
Because of the market.
But this is the I'm talking about a regular season WNBA game from opening weekend. It was like the Sky against Chicago.
Why are you talking about women's sports?
It was Chicago Sky against the Indiana Fever. Averaged more viewers on opening weekend than the Stanley Cup Finals. That's hard to reconcile. Like, if I'm Gary Bettman, dude, like, you are not doing something correctly here. And you're telling me in some of those numbers, it's an increase from where it's been in years past.
And it was up from the last Stanley Cup Final it was on in 2023, which was Florida-Vegas. It was up 2%. But now if you want to go to Game 3 on Monday night, 2.3 million viewers. So it actually went down on Monday.
Wow.
Oh. Down 31% year over year and down 14% from Game 3 in 2023 from Florida-Vegas.
Incredible. I mean,
I mean, I know Monday was a dud of a game.
Yeah.
But games 1 and 2 were
fantastic. Brilliant.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It's sad.
The viewers are saying
it is sad.
It's crazy.
And it sucks as a hockey fan because there's no defending this.
No.
It sucks.
Americans aren't watching hockey. And the Canadians aren't either. We've talked about their numbers.
Well, so I actually have them right below. So Game 2 Friday night in Canada drew 4.7 million.
4.7 million in the entire nation of Canada. How many people live in Canada? Like 30 million?
I think we figured out it was like 41 million, something like that.
So we're talking what percentage of the Canadian population was watching? Like that's a small percentage.
CFL's running the world over there now.
But I'm told that people in Canada are obsessed with hockey. That's not what the numbers say.
No.
It's become incredibly regional, and that just is what it is. It just is what it is. But I can't. Regular season WNBA game? Beating the Stanley Cup Final? That's insane. That's insane. All right, we got an update on Deion Sanders' health. We'll pass it along coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
5-alarm brouhaha.
Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here to tell you about my new team in town, the board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. Guys, this new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro. Guys, once upon a time, I was playing basketball every single day. That's no longer my life, but I still want to be an athlete. I want to be able to play when I want to play. I want to be able to get through a round of golf pain-free. And guys, the Sports Center Common Spirit, they have my back, they have your back. Performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more. All right? They are committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
8 seconds of grit and brute strength. Battle of man versus beast. Don't miss 2 nights of extreme bulls at Cheyenne Frontier Days, July 21st and 22nd. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
Did you know the Salvation Army served free donuts on the front lines in the World Wars? This National Donut Day, we have partnered with Lamar's Donuts all June, who will make a donation to the Salvation Army Veteran Support Programs. Celebrate at lamarsdonutday.org.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Dudes will step to you with a corny line, asking for your name, saying what's your sign. You turn around like, boy, quit talking to me. Yeah. He could pick you up in a limousine. You'd look back like, what you mean? Just worry about more.
All right, we got an update on Deion Sanders' health. And it was pretty ambiguous. And it still kind of is because we don't exactly know what's going on. But we did know that Deion Sanders has not been showing up to these youth football camps up in Boulder, which I didn't realize that he is contractually responsible for. I did not realize. It's a part of his contract. He's got to be at those football camps. At least 3 of them, I think I read.
Yeah, it's 3, and it's pretty much saying, like, hey, like, you're a part of this. Like, you're the head coach. You need to show face. It can't be you just coach football and then go on vacation. You have to show up because guess what? We need the money.
Right. It's true.
We need the money.
It's true.
Show me the money. Well, how are you gonna get people to show you the money? Coach Prime's gonna have to be present. And then you'll be able to get the money from these parents that want to see you, these kids that want to see you. You'll get more money that way.
Man, you're not lying. You're not lying. It is very much that $20.5 million has wow.
That's tough.
It is changing the landscape of college football. By the way, a lot of college football coaches out at Broncos practice today. I saw Arkansas logos, Washington Husky logos. There's a Utah coach out there. So I'm not sure exactly what was going on.
Well, that's usually what happens, Zach. A lot of times, like somebody might know. For example, yesterday there was a Northwestern coach. Maybe it was a position coach. Well, our running back coach came from Northwestern. So if you have a chance to go out there and see what Sean Payton's doing, how they construct their team through their drills and how the offenses are run, defenses are run, that's the time to do it. Like you're on break. So go out there and learn from some of these NFL coaches.
Totally. So we don't exactly know what's going on with Deion specifically, but he did jump on social media and tweet. He said, "Wow, I am truly blessed for the abundance of well wishes, for all the thoughts and all of the prayers. Thank you, thank you, thank you," in all caps. I can assure you all that everything is okay. Okay is also in all caps. And will continue to be so. God got me like no other. I have so much more work to do to glorify God, so please believe God got me. I'm excited to get back to Colorado to be at home with my staff, team, and all associated to our program. When we arrive back to Boulder, you will be updated on everything. Until then, more all caps, I'm coming, baby. Hashtag Coach Prime.
We coming. No. Prime coming.
I'm coming, baby. All caps.
I'm back.
So, obviously whatever has been going on is serious enough for him to be, home at his estate in Texas, not with his team, not at his football camps. But I think we're going to have some answers here pretty soon.
Man, I just wonder, what was it? A sickness? Is it has to do with your body? And it's just a lot, man. He's already been through a lot with his feet, with his calf.
Yeah, he had part of his calf removed, two toes removed.
Yeah, and Coach Prime's been moving around. He's flying all the time.
Right.
So, no telling what it is.
Is he flying all the time?
Oh, he's flying all the time.
He's not flying to see recruits. I know that.
It's definitely not the recruits. It's like, is it called Tubi? where he's with some TV network where he's doing some.
Yeah, he is. He's got another documentary coming out as well.
Another one.
This one not on Amazon Prime. It's on.
Is it Netflix? It's Netflix.
I think it's Netflix.
There's not going to be no Netflix and chilling when you're dealing with Coach Prime.
No. Yeah. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It's good to hear. I guess from him. Specifically from him, because it was passed on by his son. Like, hey, my dad's doing okay. You'll know what you need to know when you need to know it.
I wonder if the PR team said, hey, you need to kind of address, because you've been quiet. Address that you are okay. So tweet it, do something. And then today, he tweeted a couple times a day.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll keep tabs on Deion Sanders and his health, guys. Tomorrow I am playing 100 holes of golf for kids at Todd Creek. All right. I am playing for a nonprofit called Recruiting Classroom. Okay. This is the last day to give. Every dollar that is raised here goes right back to kids in our community. So guys, kids that maybe otherwise wouldn't be playing lacrosse, all right, because they can't afford the equipment, or hockey, or maybe it's sending a kid to camp that otherwise wouldn't be going. Once upon a time, this was me growing up, raised by a single mom. I wanted to play hockey. Didn't have the money to play hockey. One of the coolest experiences I had as a teenager was going to a sleepaway basketball camp called Greg Kuback Camp. And it was going to be $600 for the week because it was an all-week stayover camp. And it was one of these deals where I wrote a letter to a nonprofit, and they sent me. And so I was able to have an incredible experience. That's what this is going to do for kids in our community. So please, if you have an extra $5 to give, please go to ZachBuyCares.com. If you have $25 to contribute, I'll give you a shout out here on the air. So again, today's the last day to participate in this. I'll be playing for Recruiting Classroom tomorrow, and would just ask that you guys get involved in uplifting kids in our community. So please, if you have that extra $20, we would love to give it right back to the kids in our community at ZachBuyCares.com. Okay, what you need to know from being out at Broncos mandatory minicamp is coming up next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a one-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Golf season is in full swing and Father's Day is coming fast. Brandon Stokely here. This year, give your dad what he really wants. Or better yet, tell your family what you want. 10% off all Embers Golf gift cards. Whether you're shopping for dad or dropping hints for yourself, Embers Golf has you covered. Swinging the summer in style. Visit Embers Golf today and grab your gift cards before this deal ends. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Visit EmbersGolf.com today.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering us $5,000 guarantee. Hey, if he can't sell your house at your price on the timeline that you guys agree upon beforehand, get this. He'll cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody. And he's probably not going to continue to do it. He spends so much money marketing his listings. That's why he can make this offer. And he's got about 100 families right now approved and ready to buy. So if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up that phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, halfway home here on a hump day. And we are 1 minute into the second half of the Wednesday show, which means we are officially closer to Friday than Monday.
Yes, sir.
And we are out at Broncos mandatory minicamp today. And I think my biggest takeaway, Mr. Philip Lindsay, is I think that this summer, to a certain degree, not to get carried away, but to a certain degree, we will have to evaluate this Broncos offense through the lens of just how damn good the defensive side of the ball is. Goodness gracious.
Oh yeah, Zach, you're not lying. But before that, what we're gonna have to understand is it's gonna be hot as hell out there.
Oh, it was hot.
It's gonna be hot.
It was hot.
So make sure you have some suntan lotion on. All right, some sunscreen, suntan lotion for you. Get a little darker. The tan lines, we don't want that.
I'm doing all right. I do have I actually already have training camp feet, which is the thong sandal contrast.
Look at them dogs. You take care of them?
I do. No nasty toes, man. So yeah, this defense is just so good, man, and it's noteworthy to. Hey, the pads aren't on yet, and the offensive line will be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But dear mother of God, the guys up front defensively are just
they're moving. They're moving. Yesterday, you really got to see the speed of Nick Bonito. The first start. His start was just the get off is just there. More comfortable, more confident. Today, Zach Allen pushing the center, pushing the guard around a little bit, getting to the quarterback. Now, like you just said, Zach. It is harder for an offensive line to block when they don't have pads on. It's just like you want that connection, you want that contact first, and then usually the offensive line have these long arms that they're able to lock out on. They can't do that without pads. But for Zach Allen, he made a couple plays and let it be known that he was there.
Yeah, he did.
He was yelling at all of us, Sean, the media, all of us, and there were some words said where he was cussing a little bit, as you should be.
But he wanted
our defensive line dog.
Yeah, he wanted everyone to hear him too. He wanted everyone to hear him. So he burst through the offensive line like tissue paper trying to catch a bowling ball. And it just burst through, and he said he blew up the play, and it was the second time he did it in practice. And what did he say? He said, GD, I'm so effing good. And he was feeling himself. And he had another
I'm so good.
He had another sequence when he got in the backfield, lickety split, and had some sort of celebration motion, thrusting his hips, and
he went with 2 or 3 thrusts.
It was 3.
Oh, he's getting a flag.
He's getting a flag, and
some deep thrusts.
Yes,
1, 2,
as we
3.
learned through Key and Peele.
Yeah.
You just hold, bang, get the 3 in, flag. And he said he screamed something to his teammates, but it said there was bank in there. I didn't hear exactly what he said, but bank was in there.
It's like money signs.
That's a man who is trying to get paid and is out there looking like he's hungry for that next bag.
I mean, Zach Allen is a huge man, and he's dominant, and he's only going to get better because now he has a crew to go with him. Right? He has a couple of defensive linemen that are alongside him. John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach, all 3 of them are back together. You have Hufanga and you have Brendan Jones as safeties. You got cornerbacks. Like, things are looking really, really good for this defense, but it starts up front. And when you have the pass rushers like Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito going at it, it makes your job easier if you're a defensive tackle like Zach Allen. Now, Zach Allen can do his part and get more sacks because you have no weaknesses. That's what this is all about, is like this defense seems to have no weaknesses, which is crazy to say.
Outside of health.
Outside
of health.
Yeah, you're right. You got to be healthy.
Greenlaw, not practicing yet. All right. Alex Singleton working off to the side as well. But outside, and Drew Sanders is getting a bunch of work.
He needs it, Zach. He's on the bubble. He's on the bubble. If you want to make your mark, make it early in OTAs. Drew Sanders has done some good things, but I haven't heard his name enough, where it's like a pass breakup or interception, and you're going to have to do that to make this team this year because there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of depth out there, and Drew Sanders is a guy that's been floating around. It's never good when you're in year 3 and you've been floating around and you've been hurt. You have to find a way to find your way on that field, make your mark fast so that you can stay on this roster.
When you say floating around, are you talking about positionally?
Positionally,
yeah, like,
yep.
Hey, you're Over
One
here,
year you're going to be
Yep.
on the line. You're going to
Yep.
be, rushing the passer. The next we're going to have you at inside linebacker. So you can never get comfortable. You don't have a home, and so that's not good in the NFL where you're in the league where it's the best of the best, and yet you don't have a home. You don't have a home to stay at. That's not good.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I agree with you. That's something to watch here this summer. I know a lot of people out there want to hear how J.K. Dobbins looked. J.K. Dobbins did not do anything in the team periods. He was off to the side working on Greg Dulcich Memorial Field with Singleton.
No, he was not hurt.
No, he wasn't hurt. He wasn't hurt.
Doing gassers, 50-yard gassers.
Do you think that we'll see him tomorrow?
Yes, he will be more involved. Whether it's plays, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys for sure, but he's going to be with his running back mates. He's going to be doing drills with them. Like, why not do that? That's something that you're doing anyway before you were signed here. So you might as well get in the groove of just touching the football, going through drills, getting your footwork in, and maybe they sprinkle him in a couple plays because now it's like, hey, you know what you're doing. Go do a swing route. Go do a flat route, something like that. But maybe they're like, hey, we know what we have in you. Let's just get you to camp. Let's get you to camp. Continue to get your conditioning in, do some individual drills, and then leave it at that.
Sean was in big-time teacher mode today. And for whatever reason, he wasn't yesterday. He was today. A lot of hands-on stuff, especially for the first two-thirds of practice. I mean, he was out there coaching. And when he's doing it and you're able to listen, and not that we can like transcribe exactly what he's saying exactly, but like just in general, when you're in earshot of Sean and he's coaching, I typically shut my mouth, cup my hands around my ears, and try to get every drop of what because he is truly a fantastic teacher.
He's very detailed. Very detailed. And it's not just about teaching the offense or Bo Nix. No, he'll get the whole team together and say, look, this is what I'm looking for. Offensively, this is what needs to be done. Defensively, this is what I'm looking for you guys. Like, everybody needs to be on the same page, and that's how you have success. So there was a couple of times where they were doing 2-minute drill. Well, you have the time where you're teaching them, you're telling them what you want done, so that in fast time and when everything is moving fast, it's like muscle memory. This is what needs to happen. Get out of bounds. Bo, on this play count, this is how it should look. Like, you're going and you're walking through things because it's OTAs, and you want your team to be on the same page so that when you get to camp, when the battles start, you're not coaching and you're not teaching the little things. Now that they know the little things, you go out there and you compete your ass off.
I thought the catch of the day, it could have gone to one of, I think, two guys. I think the catch of the day was this freaking dude, Bandy.
I knew you were going to say it.
This freaking dude, Bandy.
Poor Bandy.
Poor Bandy.
Why'd you mug me? Well, by the way, we're sitting there, we're watching 7-on-7 and team. Bandy makes a play.
And he made, so when I say made a play, or Phil says make a play, there's like that famous image of Dennis Rodman who's completely stretched out for a rebound horizontally,
Yeah.
or like Bobby Orr when he's completely horizontal. Bandy was completely horizontal.
And I want to say Sparky. Jared Stedman was the guy throwing him the ball.
Yes, it was just a hell of a grab. And we're saying poor Bandy because last week I said I kind of feel bad for Michael Bandy because all this guy does is make plays for like 3 straight summers.
Very consistent.
But he's never made the team. I don't believe he's ever going to make the team. And it's just like, this is your lot in life, unfortunately. But damn, I got to give him his flowers.
No, I'm glad that you did, because I was going to give him his flowers too for you if you didn't do it, because he is making plays. He is out there. He's a guy that you can count on, and that, yeah, he might make the practice squad again. But you know that if you have to rely on him for a game, he's going to do the right things. Is he the most athletic guy out there? Is he the biggest guy? No. But you know that you can count on him to make some plays and do some special team work. So for Bandy, it's just keep chipping away. Stay healthy. Keep chipping away. Keep making plays. Try to make that practice squad money when you can.
I was going to say, in the practice squad money, it's like $230,000, $240,000 for the year.
If you're a vet, it's over $300,000. For the year.
Yeah.
So,
and now
really good money.
In the past, they used to limit the practice squad. Post-COVID, they tinkered with the rules.
Yes.
More veteran players can now be on practice squad.
Well, that's why someone like the fullback Burton was cut last year, put on practice squad, but was able to play 3 to 4 games.
Yeah, good memory.
There's ways around this to put veterans. See, this is why it sucks for veterans, because veterans can be placed on practice squad, and you can have, I want to say, 5 or 6 veterans. It used to be where you could have like maybe 2 or 3. Now you can have 5 or 6 veterans that you can stash on this practice squad and utilize them, knowing that you played a lot of football, and we can bring you up when we need you, and then put you back down, and you're not against like the cap or the roster space.
Well, I would say in some ways it's probably keeping some of those veterans employed when they otherwise wouldn't be, and I'm sure it works against some veteran players because you can manipulate and toggle them back and forth so much.
You need 3 games to get a credited season. It's all about when you're at the end of your career, Zach. It's about getting those credited seasons, because the more seasons that you have under the belts, the more money you'll receive through different things. So it's all about getting those credited seasons. 3 games will get you that.
What was Sean Payton saying after practice? You'll hear from the head coach coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely, and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Philip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece, like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find the new Tudor watch I was looking for. They treated me just like family the moment I walked through those doors. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And I'm here to tell you guys, it was the right decision. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself for the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything: gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about: your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, rolling downhill here on Wednesday. Sean Payton speaking after practice. All right, asked some questions about J.K. Dobbins, right? And now, yesterday he said, ask me tomorrow, because he wasn't officially signed or didn't think he was officially signed when he took the podium. He was asked what gives Dobbins the ability to be so explosive. It was one of his more expansive answers on the day. This is what he said.
So we've got the little things in the pads, and that's good for the production booth, 22 miles an hour. But you want to see, when a play's blocked, you want to see that yardage and some. The good runners, they have a little spaghetti sauce to the recipe that's important. And I don't want to make comparisons to him because I haven't been with him long enough. But when you see the consistency, it's not an accident. And so it's another, and I say this, it's another good football player we're adding to our team. And then we'll see how training camp goes, see how all the carries goes. And you know what? When that time comes, you guys are going to know just like I'm going to know. You're going to see it.
All right, interesting response from
Yeah.
Sean. It's like, what makes a running back special is sort of unique to each running back.
Every running back's going to have their strength, whether it's balance, contact balance, speed. Some have really great instincts. Some run well inside. Some run well outside, catching out of the backfield. Like, everybody brings a different flavor, and it comes down to scheme. It comes down to fit. It comes down to what are they doing for your team that's making them successful. And that's why you want more than just one type of running back.
Sure. And you could hear it. He wanted to give you a comparison.
I'm not going to compare him. Please don't, John.
He's like, but he's thinking of someone in his head that he wanted to say there, but he doesn't want to do the Michael Thomas thing for Pat Bryant. But he's thinking some.
Who would it be? Somebody that he coached. It's not Alvin Kamara.
No.
It's not Darren Sproles.
No.
Not C.J. Spiller or Deuce McAllister. There's only one guy that I think of, like, that has contact balance, that breaks tackles, that runs tough.
Mark Ingram.
That's the only one and Sean has coached so much football that it's crazy. So maybe it's somebody else that he's coached back in the day.
Yeah.
But, like, to me, it'd be more of a Mark Ingram hard-nosed runner. I used to call Mark a pit bull. He looked like a pit bull, too.
Totally.
No neck.
No. Just
neck.
shoulder to jaw.
Yes.
Nothing in between.
And a vicious runner that's going to run through you. And J.K. Dobbins is that type of guy that will run through you. So maybe that's the comparison. He didn't want to make that. I'm putting that out there. But no matter what, it's a great pickup to have a good running back like J.K. Dobbins, who can go for 1,000 yards if he stays healthy. Will break the tackles. And in the red zone, he will get you that touchdown. He had 9 touchdowns his rookie year. He had 9 touchdowns with the Chargers last year. He knows how to get into the end zone, and that's the number one goal, is getting that damn ball in the end zone, scoring some touchdowns, getting some points on that board.
Well, he did it 9 different times last year, which is a lot. It's a lot. So here is a little bit more from Sean Payton when talking about J.K. Dobbins and the running backs and their roles so far.
Look, I said it before. I said, and it was a week ago, another good football player. And we're interested in those guys. And so we'll see how it unfolds. No set roles yet. We feel like we know who the player is well.
So we feel like we know who the player is, no set roles.
Come on, Sean.
If they had a game tomorrow. No, I saw if they had a game next week.
Next week?
If they had a game next week.
If they have a game next week, it's J.K. Dobbins. If they have a game 2 weeks from now, it's J.K. Dobbins. When they play their first game of the year, as long as J.K. Dobbins is available and he's healthy, it's going to be J.K. Dobbins. That's why he signed here. And we're talking about J.K. Dobbins. That's why the man signed here, because for him, it's like, I just came off a season where it was really good, 900-plus yards. I had 1,000 yards in total, all-purpose yards. I had 9 touchdowns. And you're telling me I'm not going to come here and start? Like, you're bringing this man in to play right away because you don't know what you have in R.J. Harvey. You don't trust Jalil enough to say you're going to get 15 carries a game. Jalil's going to be that utility back. Audric Estime, as we all got to watch, he was inactive in the playoffs. That's telling you a lot, that there's no trust in Audric Estime. Audric Estime's fighting for his life to be on this football team. Let's be honest. And so it's going to be J.K. Dobbins to start the year off. And maybe R.J. Harvey, as time goes on, beats him out with reps, has more explosive plays. You can count on him, and then you can kind of pass the baton to R.J. Harvey.
What's going to be the role of the third running back who makes his team?
Straight special teams. But also, if they have to get handoffs, you can rely on them. But they're going to have to play a lot of different special teams. Can you be a gunner? Can you be a kick returner, punt returner? Can you be a personal protector? They call that a PP, a personal protector. You have to be able to do more when you know that you're not going to be getting a lot of carries to start the season off. So to me, it's whoever can play more special teams, whoever can make plays when they are getting the ball, whoever can catch out of the backfield as well. that's the player that's going to make this team. Because make no mistake about it, there's only going to be 3 spots. There's going to be 3 running backs. As much Sean says, don't count. There's going to be 3 running backs on that roster. There was 3 running backs last year. There's going to be 3 running backs and a fullback this year. Who is that going to be? Who's going to be that third running back? Still, to me, Jaleel McLaughlin, because he's more consistent. You can do more with him, and speed kills. He has a lot of speed, and you cannot coach speed.
And not the fumbling issues that Audric Estime
Yes.
had. So, like,
Big time.
if you count his, and I think it was Mace who had this math at DenverSports.com. If you count his fumble in the preseason with his 2 other fumbles in the regular season with the number of carries he got, it was like Estime was averaging a fumble every 30 carries. Like, you're not gonna last in the NFL, let alone make this football team. So, like, how does Sean balance the initial vision for Estime and then balancing it with what he saw his first year, what he's going to see in the preseason?
But do you think there's a true organic battle between R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, and then
there should
organic
be
battle between Estime, Jaleel, Bidet, because Bidet is going to be a part of that.
Totally.
You're seeing him get a lot of reps.
He is.
There's a reason for it.
Yeah, he is. Look, why wouldn't there be an organic battle between R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins? Like, in general, I agree with you. Like, if I'm going to handicap it right now, like, J.K. Dobbins is going to get, like, the initial look to start the season. But why? We talk about this. Every year a running back comes in and he's just him.
Yeah.
He's just ready to produce right away. And it was you. It was Javonte in his rookie year.
The great thing about running backs is, Zach, you don't have to start them. They don't have to start
Totally.
to get
I don't care
more
about
carries.
the starting role.
It's
like,
see, but
if
the
there's a
players
pie,
do, though. The
sure,
player, when you're talking about a player, like, you want to be able to say, I started those games. It's a pride thing, but you're right. In the running back's role, you might start the game, but have the least amount of touches by the end of the game.
Sure.
That was me. Royce would start the game, but I would have 15, 16 carries, and he would have 10. So it's about the hot hand.
See, but this is what I'm saying. In that situation, it was abundantly clear that you were the better player at that moment. You should have been the starter. It was abundantly clear that Javonte's rookie year, he was a better player than Melvin Gordon.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have been even Steven. Like we're in kindergarten, like, you get 2 M&Ms, you get 2. Like, no, this is pro ball. Don't placate to personality and politics. Who's the better running back? That should be who gets the first look. And I don't care who it is. I don't care. If Jaleel looks like the best running back of the group, then freaking start with Jaleel. I don't care. Chances are it's going to be Dobbins and Harvey. And if I were looking at a pie of 100%, my guess is it's going to be roughly week to week 40% J.K. Dobbins, 40% R.J. Harvey, and the 20% for the third running back who makes this team.
I mean, I would go, where is it, 50, 40, 10. That gets you 100, right? 50,
40 yeah. 50% J.K. Dobbins, 40% R.J. Harvey.
And then 10% whoever that's going to be, whether it's Jaleel, Audric Estime, or Bidet. You don't want your third-string running back out there unless it's like a play for them, meant for them.
Sure.
You're like, hey, you're there until somebody gets hurt.
All right, interesting conversation. Hopefully we'll gather a little bit more information based on what they do tomorrow. All right, and we need to circle back to a couple different things about tomorrow, and we will. But in the meantime, guys, we are getting evidence today that the Broncos may have found the new location for a new stadium. Details next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For 100 years, Pella has been crafting windows and doors that keep the heat out, the cold in, and your neighbors jealous. Celebrate a century of excellence with Pella's special anniversary offers. Call Pella Windows and Doors of Denver and Northern Colorado today at 877-67-PELLA for a free estimate and discover windows designed to elevate your living space. Whether it's casements, awning, or custom windows, Pella has something for every style. Experience the difference with Pella. Imagine waking up to the perfect view framed by Pella's beautifully designed windows. Feel the comfort of a home that's energy efficient and stylish. Pella's windows are built to last with innovative features that make your life easier. Don't miss out on our 100 anniversary offers. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. That's 877-67-PELLA or PellaofDenver.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that, and often we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym could be due to low testosterone, and that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 3.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, so interesting day here in Denver sports for a couple different reasons, but I think the big picture, long term, we may look back at today, Wednesday, June 11th, as a day that we may have gotten where the new Broncos Stadium is going to go. So this is coming. This news, we saw it first from a guy. Well, it's an outlet, Business Denver. At business_Denver on Twitter, at a guy named Thomas Goonley. All right, no disrespect if I'm not pronouncing that name 100% right, but he had a tweet this morning at 10-something in the morning that says, "Scoop, the Broncos have begun buying land near Burnham Yard, a state-owned former rail yard in central Denver, considered a possible new stadium site," a source tells Business Denver. This gentleman, Thomas Goonley, says, "We found 10 transactions, okay, 10 transactions.
10 of them things.
Totaling $150 million, but they're all linked to one attorney." Okay, a little bit more. He says, 58-acre Burnham Yard is a mile southeast of the current Mile High. CDOT bought the site for $50 million back in 2021. There's been no public disclosure of even discussions between the Broncos and CDOT about the former rail yard. But the team dropping $150 million shows confidence a deal will be reached.
That's not play money now.
No.
$150 million that you're dropping. There's something fishy about that. Something's cooking.
Well, it's interesting because they've been bought. I said, 10 different transactions. They've been bought by like different LLCs that were formed in late 2023 by a Hogan Lovells attorney. Okay, I'm not in that world. I don't know what that is. But they put a map out there, and they're like, okay, the spots that are red are recently bought by LLCs formed in late 2023, but don't have a clear link to Hogan Lovells. And the boundaries on the map that we've seen are approximate, but it is a big chunk of land. And I would imagine, and I'm speculating here, but if it was 10 different transactions from these different LLCs, but all the LLCs lead back to one guy, it might have been an attempt to throw off the scent of what they were doing, and try to divide.
Well, Greg Penner, they got here in 2023. All right, that's when they
I believe it might have been 2022.
Was it 2022?
I think it was 2022.
Damn, it's already been.
I think this is their third year here because they were. Remember, we would discuss whether they greenlit Russell Wilson's new contract after he was traded in 2022.
Okay, all right. So you start to put the LLCs out there because now you want to start making traction on trying to find a stadium. So I'm with you. Like, it's like, hey, let's have as many LLCs as possible and have money thrown into those, so it's not just coming from just one LLC saying this is the Denver Broncos, this is Greg Penner. Like, you don't want that.
Sure.
Not right now, at least.
And I would imagine the price would go up for that land if they knew that you were the Denver Broncos and what you wanted to do with it.
Yeah. Yep.
So maybe it would have been $400 million for that land instead of $150 million if they know who you are, the money you have, the money you're willing to spend, and what you want to do with that land. So, again, a lot of speculation here, okay, but a lot of it is rooted to something that leads back to the Denver Broncos. So how do you feel about it, Phil?
I feel great. One, we all know that this is going to happen when we're going to have a new stadium. The Denver Broncos are going to have this new stadium. It was the question. The question became, where is it going to be at? And you know me, born and raised here. I want it to be in the heart of Denver. And I know, technically, is this place going to be considered Denver, Zach?
Well, downtown Denver. It wouldn't be downtown Denver technically, but that's like people who live in the Denver city proper, like, will have all the benchmarks. People from, like, that don't live in the city, like, anywhere near there is considered, you're going downtown.
For sure. And people that have lived here their whole life, they're going to say downtown Denver. It's just easy to say. It's smooth. It rolls off the tongue.
It's like, we're going to central Denver.
Yeah,
no, it's just like, we're going to Denver. We're going to
Denver,
downtown.
Man. We're going downtown. We'll see you guys there. Everybody knows that. Just send the directions. Hit my line, send the directions. I'll be downtown. So I'm excited because in this case, it seems like Greg Penner was listening to the fans when he put out that
it was like a poll. Yeah, to season ticket holders.
Where would you guys want the facility or the stadium to be? And if it was, hey, we want it to stay here in Denver, well, Greg Penner may be listening to the fans saying, okay, this is what you want. Asking you shall receive. Let's try to get something done. Let's try to make something happen here. So I'm excited. How you feel about it?
I feel fine, just as long as it's going to be what I believe it is ultimately going to be, and that is big, grandiose, a city district, not a standalone stadium. That's the old way of doing it. As long as we're doing it through the vision of 2025, and of course they will.
First class.
Greg Penner traveled the country his first year here to look at stadiums, right? It wasn't even just looking at football stadiums. He looked at NBA arenas just to get concepts and stuff. So if you have the resources that they do, and you've poured yourself for the last couple of years into what it could potentially look like, it's not going to be just some standalone, like the current Mile High is the definition of a standalone stadium.
Yeah.
It is a rounded stadium in a parking lot. This is going to be more than that. And as long as it's more than that, as long as I'm talking about a district, I'm talking about bars, restaurants, I'm talking about a retractable roof.
You're talking about you want it all.
I want it all.
You're greedy. You want it all.
The Super Bowl can come to Denver, Colorado. The Final Four can come. We've been talking about this for years. WrestleMania, bring it to Denver.
If Greg Penner does that and he stays, and I'm going to call it downtown Denver. Be mad at me all you want. I don't care. Downtown Denver. And then you have a situation where Kroenke is building something there for the Nuggets.
Yes, he's building like his little mini city over the next decade.
His own city. Like, what does this look like? People are saying how Denver has gotten bad and it doesn't look the same. Well, it's going to look different now when you're putting money into the city, when you're putting money into these stadiums. It's going to push some of the bad stuff out, and it's going to look pretty. It's going to look nice again. So I'm excited for that.
I'm very excited about this. This is a huge organizational deal. It's going to be a ton. I mean, the price tag when they start putting shovels in the ground, I would imagine. I mean, it's definitely in the billions. So start there.
Yeah.
I would say that's going to be, I don't know, $3 billion project. That's going to net them $10 billion over the next 20 years in revenue. They're going to own the land in which they build on, right? And I've been banging the table about this forever. They rent, guys. They rent right now. Billionaires don't rent.
Why are you renting?
So
when you have all that money.
This idea that it was just going to just do a facelift to the current no.
I love what you said with the LLC stuff of like, hey, maybe Greg Penner wants it in different areas because he doesn't want people to know it's him, because now they're going to charge him more. And he's like, you know what? Let's do it a smart way. And I feel like I run past something like that, not to that extent, but it's like when I go and I ask for a quote, have somebody come over and ask for a quote for
like housework.
It seems like sometimes it can be inflated
because they know you're you.
So I usually I'm not there. Usually I have my wife do it because when they see my face, it's different. They'll come out. I have to go and I'll give you a quote in a couple days. And then all of a sudden, it's more than it probably should be.
Yeah, he's got money. He'll
Oh,
yeah.
So imagine someone like Greg Penner. You said like
Sure.
Instead of $150 million, maybe it was $400 million.
Yeah.
I know I would have done that. Oh, it's Greg Penner. Let me see if I can get $400 million off of him.
Yeah, it's not crazy. It's not crazy. So, okay. And if you're just joining us and you dropped in partway through this conversation, the Broncos have began to buy land near Burnham Yard, a state-owned former rail yard in central Denver. It's considered a possible new stadium site. All right. They've paid $150 million through 10 transactions through these different LLCs to buy this land. And it's about a mile southeast of where the Broncos currently pay. All right. So really interesting, very significant, and it times out with the lease of Current Mile High, which is up in 2031. It takes approximately 5 years for a stadium to get built, and here we are. Here we are. So, okay. Interesting conversation, no doubt. You want to react to it? RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Another day passes, and the Nuggets general manager vacancy remains eerily quiet. We have a couple questions on that front. Also, all of our takeaways from Broncos mandatory minicamp, we'll flesh it out because we are on the doorstep of 40 consecutive commercial-free minutes of sports talk coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. 5 Alarm Brouhaha. Next up, the Golden Triangle in Denver. June 13th from 2 to 6 at Schoolyard Beer Garden. Come find out what the commotion's all about. There was quite a brouhaha.
You know what these things can be like.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Father's Day sale going on now. Get up to 30% off all sizes of evergreen trees, including pine, spruce, upright juniper, and more. Get up to 30% off all sizes of shade and flowering trees, including linden, maple, crabapple, honey locust, and more. And get 20% off all ornamental grasses and thousands of hardy perennials to choose from through Father's Day. Come see.
25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's time to spring into summer with Soda Weight Loss, because right now you'll get our biggest discount of the year.
Are you serious?
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
If you want to look like this for summer, now is the time to join America's #1 weight loss company for client satisfaction and results.
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Philip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phil Lindsay sent you.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hanging out with you on a Wednesday, June 11th, rolling downhill at a rapid pace. We were out at Broncos mandatory mini camp today, and we will comb through our biggest takeaways here in about 8.5 minutes. But before we do that, another day passes, and the Nuggets general manager vacancy remains open and eerily quiet.
Straight crickets.
You're not kidding.
What's going on? Where you at, Josh? Josh Kroenke, that is. We need an update. We need something.
Phil, no one knows. This has been the most under-reported on NBA story league-wide.
It's like CIA stuff.
And so we're 14 days away from the NBA draft.
That's insane. 14 days away, no general manager. You may want to be able to make a big-time trade. You can't because you have no general manager.
And oh gosh, I mean, they do have an interim general manager, Ben Tenzer, right? But I can't imagine an interim GM making a big-time move for a title contender.
Well, tell me this. Is this enough time for a general manager to come in and make a big-time move? Is there enough time? 14 days left.
I mean, I suppose so, but like, is it a big-time move that has wisdom? Is it a big-time move that has been fleshed out, vetted out?
What's a big-time move for the Nuggets? What is that looking like?
I mean,
Jamal, the MPJ, are those we know Jamal, but MPJ.
I think a big-time move, considering that they already told us they were going to be the biggest developments would be internal. I think it's any of the starting 5 plus Peyton Watson, or I'd say to a lesser degree Julian Strawther. But like if Peyton Watson was involved in a trade, I think that would be a pretty big-time move here for Denver. So it's interesting because the NBA draft is expected to be very active. And this offseason, compared to the last couple, is also expected to be very active. There's going to be huge names on the move. Kevin Durant will get traded here. Giannis Antetokounmpo could get moved. I mean, you just kind of go through it. So, and I thought it was interesting, and I'll cite his work here because I really liked his piece. Bennett Durando from the Denver Post, he had this piece about like what we're hearing, what we know, and what we don't know. And he said it's been characterized by one source as a goal to have a hire in place by the NBA draft, which I kind of had to chuckle. It's like, yeah, that would be nice.
We need that.
But he said the calendar will not necessarily dictate the timeline either. So I found that sentence a little bit alarming.
The calendar will not dictate the timeline.
Yeah.
But you need to have a general manager, or you should have a general manager before the draft starts.
Phil, if the NBA draft comes and goes and the Nuggets have not hired a general manager, we would be living in bizarro world. Bizarro world.
Like, I would feel for the team. I would feel for Jokic. If I was Jokic, I would be mad as heck. What's going on? What's the plan? What's the vision? Who is driving this car? Who?
And the NBA is the king of leaks.
I feel like an owl when I say, who?
Yeah. Well, more from Durando from the Denver Post. He said multiple of these league sources expressed confusion about the lack of known interviewees and questioned the drawn-out nature of the search, noting that Denver fired Booth during the regular season, not after the playoffs. Lines of communication from agents and other teams to the Nuggets are relatively unclear as things stand. So, and then it's worth mentioning that when up-and-coming front office executives interview for top jobs, their agents usually leak it. Being desirable is good publicity for anyone trying to climb a career ladder.
Makes sense.
It's a great point because, and it goes back to the firm stuff, because Josh Kroenke, and I'm paraphrasing, he said, we are considering hiring a firm that will bring us the best, brightest young basketball minds. If you were one of the best, brightest young basketball minds and you were getting interviewed and there was like 3 or 4 of them, we would be hearing about it.
You want to be heard about if you're that guy. You say, hey, put it out there because it may not be for this team, but it's helping me in the future. But we're not hearing that at all. We're not hearing that there's been an interview even with an internal candidate in Ben Tenzer.
I guess not a formal one.
No,
I'm just
not
assuming. I'm just assuming that happened. But yeah, and he goes on to say, and I love this. He goes, it's possible that the Nuggets have simply done an outstanding job of staying tight-lipped and demanding their candidates do the same. Though there isn't any advantage to that, really. The Kroenkes aren't competing against any other ownership groups to hire a head of basketball ops right now, and the optics are weird at the moment. So then if you're not going young guy route, if you're thinking like they're going like Bob Myers or one of these other big fishes, Brad Stevens, I would just tell you that's not going to happen. I would be stunned.
Why are you crushing my dreams?
Well, it just goes against their entire history. And maybe it'll be different because they're handling the Jokic second half of his prime different than they've ever handled. And that would be so refreshing. I just don't believe that's going to happen. I don't believe that's going to happen. So it's like if you're not interviewing young guys and it's not going to be a big fish, then it's going to be Ben Tenzer, but why are you waiting so long when he's the candidate that you know the most about?
Because, like we talked about a couple days ago, you want everybody to feel like you're doing the extensive work, your homework, that you're trying hard to find this right general manager. So you're saying, like, hey, let me put a timeline to this. Let's go. It's June 11th today. Let's go June 13th. We'll make the announcement. But it gives everybody like an idea, a thought of like, oh, maybe you did do your homework, Josh Kroenke. Maybe you are taking this serious and you're trying to figure out who's the best general manager for this job. That's the only thing I can think of.
I think that's the most likely scenario, Phil. Right now, based on the information that we have, I believe the most likely scenario is that it's sort of like a pretend search. That you're trying to stretch out the duration, but you're not actually like. Do I think Josh is like making calls to people around the league? Sure. Do I think they hired a firm and they're bringing these young candidates in for interviews? I do not believe that.
But come on now, Zach. If you don't believe that, which I'm with you, when somebody asks him, which they will,
correct.
What is he going to say?
That's a good. Well, I would imagine it would go something like this. the question would be something along the lines of, hey, obviously you arrived at the candidate that you wanted, Ben Tenzer. What was your process like in your interview process and your search process like leading up to this point? And the answer would be somewhere along the lines of, we're not going to dwell or speak about the internal workings of our process. We did have a process. I talked to plenty of people around the league, and we felt like it was time to move forward with Ben Tenzer. He's the best man for the job. It'll be something like that.
Well, then it's going to tell us what we need to know. You're full of crap. That you didn't do what you just said you did. Because where are the candidates at? Where are they at? Why are they not being talked about? Why hasn't it been leaked out that you at least chatted with them, had them in the office? At least if you're going to do it the right way. Do it the right way to cover your tracks.
The only thing that would prevent you from doing it the right way is money. And the money that you would spend on a search firm, or the process to fly these guys in and out, it doesn't go against your cap or your second apron. But historically, they just have not put the resources there.
So then how should Jokic feel, Zach? How should Jokic feel if you're him and you just went through a frustrating year? It was a frustrating year for Jokic. And now you're coming there and saying, hey, whoa, we don't have a general manager. The draft is in 14 days. Like, what's going on? Like, why am I not getting a phone call? Maybe you are. Maybe he is. Why am I not getting a phone call about updating me on what's getting ready to happen? What? This is.
It's starting to get a little bit confusing.
Very confusing.
It's starting to get a little, and as it's put here in the post, like, Booth was fired in the regular season. We know it was late, but like, you had a beat on this, and now we're 14 days away from the draft, still completely silent. Someone says maybe Josh is bringing in somebody from college hoops. I appreciate the question and the interaction. No, the coach has already been hired. If you were going to hire someone from college hoops, it would likely be a coach, which you probably wouldn't do anyway.
Yeah.
With where this team is at, and you're not going to bring in someone from college hoops to be the general manager. So it's getting a little strange.
A little freaky out there.
Someone says maybe they're waiting for someone from Oklahoma City or Indiana. Maybe. But
that would be nice.
So, but we'll see. We'll see. But it's entering a territory, since we're so close to the draft, and how busy we expect draft night to be. It's getting a little. It's getting late. So, okay, we'll keep our ear to the ground in that department. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Philip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. And we were out at Bronco practice today, mandatory minicamp. All right, one of the last times we'll be able to see the Broncos before training camp. And I guess that it should be mentioned that we had talked about the field day stuff.
Yeah, we did.
We had talked
I'm
about
sad right now.
Yes. And
Sean's listening to you.
He shut it down. Listen to this. He was asked about if they were going to have a practice tomorrow or a field day, and he said this.
Yeah. What's the confirmation? Like, well, no, there's no sugar days. The sugar days went away in 2011.
Not here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your buddy Fangio had a few.
No, I got it.
When you drafted Pat.
Tomorrow's the salt day. No sugar.
No sugar day.
I got it.
I've never heard it put like that. He goes, yeah, sugar days went away in 2011. And you can hear our buddy Troy Rank say, not here. There's been a lot of sugar days since 2011.
Why, Troy? Why are you pushing? Why are you poking the bear, man?
No, the real poke came from Kliss when he said, your buddy Fangio did it. And Sean's like, I got it.
I got you. Oh, Vic, I'll call him later.
But this is a very small thing. I don't want to blow it out of proportion, but I like that Sean Payton is doing this.
I know you like it.
Get your work in. Get your nine total practices between OTAs and mandatory minicamp.
How much work is going to be done in an hour?
More work than would be done if you're trying to put, as opposed to trying to put George Payton in the dunk tank. That's how
that takes a lot of work too, though.
Like
concentration.
Sure. I like the approach. Is it going to be a full-blown practice? I don't think so.
No, you have an hour to get everything done. This is going to be more of a a lot of drills, a lot of individual drills, a lot of special team work, maybe a team period, maybe a 7-on-7 period, and it's time to get out. You guys stay safe, work on the fundamentals of everything that we've been teaching you guys, and get ready for camp. Get ready for a battle, because there's a lot of players this year that are on the roster bubble. There's a lot of players fighting for their life to be on this Denver Broncos team come camp time.
Well, even if it's a walkthrough, for me, it's not even necessarily about yes, it's about the work and it's about the reps and it's about the mental reps and all that.
Tone.
It's setting the tone and the message that you're trying to transfer to the players. And my problem was, and we've talked about this, but I'll summarize it real quick.
Please do. We're ready to hear.
My problem was
you don't like fun.
In years past, it was sending a wrong message to a losing organization whose culture had eroded, and you're rewarding it. And I hadn't liked that. This time around, I'm like, hey, you won 10 games last year. You were in the playoffs. If you want to do ice cream and do the hula hoop and,
I
and do
don't
the
even
sack
care
race,
about the ice cream
whatever.
and the sack race. Like, if you're not going to have practice, just say, hey, you guys are done. That's it. Or, hey, let's come to meetings. Let's get some meetings in and go. You don't have to do all the fun stuff. You're a fun sucker. You don't like it. You don't have to have it.
Fun, like coffee's for closers. Fun is for winners. That's why in years past, when you win 5 games and you go from 9 practices to 8 because you want to do the ring toss and 3-legged race, I just like it sends a bad message.
Zach Byer or am I here with Stoke? Who am I here with?
I can be a little grumpy on this topic. I can be, but I like that, and me and Sean agree.
Yeah, you guys must have had coffee, sat there and talked about this, and both came to an agreement. Like, yeah, you're right, Zach. You are right. Like, I listen to you every day. Well, you know Sean and them are listening to us, and you are right. Let's do it.
Well, I didn't quite remember. I thought Sean did do a fun day. I thought he did, and I must just be misremembering it. But he said they've been gone since 2011. I could have swore Sean Payton did it one of the last 2 years. I guess I stand corrected. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're out there. Tomorrow's going to be out there, and there's going to be a lot to see and talk about. How is the pace? How's the tempo going to be? Because yesterday's tempo and pace, although there was some really good football being played, some good practice, it wasn't like today. The tempo, the pace, the mentality was like, we know we have to come to work. It's hot out here. Let's make plays offensively, defensively, special team-wise, and let's go home. It was a lot crisp. It was a lot more crisp this practice today than it was even yesterday.
I agree with you. More communication,
yes.
More noise.
Detail.
Yes, it was just a more active environment. And you talk about activity. I think we're going to have to view the Broncos offense this summer in training camp through the lens of just how damn good this defense is.
Well, be careful with that, because Sean wasn't okay with somebody crowning this defense just yet.
And I'm not crowning them. And because Sean was asked yesterday, if you didn't hear that, hey, is this the best defense that you've ever coached? And he's like, dude, pump the brakes. We're in June. We'll see. Like, let's see him go out and play well.
Relax.
But, yeah, I mean, look, I have eyes. I have an actively working brain. I've been out there 9 straight years. This defense, it just pops.
Just different.
That side of the ball just pops. It could be the league's best defense. And a lot of times these offensive plays are DOA, dead on arrival, 0.2 seconds after the play starts.
You're bringing this up with so much confidence because I'm with you. I'm watching it too, and it's like, okay, this defense can be scary. They got to stay healthy. They can be scary. And here's the kicker. There's 2 linebackers that's not there yet.
Correct.
Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw.
Correct.
2 starters that are not on that football field yet. What does that look like when you have the captains that usually are more vocal, because your linebackers are the ones usually relaying the message, the play, being vocal, putting people in the right positions? That's what you're missing out of Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw. When they get back, what does it look like? But to you, to be so confident, what are you seeing out there that's telling you, like, this defense, you better watch out because it's going to be scary?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is the known, and it's based on what I saw last year, and then it's just translating to 2025, and it really starts with the guys up front. I mean, Zach Allen had multiple plays today where he is just ruining the play for the offense, ruining the play, and then celebrating them, letting them know about it.
He's letting all of us know, not just the quarterback. He's letting the media know. He's very vocal.
Yeah, I never heard him quite like that in a practice. But Zach Allen at one point screaming out loud, GD, I'm so effing good. I mean,
That's something I say to myself in the mirror every day.
I know you do. And she
Damn!
keep trying to convince.
I am a sexy man.
If I say it enough, it'll come true. So Zach Allen was great. I mean, these guys, we talked about Benito yesterday.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these big boys.
Get off.
And I'll bring his name up again. I talked about him yesterday. Q Robinson, number 51 from Alabama. Fourth round pick, man. He's huge. He's active.
He's scary on special teams. The way that he's running down, and I know kickoff it's not like it used to be, but he's going to be put on a lot of special teams, him and a couple other guys defensively, because of their strength, their agility, their speed, and just their toughness. That's special teams for you. So watch out for these rookies to be playing a lot of special teams this year.
Totally. I thought, Phil, the two best catches of the day, just to pass along from practice.
Go ahead and say it, Zach.
Freaking Bandy again. This dude, Bandy.
He's going to keep showing up.
Michael Bandy, all right? Call him Bands. Call him Bands out there.
Go get your money, Bands.
From what I understand, that's what his college nickname was when he was out there. But yeah, and we did this segment last week, and we started doing the poor Bandy thing. Because I said I felt bad because all Michael Bandy does is show up and make plays 3 summers in a row. He's got almost no chance of making the football team. But this dude stretched out like horizontally, like the famous Dennis Rodman grabbing a rebound from going on.
He doesn't have long arms.
No.
He's a smaller guy.
Oh, yeah, little T-Rex arms. But he found a way to snatch that thing out of the air. And it was just like, I mean, everyone was like, whoa.
Kind of reminds you, I don't want to be disrespectful, but like Wes Welker. Not as good as Wes Welker, but like the body frame, how he moves a little bit.
And guess what? He wears 83.
And he wears 83. Maybe that's what it is.
What else do they have in common? I don't know.
Oh, you know. Oh. You know.
Oh, I can't think of anything. So he was out there making plays. And then Lucas Kroll. We saw Lucas Kroll make a play on a touchdown catch that looked like he got the air knocked out of him, hitting the ground so hard. It was really, really cool to see. Very athletic play, him going upstairs and coming down hard.
Yeah, Lucas Kroll seems to be happy about this one. You know, he's not happy. Like right now it's OTAs. But he's going to be part of this team. And he's athletic. He's fast. I'm interested to see what his role is.
Yes.
Because you have Evan Ingram. You have a couple other ones. Trotman's another one that's going to be on this team because he can block. But Lucas Kroll might be that third tight end that you keep on the roster because he is athletic and he has speed. And he's showing it early and having a connection with Bo.
Another guy who I saw make a play for really the first time, maybe not the first time, but it was his biggest play yet, was the basketball player Caleb Lohner.
Yes.
A seam route that would have been a 30-plus yard play today.
Tall, really, really tall, 6'7". 6'7". If they can get him going, he's another developmental player.
Definitely.
But he does have the size. He has the athletic ability, and he's one that if he doesn't make the roster, which he's not going to.
Yeah, he's not going to this time.
He'll be on the practice squad.
Yep.
He'll be on the practice squad. He'll have time to develop. He'll have time to kind of just grow into his body and just play more football and practice a lot more. But he's a guy that you need to watch during camp of what does he look like the first day of camp and what does he look like the first preseason game. Because it may be night and day, and he may be getting better, and that's what you want out of a young specimen like my man.
Yeah.
Also, Zach, you remember when it came to a couple plays with Pat Bryant.
Pat Bryant, yeah.
They're starting to do a lot more slant routes with him. Now, he dropped a slant route.
He did drop a slant route today.
And it was like, and I was sitting there with Mike Kliss, and he was like, uh-oh. I was like, yeah, you can't drop those, especially when that's going to be your specialty.
And here's what happened, though, the series before that, on the other side of the field, they're doing 11-on-11 team, and Pat Bryant fell down in the backfield. He's trying to hold up for a block.
Yeah.
He got put on his back, and it was a play where they were doing an end around to Troy Franklin.
Troy Franklin,
it got blown up. He ran right into Pat Bryant. It would have been a 6-yard loss in real life, him just not being able to stay on his feet. So it was that play. Then he dropped the slant, but then he followed it up with a back left corner fade for a touchdown pass as well. So
like it's glimpses, like it's practice. You're gonna mess up, but when it comes to the slant route, that is why he's on this team. Remember, he's compared to Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas is slant god, so we need to see that more often. And it looks like they're gonna do a lot more slants this year. It's looking like they're gonna try to at least get the slant route in multiple times per game. So hopefully that's the case. And Pat Bryant, if you're going to be on that football field, you're going to have to catch those slants.
Well, the top 75 pick, he was a topic of conversation in the post-game press conference. Here's Sean Payton on what he sees from Pat Bryant so far.
Little things we're coaching up, but you like what you see? I like what I see. And so he's tough. And look, there's things, where he's catching one like this. There's things that you're immediately on these guys, and that's good to great. Like that's coaching. But interview him, be around him. It's so important to him. And I would say that's probably the case with so many of these young guys. I mean, it's not like an accident. There's a profile we're looking for. And it's not easy always. Sometimes that requires more trips and visits, but we're looking for a certain profile.
So really interesting response there. It was one of his longest responses of the day. Early in the response, he's like, you like what you see? And then he goes, I like what I see. And when you hear him do that kind of chuckle, and he's already done the Michael Thomas stuff, he is seeing stuff just because he's a brilliant football mind.
He knows what he's looking at.
And we're not seeing what he's seeing.
And we're not there all the time.
And we're not there all the time. Great point, Phil. So, like, when you hear him do that little chuckle, like, I like what I see, I mean,
do you like what you see right now, though, from what you have seen so far? Like, because to me, it's like I see a receiver that can be really good, great get off, big body, and I can't wait to see him in pads. But we're not out there every day. I would like to see him show up a little bit more, highlight himself a little bit more.
Yes. From what we have seen, and speaking for myself, and we've talked about Pat Bryant basically almost after every OTA and just checking in with this top 75 pick we've got comped to Michael Thomas. It's like I would not know if we did the alien, if an alien came down, but he didn't know whose draft status was what, I don't think you would walk away like being like, wow, Pat Bryant just blew my socks off.
Let's watch for him. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I was trying to follow him, and there's times where it's like, where are you at? Where are you at? And I know there's a lot of bodies out there. There's a lot of reps for each player, and you're just kind of rapid fire. But I want to see, like you said, like he had one later on where you're just being highlighted. Show that athletic ability. Show the strength with your hands. The slants. When you drop a slant, I'm like, okay, like this is why I'm here. I want to see you catch the slant. You drop it too many times, you're not going to be playing. That's just the real. But I can't wait to see Pat Bryant out there when camp starts, when you're competing. Troy Franklin's another one. Vele wasn't there yet again.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. 2 straight days, no Vele, mandatory minicamp. And when he wasn't there the first day, it's like, all good. He must have had something going on. You're not there the second day as a second-year, 7th-round player. It's like, you just hope everything's okay with his family. That's kind of where my mind goes. Like, hope everything's okay with his personal life.
Yeah, no, and you're right. Like, you're battling for a starting spot. You're not there. Obviously, the Broncos know he's not there. But you don't want to miss time, valuable time, especially when it's mandatory to be there. So hopefully everything is okay with Vele and his family. The one thing that I've noticed, Zach, it was the first 7-on-7 period, and it was Bo to Evan Ingram, and it wasn't a connection. Do you remember that? And it was Bo tried to do a back shoulder pass. Evan Ingram thought that Bo was gonna put it on him in the air, and they weren't on the same page. It's a little thing, but for Bo did a great job of that. Like you're in the back of the end zone, you're in red zone, you're looking for a back shoulder pass, and Evan Ingram has to know that. And being a vet is like, dude, he's trying to get you open. Where there's not a DB or linebacker on you, you should know it's coming. And he kind of made like a gesture of like, I messed up. I should have known that the back shoulder pass was coming. That's just more reps together. That's just being around each other and talking and doing this right now in the red zone and OTAs, of like getting to know each other. And hopefully they take time after OTAs to go on that island or wherever they're going and really get it down, because that's going to be a big time mismatch in the red zone with someone like Evan Ingram. It was just some small detail that's like going to be cleaned up. And then that first day of camp or day 3 or 4, it's going to click for them.
I love the details. All right. And with Ingram, he does not do any of the individual drills with the tight ends. He does everything with the receivers. And you know who else does? You know who does the stuff with the receivers is Caleb Lohner, the 7th round developmental basketball player who, again, you know, this year is probably not his year to make the team. I think it would be next year where he's no longer Caleb Lohner because he's got 52 friends on the roster.
Look at you.
And then the other one, you mentioned Troy Franklin. You know, what an opportunity for him.
Yeah.
When they went out to a 2 wide receiver set early in practice, opposite Sutton was Troy Franklin. And he did catch a touchdown today as well, again, in 7-on-7. But it was this time.
Scramble drill.
Yes,
right
it
there
was.
at the pylon.
Yes, it was right there at the pylon. Good memory. But it was this time last year. It's like Troy Franklin, like, where is he? And then we got into summer. It's like, oh, we know where he is now. He's constantly dropping passes. And so it's just nice to see him do the baby steps of doing what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it for Troy.
No, and this is why we've brought up before. Zach, you like to say one a day, Bailey, like, it's his spot right now. But during camp, during these preseason games, if Troy Franklin starts to pop in Bailey's dropping passes, Troy Franklin might end up being the guy that's starting and not Bailey. It could be that, and the reason I say that is Sean Payton woke up early in the morning to talk to George and say, hey, I want to move up to draft Troy. And Troy's a speedster.
He's so fast, dude.
He's fast, and that's what you need. You cannot coach speed. You need some receivers that can stretch the football field. It's going to open up the middle of the field. It's going to open up the run game. So hopefully Troy Franklin can make this a battle with Bailey so both of them can get their work in and they can compete and they can get better because we need both.
Speaking of speed, Marvin Mims out there catching a pass from Bo Nix in red zone team. And so you guys know this. You get in the tight red zone, the windows shrink.
Yeah, it's hard.
So Bo sees Mims, but if you're going to pass it in a tight red zone period, or a tight red zone situation rather, like, you got to fit it in there.
You do.
Dude, this dude Bo Nix, from, like, I don't know, I'll say
10,
13,
12?
I was going to say 13 yards away, whatever.
Something like that.
10 to 13 yards. Dude, he freaking hums this thing in 100 miles per hour, and you just hear the thwap of Mims's hands.
Sticky gloves.
Yes, those sticky gloves swallowing up that football for a touchdown near the end of practice.
And it has to be like that. That for Bo, it's either you have to fit it in that hole and it has to be 100 miles an hour, and hopefully you don't break the receiver's fingers, or it needs to be low. It needs to be low. I remember talking. The one thing I learned about Joe Flacco, and it was during a 7-on-7 period, and he got mad at himself. I'm like, Joe, why are you mad? And he said, man, I need to get it down low because we're in the red zone. Everything is tight. I didn't think about that.
So if you can't catch it, no one can catch it.
Exactly. It can't be high. It's a tip ball. There's a lot of bodies back there. That's how you get intercepted.
Correct.
And so I'm like, wow, I guess I didn't think about that. I'm too worried blocking for you because they wouldn't let me go out for a pass. So either it has to be on the money like Bo did to Mims, or it needs to be low. So hopefully we see both of those throughout camp for Bo.
Yep. No, for sure. It was good to see Hufanga back in there participating in team stuff. He was out at practice yesterday, but for whatever reason did not participate in the team stuff. And it's like, okay, real injury history. It's mandatory minicamp, and you're not going on day one. Why? So it was good to see him back out there as well. Singleton working on the side, Dre Greenlaw working on the side, J.K. Dobbins working on the side.
Getting his conditioning in. He's not hurt conditioning. He just got there. He just signed. And maybe we'll see a little bit of him tomorrow. Maybe he goes through team drills. Maybe he goes through a 7-on-7 period. And heck, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's back on Dulcis Memorial Field doing more sprint work, and they're just happy to see him and get him kind of going. One thing that I noticed is you still have Riley Moss, PS2, Jahdae Barron has been kind of quiet, when he's in there.
Yeah, agreed.
McMillan's still the first one that's going up, and it's OTAs. What it is what it is right now. The battles are going to start during camp. But that's something to watch, where it's like, okay, Riley, he's going to be there to start. McMillan, is he going to start at nickel, or are they going to throw in Jahdae Barron from the start when camp fully starts?
It's a good question. And, man, I'd be pretty surprised if, at least when we get to the season, it's not Barron out there.
All right. I like that. Like you're saying the season. I thought you were going to say the day one of camp.
No,
I'll be surprised about that.
No, I'm not going to be surprised. And in fact, it's really the expectation that it's going to be J-Mac at the start, Jaquan McMillan, when they go to like a sub package and he's the nickel corner. What I am interested, though, is like, how real does it get between Riley Moss and Barron? Like, is that a camp battle? Does Jahdae Barron, who you took in the first round and called a crystal, does he have a real shot to start over Riley Moss? Or because Riley Moss maybe doesn't profile as a nickel corner, you're like, you know what, you just stay out there. Barron, you're going to play the role of nickel. I'd be pretty surprised if we got into the season and he's not.
McMillan's going to be the odd man out because Riley, he's feisty.
He is very competitive.
He's very feisty, and he's not going to just roll over and let this man take his spot.
No.
So it's like if I'm not going to give you my spot, but then if McMillan's doing well, what happens? Do you just force McMillan out because it's the number 1 draft pick? Like, it's going to be interesting because McMillan knows this is it. If I don't play well during camp, they're going to replace me. This is my contract year.
Right.
I need to make as much money as possible. It's going to be this year. They tendered me, and they didn't want to get something done with me. Why? Because they don't believe in me. They don't think that I can have a better year than I had a couple years ago because he didn't do as well last year at the end of the season like he did the year before.
Correct.
So now it's like, go time. Focus up. Go time. But now you have this first-round draft pick sitting right here that they're waiting to place in. And it may not be Riley Moss because Riley's like, you're not taking my job. Competition makes everybody better.
Totally.
That's what you want.
Totally. There was another observation I haven't shared yet today. I went down to watch the offensive linemen do their individual work.
There you go. I love it.
And again, this isn't like anything groundbreaking, but in settings like these, I don't think there's a detail that's too small. It was interesting to see Garrett Bowles in year number whatever, the longest tenured Denver Bronco.
I think it's 9.
9 years. Taking coaching in a meaningful way from the assistant O-line coach. Like, the assistant offensive line coach is telling something to Garrett, and like Garrett is completely locked in and engaging with the assistant. Like, Garrett's a former All-Pro. We're talking about Garrett like potentially having a chance to go up in the Ring of Fame. This is a new assistant O-line coach. This is not Zach Strief, and it was just cool to see a guy of Garrett's status within this team still take coaching in front of everyone else, the Frank Crumbs and all these guys. He's not like, you can't tell me nothing type of guy.
But that's what you want. That's a leader without being considered a captain. It's like, hey, if you could take hard coaching, these young players are going to follow you. These young players are going to fall in place. And that's why you have someone like Garrett there, a great person. He's all about the team. He's all about making sure that he does his job to the fullest, which he's been doing a great job. Although he had a hold. He held Nick Bonito today.
You're kidding.
Bowles
had a hold?
Surprise, right? Had him in a headlock. Now, there is one more thing that I want you have a conspiracy theory. We didn't talk about my boy Court.
Yes.
What's going on?
Yes, and we will talk about that coming up next.
The Broncos have signed veteran running back J.K. Dobbins to a one-year deal. Will the former Charger provide the spark that jumpstarts Denver's run game? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? When dealing with issues of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. And fellas, every case is going to be different. And finding that right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and having great sex. And we all want to have that great sex. And if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, you certainly want that great outcome. So what you need to do is go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic right now. They practice better medicine, and they're leaders in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. Remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? You probably just laughed it off, right? No big deal. But then it happened a second time, then a third. Guys, it's a problem if it can get to a first, second, or third. Just get it treated now. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of the treatments can have you last an hour or even more. Schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic ASAP. Your initial visit is only $99, which will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, AT, and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And guys, if the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is absolutely free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you as well. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee Times, beautiful golf courses and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, bottom half of hour number 4 here on a Wednesday. And another show that just flew by here. Goodness gracious.
Another one.
Going to the last break, you talked about a little conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It's a baby one. It's like, what's on your mind with Court? I watched Cortland out there. He's been at camp. We all know he wants a contract.
Yep.
We all know he wants to get paid again. He's smiling. He's going. He's connecting with Bo. By the way, he had a touchdown in 7-on-7s.
Again, yeah.
And it was a beautiful pass to Bo to Court. So the connection is there, and it's real. So what's going on? What's in the head? What's in the head of Zach Bye? Do I really want to know? I don't know. You probably have creepy stuff in there.
My buddy Terrence, one time he said, dude, sometimes you say the craziest stuff. And I said, you should hear the stuff that doesn't make it out of my mouth.
I bet. I bet. I see you there during camps or OTAs, and you're smirking. I'm like, why are you smirking? I look over there. It's like, Bandy didn't make a catch. And so why are you smiling?
So here's my thought process here. I heard a baby little whisper that, not like it's some sort of dramatic turn or something like that, but I'll say it like this. I don't believe that the Broncos and Courtland Sutton and the contract talks, it's in the fast lane. If there's 3 lanes on a highway, I think they've moved over to the middle lane, hit the blinker again, moved over to the slow lane.
So what kind of argument would that be in a relationship?
Just
is
a
it
little
an argument? Is it a... So what's going on?
Me and my wife call it a tiff.
Okay.
If it's not like a full argument, it's like a little tiff.
So there's no yelling going on yet?
No,
right.
no yelling. But I had just heard that little whisper. And I think it's interesting. This is where the conspiracy theory comes.
Uh-oh, here it goes.
So,
talk about me. You have so many more conspiracy theories.
Courtland Sutton is a team captain.
He is.
Courtland Sutton has been the most productive member of this offense by a pretty wide margin.
No doubt. Number 1 receiver. Get used to it.
OTA ones came and went.
Yep.
We heard from Bo Nix. We heard from DJ Jones.
Yes.
And the like. Then the next week comes. Broncos PR rolls out Hufanga.
Yeah.
They roll out Garrett Bowles.
DB zone.
We're hearing from these guys. And today, they rolled out the coordinators. They rolled out J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins just stepped foot on the football field today.
Tomorrow is the last mandatory minicamp and the last time we'll hear from anyone before training camp. What I'm trying to say is I don't think it's an accident that Courtland Sutton has not been made available to the media. Furthermore, the other layer of the conspiracy is Courtland Sutton had his event last week down at Coors Field. Courtland always talks at that event.
Didn't it get canceled?
It did get canceled because of rain. Yep. But like Alex Singleton was there. Alex Singleton talked, right? Like that's kind of how it goes. Sutton did not speak with the media at his own event.
That's his event. Usually you're going to talk to the media and then you move on.
He didn't speak at his own event. And the Broncos PR have not rolled him out there in front of the local media here, despite his status among the team and being a team captain. Here's what I'll tell you. It's not a mistake. And like that part,
they're playing chess right now.
It's
this
not
is
a mistake.
Team. This is the PR team. This is maybe the coaching staff talking to him and saying, hey, like, let's not do it. Let's not do it because we know that someone like Courtland Sutton is going to speak up about how he's feeling.
He did last year when he was upset.
He did. I mean, what does he have to lose? He's your best receiver. He just proved that he deserves another contract. Now, I don't know what that looks like, but he wants another contract. And if he's not happy, why not express it to us? Because we can get it out there.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting, and it's something to watch for. I think we'll hear from him tomorrow.
You think so?
I want to think so. Because if we don't, I'll tell you, if we don't, then it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. If you go through OTAs and mandatory minicamp, you don't hear from Courtland Sutton?
If we don't hear from Courtland Sutton tomorrow, then it's not you said a tiff?
A tiff, yeah.
No, they're arguing now. And it's like, you used me. You told me everything was going to be all right. We started probably talking numbers. That's why I showed up to OTAs. OTAs is finishing up tomorrow. And if all of a sudden you guys say, hey, we're not on the same page, and you know that mandatory, like, it's not mandatory minicamp, it's not OTAs anymore. When I come back, it's camp. And if I don't show up, I'm getting fined.
Big boy fine.
You kind of played a game with me to keep me honest, to keep me happy for a little while, to show up so I can continue to build this chemistry with Bo Nix and also be the captain of this team, but yet you don't want to pay me or you don't want to continue to go in the right direction with these talks. It could get ugly if that's the case, Zach.
If that's the case, yes, it could. It could. And to think that it couldn't would be completely naive. We were just at this place last year. So it's interesting. It really is. It really is.
Hopefully he talks tomorrow. That would be the best scenario, case scenario for the Denver Broncos for us.
I agree.
Cortland's okay. He's happy. Get it done. Because when I talked to Court and I said, hey, man, like, you know, I'm pushing for you. You know I am.
Yeah.
He said, you know, I'm just here. I'm here, and it's going to be what it's going to be, pretty much. What does that mean? It's like I'm letting my agent and I'm letting the Denver Broncos do this while I focus on what matters the most, and that's playing and that's building chemistry for Bo. But if you're not on good terms, what does that turn into?
Right.
Toxic. You don't want to be there. You may sit out during camp. You may be there not to get fined during the camp.
Hold
in. You don't want
in.
that big boy fine, but you might hold in now.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep our fingers on the pulse of that situation. Tomorrow, I'm doing something I've never done. I'm playing 100 holes of golf for kids at Todd Creek. All right. I'm playing for a nonprofit called Recruiting Classroom. Guys, it gives kids in our community who otherwise would not have the resources to play a sport, it gives them that chance. So maybe, and I mentioned this, when I was younger, I wanted to play hockey. All right. We didn't have the money. We just didn't have the money. I was raised by a single mom who had no education, and we were just scraping to get by. I couldn't play hockey. That would have been awesome if someone put like that stick in my hand. Well, we have that opportunity now, all right? And I mentioned this too. One of the coolest experiences as a teenager, I did a sleepaway camp called Greg Kubeck Camp up in the Adirondack Mountains. It's a week-long camp. It was like over $600. Wouldn't be able to do it. But I wrote this letter to this nonprofit, and they paid for me. This is what this is. All right, so it's important to me, and I want it to be important to you, to kids in our community, to go to that camp, to get a pair of ice skates and play hockey when they otherwise wouldn't. All right, so this is what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm playing 100 holes of golf at Todd Creek. Please, if you want to get involved, go to ZachBuyCares.com. If you have an extra $5, we would love to see it.
This is for a great cause.
It's a great cause, man.
Great cause, and I'm gonna be out there cheering you on.
Yes, sir. Yes,
See
sir.
you shake the balls. It's for a great cause.
I will be doing that. And I said that if anyone gave a donation of $25, I'll give you a shout out here on the air. So today, Troy Lavender, Stephen Toniskater, thank you. Chris Carroll, Mark Savage, Brandon Walker, Brad Allen, Matt Holitza. Thank you guys so much for helping me out. And really, none of this is going to me. It's all going back right to the community in which we live, every single penny. Okay. I saw Greg Penner today coaching Pat Surtain on his technique. And I am not kidding, but there's context to it, and I'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's second annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp. Saturday, June 21st at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium in Denver. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos Philip Lindsay and Brandon Stokely, and a staff of coaches from Denver South, with all proceeds benefiting Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure.
sure that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
It's summer. Time to enjoy long days, lazy nights, and great food. Because Uber Eats has deals all summer long. So, when hunger strikes, don't sweat it. Delicious deals are just a tap away on Uber Eats. Enjoy all your favorite grocery items delivered straight to you. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans and CVS and make the most of every moment. Now that sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our erectile dysfunction treatments are shown to be effective in nearly 90% of cases. Here's one of our patients sharing his experience on our ED treatments.
The reality is I had to look in the mirror and say something has to change. Hi, this is Austin, and I've been a patient of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for well over 2 years. I noticed a change when I turned 50 that ED was affecting my personal life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has really just changed my life. They knew exactly what to do. They had solutions for me. From that point forward, I had the confidence. My self-esteem has increased, and all the other effects that were negatively affecting my personal life have really changed significantly. If you're feeling like I was feeling, please call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will help you, and they will be discreet and confidential, and I promise you, your life will change.
It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for the good folks at Copperhead Plumbing. In today's market, there are various water heater options to choose from, tankless, hybrid, and conventional. Copperhead Plumbing's not here to provide you with the most expensive option, but rather they want to understand your needs, such as how big is your household, how much water do you go through in a day, and a few other qualifying questions to help them provide you with the best solution for your home. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com to book their services today.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, last segment here on a Wednesday. Hanging out, talking ball. We were hanging out, watching ball.
Watching ball. Hot. Zach got a tan line.
I did have
It's thong flip-flops.
I do have thong flip-flops. I do already have a tan.
You're ready.
I get pretty cooked in the summer. Being out there at training camp
All right.
Dual.
Okay. I like it.
I get baked in the sun in the summer.
All right.
Yeah, that's how it's going to go. Because today was a early preview of what it's going to feel like this summer when it's freaking sweltering out there. It was 90 degrees out there today. Shout out Bruce Smith, who just donated to ZachByCares.com for tomorrow's event.
Shout out.
Appreciate you so much helping with this event tomorrow. I saw Greg Penner.
Yeah, what's going on?
Helping coach Pat Surtain.
You can't make this up.
With his technique.
All right. All right.
Swinging a golf club.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was, dude, it's in the middle of practice. Penner was out there, but he came out there late. And it was like this morning as practice was gearing up to start, the news of a potential new site for a Broncos stadium was breaking. So maybe Greg was getting debriefed on this is what the media knows now. And if you want to...
This is what came out about it, and maybe he wasn't happy.
Maybe not, but look, you're the Denver Broncos. You own the team. Like it's only going to be a secret for so long. And if you want to learn about it, we did this segment a couple times today. You can read about it at denversports.com. Very interesting. But yeah, so Pat goes over to Greg during practice. This is in the second half of practice.
This is when you know it's OTAs.
Yeah, right.
So you're established.
He goes, yeah, right. That second part especially.
Yeah, you're established. You know you don't have to practice today.
So they're like doing some. I think they might have been doing special teams work at the time. But like PS2 goes up to Greg Penner, shakes his hand, and he starts like doing like the like backswing thing with like your two hands when you're like trying to get your hips right.
He's like, so the hips have to go like this. Yes. He's like, yeah, baby, it's all in the hips.
And Penner's like showing him like, hey, bring it through like this, and it's just so funny, man. It's so funny to see that.
Yeah, this wasn't a special team period. This was during cornerback drills.
Yeah, right.
This during drills.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. That's good. But this is what it's all about. When your owner is out there and you feel comfortable enough to talk to him.
Sure.
You feel comfortable enough to talk about golf. And that's just because he's out there, he's present, he's talking, he knows. I'm talking about Greg Penner, he knows the players. That's something you couldn't do. One, you didn't have an owner when I was there. Two, Elway was never around. There wasn't a day where I could say, hey John, can I get some tips on how to golf?
Sure.
He wasn't out there enough.
Right. And I was hoping Penner would work his way over to you and work with you because I've seen you swing that club. It looks like you're carrying a 2x4.
Buddy, go through the spiel of what's happening tomorrow. Okay, the Par Prince is going to be playing 100 holes for a great cause.
Oh my gosh,
great cause. How many balls are going into the lake?
A lot. The
Par Prince.
And I'm hoping Todd Creek can help me out because I only got like 6 in my bag.
Oh, get ready because we're following you. This is how big time Zach is, doing it for a great cause, and now he's gonna have a play-by-play.
Oh my gosh!
Talking about his golf game.
Oh my gosh! Too funny, man.
Wow.
Too funny. All right. What else from practice? What else stuck out? I mean, the
tempo. 2-minute drill. That's what they worked on today. 2-minute drill, and it actually went well for the first time that we got to witness them do 2-minute drill with Bo. Bo was in and out of the huddle. The offensive line was in and out of the huddle. They were communicating. They were changing the plays up, and Bo, which that's what I'm looking for this year, Bo was changing the plays up a couple times. And then when things didn't go well, Sean would stop the drill and explain what he wants done, like he did last year during camp.
Yeah, it was very a teach-heavy day from Sean.
And that's what you want. You want your coach to be able to be detailed. You want your coach to be able to say, look, this is how it should look. This is in my mind, if we do it this way, you won't get in trouble. Let's all get on the same page. This is why we don't have music playing. And I'm upset about that, but you know, you have to have that moment where it's quiet and you can have teaching moments.
Right.
That was a teaching moment for Sean as Sean was limping around to try to tell his team what he wants done.
And Sean is walking with a limp. He's got a leg sleeve on. Heard a baby whisper that he
You hear a lot of baby whispers out there.
I do hear a lot of baby whispers.
You're a hot commodity. I'll tell you that much.
I don't know about that. But I did hear that Sean had some knee surgery. I heard he had some knee surgery months ago, and he's still sort of working through it. I think my biggest takeaway was just how loaded this defense is, and just looking at each level and say, wow, like there are so many freaking playmakers out here. And Vance Joseph spoke after practice, and he was talking about last year's defense compared to this year's defense.
We had a great defense, right? And that was last year, and this year is totally different. And my entire cell this offseason has been, let's start over again, right? Let's keep improving, because last year counts, but it doesn't matter, moving forward, right? We have to continue to improve. We added some more pieces. We watched our cut-ups from the fall. We wasn't perfect in every area. Third downs, we got to get better. So it's lots of room for improvement. And every year it's different. We have a tough schedule, so I'm patiently waiting for the fall and just focusing on improving every week. And if it's right, we should be a good defense, but it's no guarantee, right? You have to go to work.
That's probably the right mindset to have, right? Like last year counts, but it doesn't mean anything for this season.
Well, what does it look like this year? You do have more pieces. You do have a bunch of familiar faces back that did well. Nick Bonito, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers. You did add Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga. Now for VJ, who wants to be a head coach at some point again, now it's time for you to be creative. You have depth. You have versatility in these players. Be creative with these blitz packages. Have a chance to have more than 62, 63 sacks, because the offenses are going to start to say, okay, like, we know what you're running. You were very vanilla at the end of the year. That was the issue with this defense. It can't be the case. Come up with creative blitz packages and ways to get after the quarterback and stop the run.
I love it. I love it.
Mic drop.
All right. Tomorrow, I will be out at Todd Creek playing 100 holes of golf. Phil will be there talking to you.
Poor Zach, 100 holes of golf.
Oh,
it'll be tough for you.
It's actually going to be a really long day.
Sounds like a vacation.
Dude, 100 holes of golf?
Vacation? Oh, you're complaining about golf?
I'm just telling you, it's going to, like, physically, that's a lot.
Get you a knee sleeve like Sean.
All right, guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Appreciate you. Fun show, fast show. We have Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take Sean Payton's offense to the next level?
For all the talk about, well, the league's going to catch up to Bo, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Think of all the things that Sean has in store for Bo and this offense that he didn't touch last year. I really think it's more about how far the arrow goes up this year rather than him sliding back.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
There's a new team in town. The board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. This new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro, with performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more. The Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule